Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku becomes the next successor? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the months following Izuku and Ochako's confrontation, public opinion on Izuku was sharply divided. The tragic loss of Adama and his team had been anticipated, but the fallout was intense. Many demanded that Izuku be locked away again, while a few extremists called for harsher consequences. However, once the public was reminded that Izuku had been under the influence of drugs during the attacks, tensions eased somewhat. Still, there was a strong longing for some form of accountability, as many were uncomfortable with the idea of a pro-hero who had inadvertently caused the deaths of 5 innocent people. To address the public's concerns, a decision was made. Izuku would be allowed to continue his studies at UA, but his pro-hero license would be revoked, reducing him to a provisional status. Regardless of the circumstances, Izuku was determined to finish his time at UA, and this setback only fueled his motivation to work harder in school. Meanwhile, Ochako's parents had returned home after completing a significant contract abroad, but they were now struggling to find work. This added pressure further motivated her to excel alongside Izuku. Since the prison break, the League of Villains had been notably absent, and things had been relatively calm. Izuku had been deeply affected by the loss of Adama and the others, who had remained in a coma for too long before life support was turned off. This experience led him to undergo intense therapy sessions, which helped him process the trauma and move forward, even though he would never forget the events that transpired. As Class 1A prepared to enter their final year at UA, they had all successfully completed their second year and passed their exams. The challenges ahead were daunting, but they were excited to face them together. For Izuku, there was an additional hurdle: regaining the public's trust. With renewed determination, he and Ochako set out to earn their places as pro-heroes. Chapter end. CRP. Deku, wake up. We're late. Uraraka exclaimed, shaking him awake as she jumped out of bed. HM? What? Deku mumbled, still half asleep, his hair a mess while Uraraka hurriedly brushed her own. We're late. Come on, hurry up. Mr. Aizawa is going to be furious, she urged, settling for a quick brush of her hair. What? We are? On the first day? Deku bolted upright, his eyes wide open now. Yes. Now come on, hurry. Uraraka insisted, trying to push him along. Deku quickly grabbed his school uniform and threw it on, following Uraraka's lead. Quick, go wake Eri up. I'll grab your things, she said. Deku nodded and dashed out of the bedroom, across the hallway, and swung open Eri's door. Eri, come on, it's time to wake up, he called, pulling back the bedsheets only to find her missing. Uraraka, she's not here. Deku yelled, ensuring Uraraka could hear him from downstairs. That's because she's down here, she yelled back. Still disoriented, Deku rushed downstairs. She made us breakfast, Uraraka said with a big smile, unable to contain her delight at Eri's thoughtfulness. Ah, Eri, that's so nice of you, Deku said, smiling proudly at the small girl. However, he quickly glanced at the clock and realized they had about 8 minutes to get to class, which was 5 minutes away, and they needed to drop Eri off at the teacher's office. Oh no, we can't be late on the first day. Mr. Aizawa will be so upset. Okay, Eri, thank you for making us breakfast, but we need to eat and go right now, Deku said, quickly sitting down at the table and practically shoveling his breakfast down. Uraraka did the same, while Eri watched them, looking horrified. Why are you eating so fast? Eri asked, confused and a bit disappointed that they weren't enjoying the meal she had prepared. Because we're late. It's lovely, Eri, but we have to go, or we'll be in trouble, Uraraka explained, trying to be polite while emphasizing their urgency. To their surprise, Eri leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms with a disapproving look. Well, you're going to be in trouble if you don't take the time to enjoy the breakfast I made for you. So the decision is yours, Eri said in a serious tone. Deku and Uraraka exchanged glances, silently questioning if they were being challenged by their own child. Eri, You have 10 seconds, and then we're going to school, or Mr. Aizawa won't be happy with us, Uraraka said. They both quickly finished their food and jumped up to grab their bags. Okay, Eri sighed, accepting defeat and quickly eating her breakfast. Now come on, let's go. We don't have much time, we have to run, Deku said, holding Eri's bag for her. She stood in front of him, making a face. You can tell us off for being mean later, but right now we have to go to school, Deku said, which made her smile as she took her bag and slung it over her shoulder. Okay, let's go, Uraraka said, swinging the door open and sprinting out into the bright morning sunlight. Up we go, Deku said, lifting Eri onto his shoulders before locking the door and running after Uraraka. She slowed down just enough to let him catch up, and soon Eri was laughing uncontrollably, gripping Deku's hair as the wind blew against her face. Uraraka couldn't help but smile, feeling warmth at the sight of Eri's joy. Come on, we can't be late. We won't be late. I refuse to embarrass ourselves on the first day of school. They sprinted as fast as they could and soon reached the main building, only to find it empty. That's strange. There's usually at least a few people around this time. Class starts in 1 minute? Deku exclaimed, checking his watch and realizing they barely had a minute to get to class. Run! Uraraka shouted as she dashed into the main building, with Deku close behind her. Chapter end. They rushed through the hallways, but the place seemed abandoned. Where is everybody? Are we just this late, or is there really nobody here? Deku wondered aloud. Okay, Eri, we'll see you after school, okay? He said, lifting her down from his shoulders and leaving her at the teacher's lounge. They didn't linger and dashed off to class as Eri opened the door to the teacher's lounge. Hey, Deku, where is everybody? Uraraka asked, clearly sharing his concerns. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out when we get to class, Deku replied as they turned the corner toward their classroom. There it is, Deku exclaimed, charging full speed toward the classroom door, sweat dripping from them as they finally reached it. Uraraka swung the door open. Sorry we're late, Mr. Aizawa. It won't happen again, they both exclaimed, bowing in the doorway, breathing heavily to catch their breath. HM? What are you two doing here? Mr. Aizawa asked, standing at his desk, organizing papers for the first day of the new school year. Uraraka and Deku, still bowing, exchanged confused glances. Why wouldn't we be here? It's the first day of, what? There's nobody here? Uraraka screamed in shock and embarrassment, realizing they were alone except for their teacher. Should they be here? Mr. Aizawa questioned, starting to doubt himself, although he was sure he had the dates right. It's the first day of school, isn't it? Deku asked, while Uraraka buried her head in her hands, her face flushed with embarrassment. Deku gently patted her on the back. No, it's not, Eri said, standing behind them with her arms crossed, looking annoyed. But I was so sure. Uraraka stammered, clearly confused. School starts tomorrow. It's a Sunday, Eri clarified, clearly unhappy that they had rushed there. Breakfast for nothing. Uraraka's face turned even redder as Deku turned to her, clearly frustrated as well. I was wondering why my alarm hadn't gone off. I guess it was working after all, Deku said, raising an eyebrow. Well, you could have said something or checked yourself. You don't have to listen to me all the time, Uraraka protested, knowing she was the one who had woken him up and told him they were late for school, but she didn't want to take all the blame. How is this my fault? Deku began, but he was suddenly interrupted. Out of my way, nerds. I'm never late for class. Bakugo yelled as he stormed into the room, looking sweaty and angry, clearly having run from his dorm. He stopped short upon seeing that there was nobody else there and that Eri was with Deku and Uraraka, immediately sensing something was off. What is this? The blonde asked, turning to Deku and Uraraka, anger flashing in his eyes. Not you too. Mr. Aizawa questioned in disbelief that 3 of his students had made the same mistake. Oh, I'm not the only one, Bakugo said, glaring at Deku, deciding this was his fault. What do you mean you're not the only? Deku started, but then he heard the rumble of footsteps coming down the hallway, growing closer. Is that? Deku began, but Bakugo cut him off. Yep. They're gonna be so mad when they find out this is your fault, Bakugo said with a smirk, pleased that the rest of the class would finally understand what it was like for him, constantly frustrated with Deku. Hey, don't look at me. Deku began, but again he was interrupted as the rest of Class 1A appeared in the hallway. Sorry we're late, Mr. Aizawa. It won't happen again. They all exclaimed in unison, bowing as Deku and Uraraka had done before. How did all 20 of you make the same mistake? Mr. Aizawa asked himself in shock and disappointment. What do you mean, sir? We saw Midoriya and Uraraka rushing to school and thought we must have been late for the first day, so we quickly put on our uniforms and ran as fast as we could. Although Bakugo didn't feel like running with us, so he used his quirk to get ahead, Ida explained. Uraraka's face turned bright red, realizing that everyone was there because of her mistake. They're going to be furious with me, aren't they? She thought. It's a Sunday. None of you should be here. School starts tomorrow, Mr. Aizawa said, his head in his hands in disbelief. So you didn't have to rush the breakfast I made for you, Eri said, pouting in disappointment, arms still crossed. I'm sorry, Eri. We'll make it up to you, Deku said, crouching down to her level and holding out his arms, offering a hug, which she accepted after a moment's consideration. So who's responsible for this? Todoroki asked. Everyone began to look around at each other, wondering who was to blame for their presence until eventually all eyes settled on Uraraka, who looked very guilty and red chapter end. Uraraka. Was this your doing? Todoroki asked. Uraraka gulped and avoided eye contact with everyone, feeling the weight of their gazes. I may have woken Deku up this morning in a rush and told him that we were late for school. However, in my defense, I didn't do that to the rest of you. You all just assumed instead of checking for yourselves, Uraraka protested, nervously twiddling her hair. The rest of her classmates opened their mouths, clearly about to argue, but Mr. Aizawa stopped them before anyone could speak. That's enough. You're all equally to blame for this. Uraraka made a mistake, but the rest of you just blindly followed her lead. In all my years of teaching, this has never happened, and I don't think it ever will again. Now all of you, go home, Mr. Aizawa ordered. Silence fell over the room as they looked around at one another, realizing how silly the situation was. Eventually, they decided to leave. We're sorry, Mr. Aizawa, they all said in unison, bowing to him before heading for the door. Actually, I've changed my mind, Mr. Aizawa said suddenly, making them all stop and turn around. Since you're all here, you can take your seats. I have some tests for you to do, he said, gesturing to the large stack of papers on his desk. Each paper was a test he had planned for the first day of school to catch them off guard, but now they would get a head start. However, his students didn't share his enthusiasm, most looked like they might faint. But sir, Ashido began about to protest, but was cut off. That's a fantastic idea, Mr. Aizawa. It'll be a great refresher for us all, and we'll be getting a head start on the rest of school. Everyone take your seats and let's make the most of this opportunity. Ida exclaimed, full of energy and excitement. The rest of the class, however, was not on the same page but lacked the energy to argue or question Mr. Aizawa. Yay, they all said unenthusiastically, raising their fists in the air with as much effort as their sarcasm implied. One by one, they began to take their seats. Before Uraraka could walk off, Deku grabbed her hand. HM? What is it? She asked. Yomi. And Eri, Deku said, gesturing to the little girl standing behind him, who looked up at Uraraka with a disapproving expression. Okay, I get it. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. Both of you, Uraraka said, feeling a little guilty. Deku noticed her expression and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, making her blush and smile. He returned her smile before letting go of her hand, allowing her to sit down. Eri, you can wait with Mr. Aizawa until we're done, okay? Deku said, turning back to the little girl. I'll be super quiet, I promise, Eri said, miming zipping her lips shut, which made Deku chuckle. Good girl. We won't be long, Deku replied before walking over to his seat behind Bakugo. He looked around at his fellow classmates. It wasn't exactly how he had expected the start of his last year at UA to go, but nonetheless, he was happy to be back. Chapter end. Hey Uraraka. How'd it go making up for your little mistake yesterday? Ashido asked with a big smirk on her face as the girls gathered around Ajui's desk to chat during their break. It was fine. Eri just wanted me to try some of her cooking, which was amazing by the way. I still don't know who taught her how to cook, Uraraka said, scratching the back of her head as she thought about it. Probably Bakugo. The two of them spent a lot of time together during the whole all-for-one situation, Ashido suggested, and several girls nodded in agreement. I thought it might have been Mr. Aizawa, but I guess that makes sense. It also explains why she threatened us yesterday morning, Uraraka said, making the rest of the girls gasp in curiosity. Oh, you are so not leaving it at that. Give us some details. Ashido urged, eager to hear more. Well, she made us breakfast, and we were rushing because, Uraraka began but was cut off. Because you don't know the days of the week, Jiro teased, causing Uraraka to blush slightly while giving her a mock scowl. The other girls giggled at the exchange. Anyway, we were rushing because we thought we were late, and Eri was upset that we weren't taking the time to enjoy what she'd made for us. I told her we needed to hurry to school because we were late, and if we didn't get there on time, we'd be in trouble, Uraraka explained. So then what did she do? Yaoyorozu asked, still intrigued about what such a young girl could have possibly said or done to threaten them. She went like this, Uraraka said, gesturing to Ajui to borrow her desk chair. Ajui stood up, allowing Uraraka to sit in it. Then, she did her best to imitate Eri's actions from the previous morning. She leaned back in the chair, crossed her arms, tapped her finger on her elbow, and tried to mimic Eri's expression. Well, you're going to be in trouble if you don't take the time to enjoy the breakfast that I made for you. So the decision is yours, Uraraka said, attempting to replicate Eri's voice. The rest of the girls burst into giggles, finding the whole thing amusing. Eri? Eri said that? No way! Ashido exclaimed in disbelief. I have to say, it is rather hard to believe that such a sweet, innocent child would do that, Yaoyorozu admitted, trying to contain her laughter. It's so cute though, isn't it? She's so sassy even though she's so young. I like it, Hagakure said, admiring the young girl's nerve to challenge Deku and Uraraka like that. She's got some nerve, I'll give her that, Jiro said, spinning one of her earphone jacks with a smile. It is quite funny but a little worrying too. She's definitely been spending too much time around Bakugo. Alright, that's the second time you've said my name. What are you saying about me? Bakugo yelled from his desk, where he had his feet up. See, that's what I'm worried about. She'll end up like that, Ajui said, grateful that Bakugo had just helped her make her point. The girls chuckled at the thought of Eri becoming as hot-headed as Bakugo. Nothing bad. Calm down already. We were just talking about how Eri might be picking up some traits from you, Hagakure explained. Also, did you teach her how to cook? Uraraka asked, curious if it was really him. What kind of traits? And yeah, I did. Problem? Bakugo replied, giving her a bit of an attitude. No problem. She's a great cook. You taught her well, Uraraka said, trying her best to be nice in hopes that he would be a little nicer to her. Of course she is, I taught her. And thanks, but I don't need congratulations from you, round face, to tell me how good of a teacher I am, Bakugo snarled from his chair. At least he said thanks, I guess. Probably the best I'm going to get from him, Uraraka thought. Sorry guys, he's just itching for a fight. We haven't sparred or done any physical training yet, so he's just getting impatient, Kirishima said, apologizing to the girls. Bakugo grunted disapprovingly but quickly returned to his conversation with Kirishima and Kaminari. Makes sense. I can't wait to get out there and start doing the practical stuff either, Hagakure admitted. Yeah, when are we finally going to get out of this classroom? I'm starting to get so bored, Ashido complained. You're right. I have missed the thrill of combat training, Yaoyorozu said, clenching her fist as everyone suddenly felt the urge for action. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm sure we'll be doing some sort of practical exercise sooner or later. Chapter end. Uraraka reasoned. I mean, we already did the tests yesterday, so we're a little ahead of schedule. Yeah, you're probably right. Speaking of which, how do you think you did on those tests? Jiro asked. The rest of the girls groaned in unison. At least she wasn't the only one feeling uneasy about it. Oh, I did so bad. I definitely failed, Hagakure admitted, her embarrassment palpable even though she was invisible. Same here, Uraraka said, nervously scratching the back of her head and blushing slightly. Are we all on the same page? We all think we failed? Jiro asked. All the girls except Yaoyorozu nodded. I thought it was pretty easy myself, Yaoyorozu said, much to the annoyance of the others. Of course you did, they mumbled in envy. Anyway, I don't want to talk about tests, those are boring and I know I failed, so let's talk about boys. That's way more fun, Ashido suggested, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I guess, Jiro said, shrugging her shoulders, trying to play it cool. Wow. From that reaction, I take it you and Kaminari aren't going very well, Ashido said, suddenly very interested in their relationship. What? No, it's not that. It's fine. Kaminari is fine. Look, it's none of your business, all right? Jiro said, attempting to hide her blush, but it was too late. The other girls had already noticed her embarrassment. They decided it was best to leave it there to avoid any further teasing. Okay, you're right. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. What about you, Uraraka? How are things with you and Midoriya? Yaoyorozu asked, defending her friend. They're great. Honestly, I'm pretty happy to see him. We haven't spent much time together over the break. My parents came home, so I wanted to spend time with them, and Deku had all those therapy sessions, so it was difficult to find time to hang out. But we're back at UA again, so I get to wake up to his cute, freckly face and his adorable, fluffy green hair every morning, Uraraka said, realizing too late how much she had revealed. The other girls were either smirking or giving her sly smiles. Out of curiosity, is there anything else you're waking up to on Deku's body? Or more specifically, are you waking up to him on your? Ashido began, but Uraraka quickly placed a finger on her lips, stopping her. No. Absolutely not. Just his face and his hair, that's all I care about. No need to go any further than that. Well, I think that's enough about my love life. What about the rest of you? Uraraka asked, curious if any of the other girls had made moves on their crushes. However, they all looked around sheepishly, clearly embarrassed to talk about it. Tokoyami and I have been spending some time together. But we haven't officially gone on a date or anything like that. But I think he likes me, Azui said, admitting that neither of them had made the first move. If you're so sure, then why haven't you asked him out yet? Hagakure asked. Because I get too nervous. He might not like that anyway. Isn't it the boy who's supposed to ask the girl out? Azui replied, trying to shift the blame away from herself, but the other girls weren't buying it. Azui, this isn't the 21st century, Ashido teased, trying to make a point about how society had changed. Fine. I'll ask him out. What about you, Hagakure? Azui asked. Ojiro and I went on a date yesterday, Hagakure said proudly, causing the rest of the girls to gasp in excitement. No way. Tell me everything. Ashido exclaimed, unable to contain herself. It was nothing major, just a walk around the park and then we studied together for a little bit, but it went really well and he said we should do it again sometime soon, Hagakure said, beaming at the thought of another date with Ojiro. Not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed. I was expecting more. Anyway, that's great. Good for you guys. Yaoyorozu, it's your turn, Ashido said, turning her attention to the class vice rep. I'm not sure. Todoroki is a tough cookie to crack, Yaoyorozu admitted, unsure how to approach the ice and fire wielder. Just ask him out, Uraraka said, trying to be helpful, although Ashido shot her a look. What? Uraraka asked, confused by her friend's expression. You said that like I didn't set you and Midoriya up. Let's be honest, without me, you two would have taken way longer to get together. In fact, I would go as far as to say that it might never have happened if it wasn't for my heroic contribution to your relationship, Ashido teased, making Uraraka's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Uraraka opened her mouth to argue, but Ashido cut her off. No chapter end. Part 3. Oh, maybe that should be my new hero name, Ashido joked. Some of the girls giggled a little, but Uraraka didn't find it funny, and Yaoyorozu was still waiting for some advice. Whatever, Ashido. Anyway, Yaoyorozu, just ask Todoroki out on a date. It's the best way to do it, Uraraka said, trying to give her friend some good advice. I tried, but I get too nervous and back out all the time. Maybe if I do something romantic? Yaoyorozu suggested, which made the girls think about what she could do to get Todoroki's attention. Let's ask Deku. He's pretty close to Todoroki. Maybe he knows. Hey, Deku, can you come over here a second? Uraraka called, turning around to Deku, who was at the back of the class with Ida and Todoroki, chatting away. He heard her and walked over to see what the fuss was about. What's the problem? Deku asked. What's the best way to a man's heart? Uraraka asked, trying to phrase it without revealing Yaoyorozu's crush on Todoroki, in case Deku went back to his friends and told them about it. She wanted Yaoyorozu to be able to do it her own way. I guess it's like that old cliché. The best way to a man's heart is through his stomach. So I guess cook him or bake him something that he'd really like, Deku suggested, trying to be helpful. All of the girls' eyes lit up in excitement as he said it, thinking it would be a brilliant idea. Okay, thanks, Deku. That was really helpful. You can go back now, Uraraka said before giving him a quick kiss on the cheek, making him blush a little. Hopefully that works for you, Deku said before walking back over to Ida and Todoroki, rejoining their conversation. I'll bake him a cake, Yaoyorozu said, a glint of excitement and inspiration in her eyes. Perfect. Well, that's you sorted out. Which leaves you, Ashido, Jiro said, turning back to the pink girl, who looked a little surprised and started looking from one friend to the other in confusion. Me? She asked, pointing to herself, a bit taken aback. Yes, you, Jiro said with a smirk. Yeah, you like Kirishima, right? Hagakure whispered, making sure Kirishima didn't hear them. Ashido immediately got flustered and began to deny it. What? No. Of course not. Why would I? Okay fine, you got me, yes I do, Ashido admitted, realizing her protests were unconvincing. So have you told him? Uraraka asked. No, Ashido answered. Asked him out. Hagakure pressed. No, Ashido responded, disappointment creeping into her voice. Have you tried? I'm sure he'd say yes. The two of you are very close, Azui said, trying to offer comfort. I've tried, but I just can't do it. We're such close friends. I mean, we grew up together. What if he just sees me as a friend? Ashido confessed, sharing her fears. Wait, don't Kirishima and Bakugo have a thing going on? Hagakure asked. No, it seems more like a bromance. Kaminari says there's definitely not a thing going on between them, they just have a mutual respect for each other, Jiro explained. Then ask him out. Or do something like Yaoyorozu and make a romantic gesture to get his attention, Uraraka suggested. Oh yes, absolutely. You should do something like me, Ashido. Although I wouldn't bake a cake. That's my thing, Yaoyorozu said, not wanting to have her idea stolen. That's a great idea. Hey, Bakugo, Ashido said, turning around to face the blonde, who snapped his head around to look at her. Now what? He asked, not very happy to be disturbed from his conversation with Kirishima. What's the best way to a man's heart? Ashido asked. Really? You're asking him? I'm not sure he's the best choice, but I guess he's the closest person to Kirishima besides Ashido, so he might have a good answer. Through his chest, Bakugo said without missing a beat, then turned back to Kirishima to continue their conversation. The girls stared at Bakugo in shock at what he just said and how nonchalantly he had said it. Okay, I take that back. That was the worst thing he could have possibly said. Although for Bakugo's standards, it wasn't too bad, I suppose, Jiro remarked, incredulous that someone so violent wanted to be a hero. Well, that wasn't helpful, Ashido said, slumping down into her desk chair. It's okay, Ashido. We'll think of something. You know Kirishima chapter end. Since they'd all completed their test the day before, Mr. Aizawa decided to get ahead and dive straight into some intense quirk training to see what everyone had learned over the break and to ensure they were all still as sharp as before. Naturally, everyone had improved, having worked hard during the break, thinking of new moves, combinations, and tricks, and most importantly, getting used to their now supercharged quirks. Each of them had managed to adapt to their newfound power and relearn how to control their quirks. Right now, they stood outside a new arena that the school had built, although none of them knew its purpose yet. It's kinda exciting to show everyone what we've learned over the break, isn't it? Uraraka said, eager to showcase her new moves. I know, right? I'm excited to see what everyone else can do now that they've gotten used to their quirks. It should be fun to see any new abilities or special moves they've been practicing, Deku replied, his enthusiasm evident. He enjoyed watching, analyzing, and learning from his classmates in action. Even the occasional villain had a good move or technique that he could learn from to help him become a better fighter. You've got that look in your eyes again, Midoriya, Ida said, a slight grin on his face. HM? What look? Deku asked, confused. The one you get when you're excited to watch the class in action. You really do admire all your classmates, don't you? Even though you're clearly ahead of everyone else, Todoroki added, feeling that no one would be able to catch up to Deku. Of course I do. Everybody here is a skilled and hardworking hero in their own right. What's not to admire about that? Anyway, I wouldn't be so sure that I'm that far ahead. Everyone's had plenty of time to practice, and One for All has supercharged everybody's quirks. You all had to relearn everything about them because of that, and it took a few months, but you all seem to have come to grips with it now. Who knows, I may have my work cut out for me, Deku said with a big smile, trying to assure his friend that he wasn't invincible. You're right. It took a while, but I've got the hang of it now, Todoroki said, holding out his hand and creating a small flame with a hint of a smile. What about you, Ida? Uraraka asked, turning to their class representative. I agree. It took some time, but I'm finally used to my new engines and what they're capable of. My brother couldn't believe how fast I was able to run now. He was in complete disbelief, Ida explained, recalling their time off from school when he had been training with his brother. That's great. Did One for All give you any new abilities, or did it just amplify its power? Personally, my power seems to be the same, but I have a bunch of new abilities now, Uraraka said, jumping up and down with excitement, bursting to show off. I know we saw you use some of them during the prison break. I can't wait to see what else we can all, Ida began, but that was when Mr. Aizawa appeared, seemingly out of thin air. Alright, that's enough talking about how much better you've gotten and how much more powerful you are. You're all talking a big game, but now it's time to prove it. Remember, it doesn't matter how powerful your quirk is. What matters is how you use it, Mr. Aizawa warned them. The smiles and excitement on the class's faces suddenly disappeared. It was time to get serious and show everyone what they were capable of. Yes, sir, the class exclaimed in unison. Good. Now allow me to explain what you're up against today. This new arena has been specially designed to create any kind of obstacle course we want. We can decide the terrain, the weather, how many enemies you'll face, how many civilians you need to save, and so on. Inside is an observation room where you will all watch each other's performances. Today, you'll be evaluating each other, strengths, weaknesses, abilities, tactics, battle awareness, speed, and more. Take notes, as I expect all of you to write a report for each of your classmates, which we'll go over tomorrow morning, Mr. Aizawa explained. Wait, what? So we're doing a training exercise and we have to write about it? That's so unfair. Ashido whined. It's not exactly new. We've done written work about training exercises before, we've just never done a report on each of our classmates' performances, Azui said, reminding her that this was just part of their school life. Looks like we're not going to be catching a break anytime soon, Uraraka said with a nervous smile. No way, round face. It's our final year. Were you expecting them to go easy on us? Bakugo said, making Uraraka jump a little. Chapter end. Well, no, of course not. I was just. Uraraka tried to protest, but Bakugo cut her off. Whatever, I don't care. Who asked you anyway? He snarled, though Uraraka could tell he didn't really want an answer. You did, she mumbled under her breath, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. But won't whoever goes first have an advantage? If we're all going to watch our classmates, we'll know what's coming up and be able to plan ahead, while whoever goes first will have no idea what they're up against, Ida questioned, concerned about the fairness of the exercise. You make a good point, Ida. You will all be facing different tracks today. I've designed and prepared a unique course for each of you, so none of you will face the same thing twice. Every single one of you will be going in blind, so be prepared for anything. Understood? Mr. Aizawa asked. Yes, sir, the class replied in unison. Hey, Deku, Bakugo called from behind as they began to enter the new arena. He remained where he was, a smirk on his face. What is it, Kakin? Deku asked, turning around, curious about what Bakugo wanted. How about we make this a competition? Bakugo suggested, his grin widening. Of course, he wants to make this a competition. Why wouldn't he? He's probably been waiting for a chance to challenge me for months. Okay, we can make this a competition, Deku said, accepting the challenge, which only made Bakugo's grin more intense. Hey, you two can't be the only ones competing. Kirishima chimed in, feeling competitive himself. He wasn't about to let Deku and Bakugo have all the fun. Yeah, we should all compete against each other, Kaminari added, having overheard the conversation. Is that really a good idea? Shouldn't we be taking this seriously? Uraraka interjected, trying to be the voice of reason, assuming this was just another boys will be boys moment, trying to establish demps. We are taking it seriously. Nothing wrong with a bit of friendly competition on the side, Bakugo replied, still focused on Deku. He was eager to prove himself, especially since Deku had gotten the better of him over the past year with his rapid development in power and skill. However, Deku sensed that this might not go in his favor. What's going on here? Mr. Aizawa told us all to go to the observation room, and yet you're all still out here, Ida questioned, frustrated with his classmates for not following instructions. We were just agreeing to make today a friendly competition, Kirishima informed him. Nothing friendly about it, Bakugo added, still locked on Deku. Seriously, can he stop staring at Deku like that? It's starting to creep me out, Uraraka thought. I see. What does the winner receive? Ida asked, suddenly interested. Oh no, not Ida too. Why do boys always have to prove who's the best at everything? Bragging rights, that's it. Just a competition to see who completes their course faster. See where we all match up against each other, Kaminari replied. Ida thought for a moment before making his decision, though it wasn't what Uraraka had hoped to hear. Even she couldn't resist her competitive spirit when he said it. Chapter end. Chapter 5. Deku, are you sure competing is a good idea? Uraraka asked, still a little unsure about him accepting Bakugo's challenge. She was also kind of annoyed with Ida for dragging the rest of the class into the competition and saying that everyone would compete against each other. It'll be fine. A little competition is good. Besides, I saw the look on your face when Ida said the whole class should take part. You want to compete just as much as the rest of us do, Deku replied, letting her know he had noticed the excitement in her eyes. Okay, you've got me there, but it's not me I'm worried about. I'm just worried about what would happen if. What if you? Uraraka began, her voice trailing off as her cheeks turned a little red with embarrassment. She was more concerned about upsetting him than anything else. What if I what? Deku asked, a look of confusion on his face, wondering what Uraraka was so worried about. She bit her lip, debating whether to ask him, but she knew Deku wasn't the argumentative type, so she decided to just go for it. What if you lose? She asked, wincing a little as she spoke, a small part of doubt creeping into her mind. Why are you worried about that? If I lose, I lose. It's just a friendly competition with the rest of the class. I'm not taking it too seriously. If anyone gets a better time than me, I'll congratulate them and study their footage to see if I can learn anything from them. Everyone in our class has become so strong now, and you never know who might inspire you or give you ideas for new moves. Besides, each of our courses is different and uniquely designed to target our strengths and weaknesses. Speed might not be the only thing Mr. Aizawa is going to be grading us on, so if I were you, I wouldn't rush. Assess the situation before you charge ahead, and also, Deku continued, rambling on with advice, though Uraraka found herself lost in admiration for him. She remembered when he said he had to win all the time, that he was done with losing. Things were a little more tense back then, but this was the real Deku, the one who wanted the best for his friends and classmates, including Bakugo, regardless of whether he won or lost. Even if it was just a friendly competition. She had missed these little rambles of his, they were endearing. Uraraka couldn't help but smile before giving him a quick peck on the cheek, which made his rambling come to an abrupt stop. His face turned bright red, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. What was that for? He asked, surprised by the sudden display of affection. Nothing. You were rambling again, and I figured that was the best way to stop you. Anyway, come on, let's go before we miss Ida's turn. He was going first, right? Uraraka asked, starting to walk down the hallway toward the observation room. Yeah, that's right. He's probably already started. We should hurry, Deku said, realizing they had stayed behind a little too long. The two of them broke into a run, eager to reach the observation room as quickly as possible. They turned the corner and saw it just ahead. Did we miss it? Uraraka asked as they burst into the room, causing everyone's heads to turn in their direction. Miss what? Ida? He's just about to start, Todoroki answered, pointing at the giant screen behind him. Deku and Uraraka joined Todoroki and looked up to see Ida standing at the start line, ready to begin. Come on, Ida. You got this, Deku mumbled under his breath, filled with anticipation and excitement to see what his friend could do now that he had come to grips with his newfound power. 3.2.1.Go. Mr. Aizawa announced through the sound system. Ida burst into action, practically shooting off the mark and flying down the track. Whoa, look at him go! Uraraka exclaimed, both shocked and amazed by Ida's speed. He was just a blur, speeding along the track. Wow, I'm not even sure if I can outrun that. His engines seem like they're running on overdrive. I wonder if One for All gave his quirk new abilities or just made the one he had super powerful, Deku said, rubbing his chin as he got lost in thought. Uraraka shook her head with a smile, amazed at how easily Deku could get absorbed in his thoughts before turning back to the screen. She watched Ida zip through the course, leaping over and sliding under obstacles, taking down the robot enemies in his path with ease until he suddenly stopped at the finish line. Chapter end. He's finished. Already? That wasn't even a minute, was it? Ashido exclaimed in amazement, but also disappointment, knowing she'd never be able to complete her course as quickly as that. The rest of the group stared at the screen, jaws dropped in disbelief at what they had just witnessed, realizing they would never come close to Ida's time. It was incredible. Can I even run that fast with One for All? I'm not sure. I'll just have to move as fast as I can. Unless Deku glanced over at Mr. Aizawa, who was using a control console, likely preparing the next track for the next student. Everything seemed normal, except Deku noticed there was no timer on the console. Mr. Aizawa had a stopwatch in his hand, which he glanced at before writing something down on the paper next to him. Deku guessed he was simply recording Ida's time. If he hadn't felt something was off, he would have looked away and thought nothing of it. But now he sensed something wasn't right. Once Mr. Aizawa finished writing down the time, he put the stopwatch away in his pocket. I knew it. So we're not being tested on our times. The only timer is on the big screen that everyone is watching. Mr. Aizawa is right in front of it, and he's not even looking at it. Has nobody else noticed anything? Why did he time Ida if he's not going to time the rest of us? Something doesn't add up. What is the real purpose of this exercise? Hey Deku, you okay there? Uraraka asked, noticing he seemed lost in thought, rubbing his chin. Her question snapped him out of it. HM? Yeah, I'm fine. It's nothing, Deku said, trying to play it off as he returned his attention to the screen, where a new track was displayed. Uraraka remained suspicious. It's never nothing with you, Deku. Deku, Uraraka began, about to question him, but was interrupted by Ida entering the room, the doors swinging open. Ida, you were amazing. Ashido exclaimed, still in awe of how quickly he had completed the course. Yeah, that was really something, Ida. I'm not even sure I can outrun that, Deku said, complimenting his friend. Uraraka watched him curiously and noticed the slightest hint of a grin on Deku's face, whether he realized it or not. Either he thinks he can outrun him, or he knows something we don't. But what is it? Uraraka scanned the room for anything unusual. Everything seemed perfectly normal, big screen, everyone watching, waiting for their turn. Nothing suspicious at all. I don't get it. Views. I assume he just thinks he can beat Ida's time. Can he really outrun that? Ida was incredibly fast, way faster than I've ever seen Deku move. Hey, wait a minute, when did Todoroki get there? Ida suddenly asked, making Uraraka turn her attention back to him. He was pointing at the big screen, where Todoroki stood at the start line. They hadn't even noticed he had left the room while they were busy congratulating Ida. Guess we were kinda busy chatting away, huh? Never mind, let's watch and see what happens, Deku said as they all waited in anticipation to see how fast Todoroki could complete the course. However, Uraraka wasn't watching the screen, she was watching Deku, who was also not focused on the screen. Following his gaze, she realized he was actually watching Mr. Aizawa. Seriously, what's going on? Mr. Aizawa is just taking notes, and we're being timed. There is nothing suspicious going on. Uraraka's thoughts trailed off when she noticed that Mr. Aizawa wasn't even looking up at the screen. He was focused on his own monitor. Not a timer in sight. Are we? Mr. Aizawa does like to hide the real lesson during our exercises by telling us something else. This wouldn't be the first time he's led us to perform in a certain way. So if speed isn't what we're being tested on today, what are we being tested on? So you noticed it too, huh? Deku whispered, realizing Uraraka was observing the situation just as he was. Only because I was watching you. I could tell you'd notice something, Uraraka admitted, not wanting to take credit, knowing she probably wouldn't have noticed anything if Deku hadn't first. Then again, she had spent a lot of time with Deku over the last 2 years, so maybe his analytical skills were starting to rub off on her. You still had to notice that I'd clearly seen something. Not only that, but you figured it out for yourself without me saying anything, Deku encouraged her, acknowledging her realization that something was amiss. Chapter end. She blushed a little and couldn't help but smile. Oh, stop it, Deku, you don't have to flatter me so much, she said, feeling flustered as her cheeks felt warm and her face turned bright red. She started swaying from side to side, avoiding eye contact with anyone, especially Deku. Quickly, she collected herself, realizing she was acting as if she hadn't been dating Deku for almost 2 years. It had been a while since he'd complimented her, and they hadn't spoken much over the break. Uraraka had been spending time with her parents, discussing their trip abroad, while Deku had been attending therapy sessions with his mother, who was grappling with the truth about her husband. It had been a while since Deku had complimented her, and she found herself thinking about their relationship. No, not now. She needed to focus on the training exercise. Deku seemed to be on the same wavelength, so maybe they could work together to figure it out. Hey, Deku, can I speak to you outside for a moment? Uraraka asked, wanting to keep their conversation private. They were still competing against their classmates, and if there was a way to gain an edge, they were going to take it. Deku nodded, understanding the need for privacy. They left the observation room and walked a little way down the hall to ensure no one was listening. Once they stopped, they turned to face each other. It's not about speed, they both said simultaneously. For a moment, they exchanged surprised looks before chuckling at the coincidence. Seriously though, if it's not about speed, what is it about? Uraraka asked. I'm not sure. I can't figure that one out. So, Mr. Aizawa timed Ida. He had a stopwatch in his hand, but as soon as he'd written down the time, he put it in his pocket, Deku explained, raising Uraraka's eyebrow in curiosity. So why time Ida but not the rest of us? She questioned, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. The sight made Deku smile. He was starting to influence her thinking habits. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Ida went first, so he might time some of the rest of the class too. My theory is that he timed Ida because he has a speed-type quirk. Maybe he'll time me since 1 for all allows me to run at high speeds, and potentially Bakugo since he can use his explosions to fly through the air quickly. I'm not really sure, Deku explained. I get it. It could just be a simple case of testing where we're all at, to see what we've learned over the break and if we've managed to control our quirks now that they're stronger, Uraraka suggested. Could be. Mr. Aizawa likes to hide the true purpose of his tests and lessons, though, so I feel like there's more to it. Something else is going on. I can feel it, Deku said, trying to think of the hidden meaning behind the test. You're not wrong there, he does like to do that. But I think we might be overthinking this. It could just be to see where we're at. It is the first day back after all, Uraraka said, concerned they were making something out of nothing. You mean the second day if we count your little incident yesterday, Deku teased, reminding her of how she'd accidentally made everyone show up for class the day before school started. Shush. That didn't happen, Anyway, I think we should go back inside before someone comes looking for us. Hopefully, we'll get to see Todoroki finish his course too, Uraraka said, realizing they'd been out of the room for a little too long. You're right, let's go back inside, Deku agreed. They turned back and walked toward the door. Uraraka was convinced they had been overthinking the whole thing, but Deku had a feeling in his gut that he couldn't ignore. Something was off, and there was another reason behind this exercise. He was determined to find out what it was. Chapter end. Chapter 6. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the quiet town. As the evening settled in, the air was filled with a sense of anticipation. Emma stood at the edge of the park, her heart racing as she waited for Jake. Their last encounter had left her with a whirlwind of emotions, and she couldn't shake the chapter end. Deku and Uraraka tried to explain the situation as best they could. A challenge from Bakugo had led to the entire class participating in a competition, which resulted in some sloppy mistakes during their obstacle courses. However, their explanation was a bit hard to follow since the two teenagers kept cutting each other off and stuttering, clearly flustered. Their faces were bright red, a clear indication of their nervousness. Thankfully, Mr. Aizawa was used to panicked teenagers trying to explain their mishaps, and he managed to piece together the situation himself. I see. And you were planning on telling me before I dragged you both out here? Mr. Aizawa asked, scratching the back of his head as he processed the information. Deku and Uraraka didn't speak, they just nodded frantically in unison, crossing their fingers behind their backs, hoping the punishment wouldn't be too severe. But, did you think I'd give everyone a second chance? Mr. Aizawa questioned, hitting the nail on the head. A little surprised by their teacher's accurate guess, Deku and Uraraka nodded again, their faces still flushed. Well, that's not going to happen, Mr. Aizawa said bluntly, dismissing the idea of letting the class retake the course. But, Deku and Uraraka both began, but Mr. Aizawa cut them off. There are no buts. Let me ask you this, does a villain give you a second chance? Or do they simply eliminate you? Mr. Aizawa asked, fully aware of their first-hand experience with real-life villains. They exchanged solemn looks, knowing the answer and where this was headed. The two teenagers hung their heads in defeat, answering Mr. Aizawa's question without words. That's what I thought, he said. So what now? Uraraka asked, curious about their punishment. She wanted to get it over with. Well, that depends on you. You could fail with the rest of the class and compete in your competition, or you could try to pass the test to set an example. The choice is yours, Mr. Aizawa said before turning back toward the observation room doors. He paused as his hand grasped the door handle. The one thing I absolutely forbid you from doing, though, is warning your classmates, Mr. Aizawa said in a more sincere tone. Although he was still facing the door, Deku and Uraraka felt as if he were staring right at them. Before anyone could say anything else, Mr. Aizawa opened the doors to the observation room and disappeared inside, leaving Deku and Uraraka to make a decision. Well, what do we do? Deku asked. Uraraka flinched slightly, surprised that he was asking her rather than the other way around. I don't know. If we pass, everyone is going to be mad at us, Uraraka said, not wanting her classmates to hold anything against her for the next day or two. From her own experience, it made sparring difficult when your partner was annoyed with you. But Mr. Aizawa will be mad if we fail, Deku reminded her. As much as I don't like it, he's right. Is this really going to come down to whose bad side we're more comfortable being on? Well, it couldn't be any worse than when everyone found out about your quirk, Uraraka joked, recalling the time they had to spar the entire class and Deku earned their respect back by defeating them all without using his quirk, with Uraraka as his partner to even the odds. Deku chuckled at her reminder, though he hesitated to call it simpler times, because they certainly weren't simple now. Come on. Let's go back inside before everyone gets worried that Mr. Aizawa made us disappear or something, Deku said, walking toward the doors with Uraraka following closely behind. As soon as they stepped through the doors, Mr. Aizawa spoke up. Good. Uraraka, you're up next. Oh, well, was all she managed to say as she looked at Deku for help, her eyes conveying her uncertainty. Deku simply shrugged, unsure of what to do. Well, wish me luck, guys. Uraraka exclaimed, putting on a brave face for her classmates, even though she was a nervous wreck inside. She knew everyone would be upset if she and Deku were the only ones to pass the test without trying to win the competition. Good luck! They all chimed back, except for Bakugo, who refused to wish a competitor good luck as he eagerly awaited his turn. Uraraka nodded to Deku, who returned the gesture before she disappeared from the room again. Deku and Uraraka took their courses much slower than everyone else had. They took the time to observe the battlefield, counting how many enemies there were to defeat, how many hostages needed saving, and whether they needed to take out the enemies without being seen. Would hostages be harmed if they were spotted? All these questions lingered in their minds, but thanks to their training, they quickly made the right decisions. One by one, they swiftly dispatched the enemies in their way and rescued the hostages, ensuring they didn't miss any, unlike their classmates at chapter end. They also made sure to use the terrain to their advantage, constantly correcting their path to find the quickest route to the next group of enemies or hostages. Deku focused on using Float and Black WHP, practicing with these quirks since he had primarily relied on One for All. He was still unsure about the quirks he had gained from All for One and avoided using them or his original quirk, recognizing that this wasn't the right time. Although Deku and his partner completed the course more slowly than their classmates, they made far fewer mistakes, increasing their chances of passing the test. Their classmates found it amusing, chuckling and making jokes about their time. However, two people were not amused, Bakugo and Todoroki. Bakugo, in particular, seemed annoyed. What was that? I wanted a challenge. Forget it, you just made this a whole lot easier. Bakugo snarled at Deku after everyone had finished laughing. Before anyone could respond, he stormed out of the room toward the track. Todoroki remained expressionless, but Deku sensed his curiosity about why he would throw away the chance to win. He chose not to ask. Bakugo completed his course in no time, flying through the track, taking down enemies and rescuing civilians with impressive speed. Deku watched in fascination, noting that Bakugo's movements were sharper than before. He had learned to ignite his nitroglycerin sweat from any part of his body, allowing for more precise and subtle movements, making his aerial maneuvers more effective than ever. Despite his speed, Bakugo didn't miss a single target or make any noticeable mistakes, unlike the others. Midoriya, I think you lost this one, Kaminari said as everyone stared at the screen, mouths agape. Except for Deku and Todoroki, who observed intently, analyzing Bakugo's performance. They admired his skill, execution, speed, and the evident dedication he had put into his training. As Bakugo blitzed through the course, the observation room filled with awe. Ooh. Go Bakugo! Kirishima cheered, and the room erupted into applause, unable to find words to express their admiration. Well, Midoriya, I'd say that's your one and only warning, Ida remarked, surprisingly proud of Bakugo's performance. Deku was puzzled. Warning? Warning of what? He asked. Bakugo just set the level for everyone here. Including you, Ida explained. He was right. Bakugo had raised the bar for their expectations this year. You're telling me that number one spot of yours is under threat, Midoriya? Kaminari added with a sly smile just as Bakugo walked back into the observation room. Deku considered this a good challenge. Kaken pushing him for the number one spot was motivating. He felt proud of Bakugo's impressive performance and knew he would have to step up his game. Beat that! Bakugo exclaimed, pleased with himself. However, his smile faded when he noticed Deku applauding him with a big grin. A few years ago, he would have been furious and belittled Deku, but he had grown past that. Though he still found it frustrating that Deku remained supportive, he chose not to shout at him. Well, now it's just Todoroki, I guess, Uraraka said, turning back to the giant screen to see that Todoroki had already finished his track. What the? Ashido exclaimed in shock as no one had even noticed Todoroki leave the room. When did that happen? Jiro asked, equally confused. You should all pay more attention. If you had, you would have seen the best performance today, Mr. Aizawa commented, catching some off guard and eliciting an annoyed grunt from Bakugo. Both Todoroki and Bakugo had really stepped up their game, which Deku had expected regardless of their enhanced quirks. That's a shame, I was really looking forward to seeing what Todoroki could do, Yaoyorozu said, a bit disappointed she hadn't witnessed his performance. This earned her a few curious looks from her classmates, but she didn't notice. Chapter end. What a shame. However, the real shame is that Bakugo and Todoroki were the only two to pass today's test, Mr. Aizawa said bluntly as Todoroki walked back into the observation room. The rest of the class, except for Bakugo, reacted in shock. "Wait!" They all exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. "I'm glad you're all so disappointed, otherwise, I'd be tempted to end your hero careers right here and now. Although I might just go ahead and do that anyway after your performances today." "Yes, you all failed. Everyone except Bakugo and Todoroki," Mr. Aizawa stated coldly, his calm demeanor making him even more intimidating. If Mr. Aizawa was mad and remained calm, it meant they had really messed up. "Even me and Ochako?" Deku asked, puzzled about how they had failed when they had taken a more cautious approach. "Yes, even you too. While your performance was better than most, you were far too slow. That said, your performance was acceptable in other aspects of the test, but there is definitely a lot you still need to work on. As for the rest of you," Mr. Aizawa continued, turning his attention back to the entire class. "I know about your competition to see who could complete their course the fastest. If you must know, it was Ida who was the fastest. However, he also missed the most villains and hostages," Mr. Aizawa said, disappointment evident in his tone as he locked eyes with Ida, whose expression quickly shifted to one of shame. Mr. Aizawa chose not to press further, recognizing that Ida was already reprimanding himself. "Know that your competition and your inability to take this seriously cost most of you a pass today. If these were real-life situations and you performed like that, you would have put yourselves and the hostages in danger," Mr. Aizawa continued, scolding his students for their foolishness. The room fell silent, with no student daring to meet his gaze. All heads hung in shame and disappointment, except for Todoroki and Bakugo, who observed silently. "Let this be a lesson to all of you. A harsh reality check to bring you back down to earth. If you thought the previous 2 years were hard, then you're in for a world of hurt this year. Everything leading up to now has been child's play. All of you will have to work harder than you ever have before, and if by some miracle you survive your 3rd year, you'll be ready to go pro, if you can earn your licenses. After today's performance, it is clear we have our work cut out for us. Oh, and you too," Mr. Aizawa said, turning to Bakugo and Todoroki. "Don't think for one second that just because you passed today's test, I'll treat you any differently," he warned. The two looked at each other and then back to their teacher, bowing in respect and acknowledging his warning. How could someone sound so angry yet so calm at the same time? It seemed Deku was facing stiff competition from the whole class this year. "Can we please go home now?" Uraraka mumbled under her breath, longing to lay down and process everything that had happened. "Good. Now all of you get down to the gym. We've got work to do," Mr. Aizawa ordered, almost as if Uraraka had tempted fate with her words. Everyone began to drag their feet as they headed out of the observation room toward the school gym, leaving Uraraka with just one thought: "Me and my big mouth." Chapter end. "You're on in 5, said the lady. Before Deku could reply, she was already talking to someone on her earpiece and walking away to prepare for the show. He sat backstage, waiting for the live interview to begin. "Deku, are you sure about announcing it like this?" Uraraka asked, noticing his nervousness. He had done interviews before, often feeling pressured by paparazzi, but this was different. This was a live talk show. "Yes, I'm sure. It gives me a chance to address the questions and rumors about All for One being my father, which some people still think makes me a villain. Plus, I can announce a good cause to hopefully millions of viewers at the same time," Deku explained. He believed it was the right choice, but that didn't lessen his anxiety. It was amusing, really. He had faced some of the world's most dangerous villains without hesitation, yet sitting down for a chat with a talk show host made him nervous. "I think it's great that you're doing this, Izuku. I'm so proud of you," Inko exclaimed, embracing her son tightly. Uraraka smiled at Deku's worried expression as it slowly turned blue. His eyes seemed to plead for help as his mother squeezed him, cutting off his air supply. A few quick taps on Inko's back made her realize, and she let go. "Sorry, Izuku." I'm just really proud that you're doing something that will help so many people, and you're not even a pro hero yet, Inko said, wiping a tear from her eye. She's right. We're still 17 and students, so this is a pretty big move for you, Deku, Uraraka reminded him. It was indeed significant for a student to be setting up a charity while still in school. I know. I have to do something with all these quirks, though. I can't use them all, and I don't have time to learn how to use them effectively, Deku said, reflecting on the various quirks he had acquired after absorbing everything except the anti-aging quirks, and all for one from All for One. There were so many different types and power levels, but not enough time to master them all. He had just started to use Black WHP and occasionally Float, which Uraraka had helped him with. With all these quirks, how many lives had been affected? How many people had suffered because of them? Deku? You okay? Uraraka asked, placing a hand on his shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Why do you ask? He replied, trying to brush it off. Uraraka pointed at his hand, which had crushed his phone into tiny pieces. Yeah, I'm just a bit nervous, Deku admitted, knowing that while he was anxious, that wasn't the only reason for his outburst. You'll be fine. Just don't say anything that makes you sound like a villain, Uraraka joked, though she meant it seriously. This was his chance to dispel any rumors about being like his father. Thanks, Deku said, about to express his gratitude for their support when a stagehand called out, Mr. Deku. They're about to introduce you. Wish me luck, he said, quickly getting up and heading toward the stage entrance before Uraraka and Inko could say anything more. You're gonna be great, they both called after him, putting a smile on his face. He stopped on an X marked on the floor with duct tape. Take a deep breath. Wave to the crowd when you go on, smile, and be yourself. Got it? The lady from before asked him. Sounds easy enough, Deku replied, taking a deep breath as his nerves peaked. The lady noticed and smiled reassuringly. You'll be fine, kid. It's just a chat. You're just doing it on live TV in front of a live audience, she said, straightening his tie. There, that's better. Ready? Ready, he nodded, waiting for his cue. Good, because he's about to introduce you. Good luck, she said before walking away, leaving Deku alone with the curtain in front of him as he could hear the host's voice in the silence. Chapter end. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. You, the host exclaimed, and the audience erupted in cheers, whistling, and applause as the curtain lifted. The stage lights were bright, almost blinding him. Deku waved to the crowd, a smile spreading across his face as adrenaline coursed through him, pushing away his nerves. He kept saying, "Thank you," as he walked onto the stage, though the noise drowned him out. Approaching the host, he shook his hand. They love ya, kid, the host whispered, allowing Deku a moment to thank the crowd again before taking a seat. The host settled back behind his desk as the audience began to quiet down. I have to say, Deku, it's great to have you here with us tonight, the host said. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. I've watched All Might on this show so many times, so it's a little surreal to be in this chair right now, Deku replied, recalling the countless times he had seen his idol on this very stage. I'll bet. You know, it's a real shame what happened to All Might. Were you too close? The host asked, prompting a painful image of All Might in his final moments. Deku quickly pushed it aside. This was not the time for an emotional breakdown. Yeah, I guess you could say that. He was a great teacher and an even better friend. He was very much a father figure to me, Deku said, wanting to clarify his feelings about the man he admired. Speaking of fathers, your biological father is All for One, the most dangerous villain we've seen. I take it he's not the kind of dad who plays catch with you growing up, the host joked, eliciting laughter from both the audience and Deku. He appreciated the humor. It helped him feel more at ease. No, he's not that kind of dad. Although I did throw something at him during our first fight and shouted, "Catch," as I threw it, so I guess that counts, Deku replied, keeping the light-hearted banter going. Yes, I suppose that counts. Anyway, how did it feel, after all this time, finding out that he was your father? It was quite the revelation, wasn't it? The host asked, earning another laugh from the audience. It was. A shock to say the least. He tried to convince me to join him, to rule the world together, Deku explained. I think every dad tells their kid something like that, right? I know I tell my kids to listen to me, but they get a cookie for it, not world domination, the host joked, earning chuckles from the crowd. Right, but like I said before, I consider All Might to be my father figure, so I did what he always told me to do instead, Deku said. And what's that? The host asked. To keep smiling and to keep fighting until the villain is beaten, and that's what I did, Deku said, prompting a huge round of applause as the audience stood in appreciation. Even the host joined in, clapping for him. Eventually, the crowd settled down again. Fantastic! It's good to see All Might's influence still resonates. Anyway, I believe you're here to announce something, correct? The host asked, giving Deku the floor. Yes, that's right. I'm here to announce the launch of my new charity, which launches next week on Saturday, Deku said, earning another round of applause, though it was shorter this time. Wow, and you're not even 18 yet. That's impressive. So, what is the charity about? The host prompted. Well, as you all know, when I defeated All for One, I took away all of his quirks. Now I have hundreds of quirks that I don't have the time to learn how to use effectively. So, I've set up an organization to find people who are quirkless, and I'm going to give away those quirks for free to those who don't have one, Deku explained. The audience burst into applause again, though Deku noticed a few people who looked displeased and didn't join in. He understood that not everyone viewed quirkless individuals equally. Wow, that is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. What's it called? The host asked. We haven't come up with a name yet, so you'll have to wait and see until next Saturday, Deku teased, trying to keep the audience engaged. Chapter end. I'll have to keep my eye out. Then, as I'm sure everybody else will. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Deku, the host exclaimed, prompting applause and cheering from the audience. What a wonderful young man he is, starting an organization that will hopefully help a lot of people. And he's only 17, truly remarkable. Anyway, join me after the break where I'll be speaking to Endeavor, the #1 hero in the world. The host's words led to another round of applause, which was starting to feel a bit repetitive. Endeavor is here? I wonder if Todoroki is here too? Thanks for that, Deku. It was a real pleasure to have you. Hopefully, I'll see you plenty in the future when you go pro, the host said once the cameras turned off, extending his hand for a handshake. No, thank you, sir, for the opportunity to promote my new charity and to be on your show. I've always wanted to sit in this seat just like All Might always did, Deku replied, the mention of All Might stirring bittersweet memories as he shook the host's hand. Anytime, kid. He was a good friend of mine, so do me a favor and keep doing what you're doing. I'm sure he'd be very proud of you if he could see you now, the host said with a kind smile. I will, sir. I will, Deku affirmed before standing up and walking off stage. He made his way around the corner to find Uraraka and Inko talking to Todoroki and Endeavor. Uraraka spotted him and waved him over with a huge smile. Deku returned her wave and approached them. As he arrived, both girls embraced him in a big hug. Oh, I'm so proud of you, Izuku. You did so well out there, Inko said, holding back tears of pride. Yeah, you did great. I'm not sure you acted like your usual self out there, but you definitely made a good impression, Uraraka added, beaming with pride. Thanks, you guys. Good to see you, Todoroki, Deku said, turning his attention to his friend. Likewise, Midoriya. Well done out there, Todoroki congratulated him on announcing his charity. Thank you. I suppose I should be thanking you most of all, sir, Deku said, looking at Endeavor. No thanks necessary, young man. It's all for a good cause, so I'm quite happy to invest my money into it, Endeavor replied, downplaying his involvement. He wasn't the only one either. Both Ida and Yaoyorozu asked their parents to invest as well, and they agreed, Todoroki informed them. Really? That's amazing! Inko exclaimed, both shocked and in awe at the support her son was receiving. Yeah, that is amazing. Speaking of Yaoyorozu, you two have been spending an awful lot of time together lately, huh? Uraraka teased Todoroki a little. He didn't respond but blushed slightly, the other side of his face freezing over a bit. Ah yes, young Yaoyorozu. A very appealing young girl. She and Todoroki have been, Endeavor began, but was cut off by Todoroki elbowing him gently. Endeavor looked momentarily annoyed, but when he saw the embarrassment on his son's face, he realized he'd said too much. Uraraka couldn't help but smirk at the sight. Never mind. Well, we best be going. The show should be restarting soon, and I'm on next. It was nice to see you all, and keep working hard at school, you too. Todoroki tells me Aizawa has been working you all to the bone, Endeavor said with a big smile. You can say that again, Deku and Uraraka said in unison. Then I hope you can survive such ruthless training. Come on, Shoto, let's get going, Endeavor said as he began walking away, waving them farewell. I'll see you guys back at school, Todoroki said before following his father, leaving Deku with his mother and Uraraka. I don't get it. Why was Todoroki so embarrassed when you guys started talking about Yaoyorozu? Deku asked, a bit confused. Uraraka and Inko exchanged glances, giggling softly. What did I say? Deku asked, puzzled by their reaction. Honestly, Deku, sometimes you're so clueless. It's quite sweet really, Uraraka said, taking his hand. Come on, let's get you two back to campus. I'm sure Eri is waiting for you both. God knows what awful habits Bakugo is teaching her. Why do you keep letting him babysit her? Inko asked. Deku and Uraraka sighed and shrugged their shoulders as they began to walk toward the exit. Suddenly, Deku's eyes widened. Oh, I get it now. They're dating. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu are dating, he exclaimed, prompting Uraraka and Inko to facepalm in unison. Well done, De. Well done. Chapter end. Chapter 9. Get away from me. Somebody help. The woman screamed, her brunette hair falling from its ponytail as she ran, her feet pounding against the pavement. The rain poured down, soaking her and her pursuer. It was early morning, and the streets were deserted. Desperately, she hoped someone would hear her cries. Leave me alone. Somebody. Anybody please help, she shouted, glancing over her shoulder at the man gaining on her, a knife glinting in the dim light. Panic surged through her as she ran barefoot, having discarded her heels in her flight. Please just stop chasing me. I don't have anything that you want, she begged, her voice trembling. If he caught her, she knew it would be over. He was much larger than her, and she could see the strength in his build. She turned down an alleyway, hoping to lose him, but in the darkness, she didn't see the brick wall ahead. She collided with it, the impact sending her reeling. No. No, 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 she cried, turning to see him just a few meters away. With her back against the wall, she pleaded, Please. I'm begging you. Don't do this. I don't want to die. What do you even want from me? Tears streamed down her face as she realized the gravity of her situation. She felt utterly alone, scared, and cold. The man only smiled, an eerie grin that sent chills down her spine. She wiped her arm across her face, trying to clear her vision, but the rain continued to pour. Please don't do this, I'm begging you, she implored, her voice breaking as he approached. Her heart raced and she felt faint. Please, I don't want to. Just stop. Leave me alone, she screamed, her thoughts spiraling as she tried to reason with him. Inside, the man wrestled with his own thoughts. I don't want to hurt her. I can't do this. But before she could finish her plea, he lunged forward, and the world around her blurred. She gasped, shock and pain flooding her senses. She clutched her neck, trying to stem the flow of blood, her eyes wide with fear. No. I can still stop this, he thought, panic rising within him. But as he pulled the knife away, blood poured from her wound. The woman fell to her knees, her strength fading. She looked up at him, desperation in her eyes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, he whispered, feeling the weight of his actions. He pulled a cloth from his coat pocket, wiping the knife clean as she collapsed forward, lifeless. He nudged her with his foot, ensuring she was gone, the reality of what he had done settling in. Chapter end. Nothing. She lay motionless in a puddle of water, the rain pouring down as the puddle slowly turned red. Such a shame. She was so young, the man said, finally breaking the silence. What's going on? This can't be me. It isn't me, I would never do this. I'm fast asleep in bed right now, so what's happening? The man sheathed his knife and pulled out his phone, dialing the only number saved in it. He waited for someone to answer as he turned and walked away from the scene, viewing her as just another job, nothing personal. As he exited the alleyway, someone answered. "Well?" the voice on the other end asked. "It's done," the man replied, continuing down the street. "Good. The full fee will be paid to your account within the next few days. Feel free to get in touch if it isn't." "Goodbye," the voice said before hanging up. The man then threw the phone down, stomping on it until it shattered. It was clearly a burner phone, and this man was a contract killer. But why her? What had made her a target? Wait, why am I still questioning this? This isn't real. It can't be. It's just a dream. Just then, the man stopped in the street and looked at his reflection in a shop window. "Deku?" a faint voice called, sounding distant. He didn't react, simply observing the blood on his face. He most certainly was not Deku. "Deku!" the voice called again, louder this time. Still, he remained unresponsive. He couldn't hear her, but that was definitely Ochako's voice. Was she here in his dream? "Deku!" Uraraka exclaimed, giving him a firm shake. It worked. Suddenly, Deku bolted upright, snapping out of his dream and back into the real world. "Oh my God, are you okay?" Uraraka asked, her expression filled with concern. Deku looked at her and then at the bedroom window. It was still dark outside, but no rain. It had to have been just a dream. "Hey, are you just going to ignore me? Look at you, Deku, you're a mess. What's going on?" Uraraka pressed. When Deku made eye contact with her again, he could see the worry in her eyes and realized he should probably answer. I'm fine," Deku replied, noticing how much he was breathing and how sweaty he felt. "No, you're not. What was it? Nightmares again?" Uraraka asked, having been through this with him before. Yeah, it was just a bad dream. There's no way it could have been real," Deku said, still breathing, though he mumbled the last part. He wasn't sure if it was a nightmare or something more. "No, that's crazy. It was a nightmare. It had to be. Do you want to talk about it?" Uraraka offered, giving him the chance to share his thoughts. But Deku opted not to, still trying to convince himself it was just a nightmare. "No, it's okay, but thank you for offering. I'm sorry I woke you up and made you worry," Deku said, feeling guilty for disturbing her sleep. "It's okay. You don't have to keep apologizing, Deku. I'm your girlfriend, and I love you, so I'm always going to worry about you," Uraraka said with a warm smile before leaning in to kiss him. She immediately regretted it, tasting the saltiness of his sweat. "Okay, that's gross," she said, wiping her mouth in an attempt to get rid of the taste. Deku couldn't help but chuckle, momentarily forgetting his bad dream. "I'll go get a towel and wipe it all off," Deku said, getting out of bed and walking down the hallway to the bathroom. He quickly grabbed a towel, dried himself off, and returned to the bedroom, climbing back into bed with Uraraka. They snuggled up together. "All right, mister, no more nightmares. I'm tired, and I'm sure Mr. Aizawa has another week of challenges in store for us at school," Uraraka said, longing for a good night's sleep. Deku couldn't agree more. They were both exhausted from the previous week's training. "I'll try my best, especially since we have a big day tomorrow." "Good night, Ochako," Deku said. "Good night, Deku," Uraraka replied, snuggling her face into his neck as she closed her eyes and began to drift off. Deku, however, stared up at the ceiling for a few moments, still thinking about his nightmare. It was just a bad dream. Now go to sleep. You've got school and big plans for tomorrow night. With that, Deku closed his eyes, wrapped his arm around Uraraka, who sighed contentedly, and the two of them slowly fell asleep, dreaming of the date they would enjoy the next day to chapter end. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Chapter end." Ochako rolled her eyes, annoyed that what had been a wonderful moment with Deku had been interrupted. "Never a dull moment with you, is there?" Uraraka teased, glancing at Deku, who shrugged and smiled at her playful banter despite the tension in the air. "Shut up, lady," one of the thugs barked, clearly irritated that his intimidation tactics were falling flat. "Oh, I'm a lady, am I? Do you think this guy knows how old we actually are?" Uraraka shot back, trying to provoke the thug further, both as a tactic and because he had ruined her moment with Deku. Probably not, Deku replied, understanding her strategy. Shut it. Both of you. I swear I'll take you down, the thug exclaimed, attempting to scare them. It didn't work. You'll take us down? Well, I don't want to die, so I guess I'll do what you say, Uraraka replied sarcastically, her tone dripping with mockery. Deku stifled a chuckle, knowing he needed to stay focused. He made eye contact with Uraraka and mouthed, "How many?" Uraraka glanced over his shoulder and did a quick head count. As she counted, she gently squeezed his side for each thug she noted. That's a sizable group. We don't know their quirks or how dangerous they might be. Just then, the thug's patience wore thin, and he had clearly had enough of Uraraka's defiance. As Deku was lost in thought, she stuck her tongue out at the thug, a childish but effective distraction. Now listen here. If you don't, the thug began, but he made a critical mistake by insulting Uraraka. Before he could finish, he was sent flying down the alleyway, unconscious after a bright green flash. Deku had swiftly disarmed him and delivered a punch powered by One for All. The thug lay face down, not getting up anytime soon. The rest of the gang stared in shock at their fallen comrade. The rain poured down, and thunder rumbled overhead, snapping them back to reality. "Oh no, he's that Deku kid. What are we gonna do?" one of them shouted, panic setting in as Deku stood before them, charging his power. "Isn't it obvious? Shoot him," another thug ordered, regaining some composure. 4 of the remaining 9 pulled out pistols from their holsters, but Deku quickly used black WHP to snatch the guns away and toss them aside. One thug managed to fire a shot, but it missed completely, loud enough to attract attention. "Now what?" the thug who recognized Deku yelled. "We run," the supposed leader shouted, and they all bolted for the main street. One thug glanced back, confused. Why isn't he chasing us?" Deku stood still, smiling and waving at them as if bidding farewell. The leader suddenly realized, "Wait a minute. Where's the girl?" He turned to see Uraraka blocking their exit from the alleyway. The thugs halted, one slipping in a puddle and landing face first on the concrete, quickly rising with a bloody nose. "If you don't get out of our way, I'll take you down," the leader threatened, brandishing a knife. "Yeah, that's what your friend said. But I know that if someone is going to stab you, they'll do it when the opportunity arises," Uraraka replied with a smirk, tying her hair back to keep it out of her face as the rain soaked it. Before the thugs could respond, Deku appeared behind them. "She's right. When your attacker shows you the knife and threatens you, it usually means they're just trying to scare you." Chapter end. If you were going to use it, then you would have kept it hidden until the right moment and then struck. "This is just a desperate attempt at fear tactics," Deku taunted as he pushed his hair back, which was soaked and falling over his eyes, its natural fluffiness now gone. "Oh yeah? How's this for fear tactics?" the leader shouted, throwing the knife as hard as he could at Deku. However, Deku had anticipated this move and sidestepped the projectile with ease. "See, now that wasn't very smart. That was the one weapon you had," Uraraka teased. "Am I having too much fun with this? I feel kind of bad for them. Screw it. It's date night. I'm meant to enjoy myself. I assume none of you have quirks. Or if you do, then they're not very useful in a fight," Deku said, loosening his tie slightly. Both he and Uraraka were ready to take on these thugs. Shut up. We have Q quirks. Really PP powerful ones too," one of them stammered, clearly lying as he shook with fear. "Oh, I'm inclined to believe you. You're very convincing. Except I'm pretty sure you just wet yourself," Uraraka teased, pointing down at his feet. In the pouring rain, it was hard to see, but there was a noticeable stain at the bottom of his jeans. "Really, dude? Really?" one of the men asked in disbelief at his colleague's predicament. "I'm sorry, guys. I'm just really scared," the man who had embarrassed himself admitted, continuing to tremble as the rest of his crew shook their heads in disappointment. "Now look here. Nobody else needs to get hurt. We made an honest mistake," the leader began. "Yeah, your friend called Ochako a name, that was your mistake. But can't we just let bygones be bygones and go home to our families tonight?" the leader pleaded, trying to avoid a fight. Deku and Uraraka could see that none of them had quirks. The thugs looked from Uraraka to Deku, waiting for one of them to respond. For a moment, nothing happened. Until, out of my way. I wanna go home. The man who had embarrassed himself screamed, making a beeline for the street, trying to run past Uraraka. Before anyone knew what had happened, Uraraka's martial arts training kicked in. She instinctively spun around, jumping and leading with her right knee before landing on her right leg. Using the momentum of the spin, she kicked her left leg out straight, connecting with the thug's face. A loud crack echoed as she clearly broke his nose. For a moment, the man stood still as everyone, including Deku, watched in awe. Then, without warning, he fell onto his back, unconscious. Deku couldn't help but smile, impressed with her skills as Uraraka turned her attention back to the remaining thugs. Now then, boys. Are we going to stand around here all night, or are we going to fight? Uraraka asked, moving into a fighting stance. I'm so glad Yaoyorozu made this dress so I could still fight in it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do that kick without ripping it. There's no need for that. Why don't we all just... The leader started, but just then, lightning struck the ground between his crew and Deku. Deku seized the opportunity and charged at them, which only terrified the men more. One moment Deku was standing still, and the next, he was running straight at them, almost as if he controlled the lightning himself. Now wait a minute. The leader tried to protest, but it was too late. Deku was coming straight for them, and so was Uraraka. "Gen, boys," the leader screamed as Deku and Uraraka closed in from both sides. The first thug in Deku's path attempted a kick aimed at his face, but Deku sidestepped and swept the man's leg, dropping him to the ground. He then used Black WHP to grab the thug's arm, charged one for all through his body, and swung him like a club to knock out the next thug charging at him. Meanwhile, Uraraka had just reached the first thug in her way. He tried to land a front kick, but Uraraka ducked underneath it, touching his boot and increasing the gravity on it. His boot slammed into the floor and he struggled to lift it. "What the hell did you do? What kind of quirk is this?" he yelled in desperation, but she didn't answer. Instead, she kicked his other leg out from underneath him, making him fall. With his head now at her waist height, she executed a spinning kick, connecting her heel with his cheek, and she faintly saw a tooth fly from his mouth. Chapter end. The thug wasn't unconscious, but he was dazed, stunned, and in a world of pain. He likely wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. There was no time to admire her handiwork, though, as the next thug charged at her. Uraraka raised her hands, ready to counter, but luck seemed to be on her side as lightning struck once again, this time hitting the thug charging toward her. In a quick flash, he went from charging her to being out cold on the ground. That was... Still, couldn't you have done that when I was fighting for my life against Deku? That would have made things so much easier. Come on, boys. Stop messing around and take them down, the leader ordered in desperation. There were only 4 of them left, including him. Naturally, 2 of them stood side by side in front of Deku, ready to face him, while the other 2 did the same in front of Uraraka. "You sure you want to do this, girl?" the leader asked, grinning as he faced her down. For whatever reason, he assumed he could take her since she was just a girl. Big mistake. Shouldn't I be asking you that? I mean, the odds were against you from the start. 9 against 2? Hardly a fair fight, really. You should have come with more men. Or at least men with quirks. This is way too easy, Uraraka teased, her fists raised in a guard position. That did the trick as he swung for her instantly. Uraraka palmed the attack away before kneeing him in the stomach. His accomplice tried to take advantage of the moment, but Uraraka moved faster than he expected. Before he could even begin his attack, she punched him hard in the gut, making him hunch over. The leader had recovered and attempted to swing at her, but Uraraka rolled over the other thug's back to dodge the attack, as he was still hunched over low enough for her to do so. Before either of them had time to react, she made the thug float, grabbed onto his back and the side of his coat, then spun him around and slammed him straight into his boss. The 2 of them were left dazed by the attack, but before they could recover, Uraraka swept the leader's legs, knocking him onto his back. She then threw the thug on top of him and reversed the gravity, making him suddenly unbelievably heavy, pinning both of them to the floor. "What the... How did... Get off me. What did you do?" The leader screamed at Uraraka as he desperately tried to lift his thug off of him, but he was helplessly trapped underneath. They had already lost. It was over, they just didn't know it yet. You boys stay there. I'm sure the cops will be here soon after that gunshot you fired earlier, Uraraka teased, trying her best not to giggle at the sight of two men desperately struggling against physics. Just then she heard a footstep in a puddle right behind her. Without hesitation, she turned and swung as hard as she could, assuming it was one of the other thugs facing off against Deku. To her surprise, someone caught her punch, grabbing her tightly by the wrist. Uraraka looked up to see that she was face to face with Deku, who was smiling at her. "Oh my gosh, Deku. I'm so sorry. I thought." She trailed off, looking behind him to see the two thugs he had faced off against, out cold on the floor, one of them with his leg at an unnatural angle. "It's okay. I know who you thought I was, but you can relax now. We got them," Deku said in a calm manner. At that moment, the two of them, absolutely soaked in the pouring rain, realized how closely they were standing together. Deku still hadn't let go of her wrist, and all the same feelings from their moment before the fight. "Rush back. Deku," Uraraka murmured as she started leaning in for a kiss. "Ochako," Deku replied softly as he leaned in to do the same. However, just before their lips could connect, a voice boomed, "This is the police. Hands in the air where I can see them," as flashing blue lights came into view, snapping the two of them away from their moment yet again. Uraraka sighed in frustration. "Can I not have 5 minutes alone with my boyfriend?" Deku and Uraraka complied, putting their hands in the air. As they did, a few silhouettes approached them, the headlights from the police cars blinding them as they shone down the alleyway. "Of course. I should have known it would be you, Midoriya," a familiar voice said as the silhouettes approached. "Detective?" Deku asked, lowering his hands as he recognized the detective who used to work with All Might and whom he had worked with a few times. "Nice to see you. And you too, Uraraka. At ease, man. These two have their provisional licenses and were acting in self-defense. Arrest the rest of these men and check if any of them need medical attention." The detective ordered his fellow officers, who began to arrest the thugs one by one and check their injuries. "Officer, you got it all wrong. They attacked us. We were acting in self-defense," the leader pleaded desperately. Chapter end. "Sounds reasonable. Could you tell me what their motive was?" the detective asked. The leader went quiet and simply offered his hands out to be cuffed. "That's what I thought," the detective said as he took out his cuffs and secured the leader. Uraraka released the thug that had been pinning him down, which simultaneously undid the extra gravity on the other thug's boot. The men were quickly cuffed and taken away. "Can I give you two a ride home?" the detective offered. "Don't we need to file a police report?" Uraraka asked. "Usually yes, but this seems pretty open and shut to me. Besides, it's late, and you two have school in the morning. If I need you to file a report or give us an account of what happened, I'll call the school tomorrow and let them know. For now, let's get you two home so you can change into some dry clothes," the detective said, pointing out their sopping wet clothing. "Good point. Come on, Deku, let's go. I've got some unfinished business with you since we've already been interrupted twice tonight." "Deku?" Uraraka questioned as she started walking to follow the detective but noticed Deku hadn't moved. She turned around to see him standing still, looking up at the rooftops. "What is it?" she asked as lightning struck, illuminating the alley and the rooftops, but Uraraka didn't see anything suspicious. "It's nothing. I had this funny feeling we were being watched," Deku admitted, though he hadn't seen anything or anyone. "Come on, let's go home. Date night isn't over just yet," Uraraka said with a playful tone as she grabbed his hand and started leading him back to the police car. "Yeah, let's go," Deku replied, turning away from the rooftops just in time to miss a shadowy figure. Lightning struck again, briefly revealing the League of Villains watching them from above as Shigaraki looked on with a grin, plotting his next move. "Oh, believe me, Izuku Midoriya chapter end." The day after the attempted mugging of Deku and Uraraka in the alleyway, Jiro was doing some homework in her bedroom. It had been a long and tiring day at school. Mr. Aizawa had worked them hard, making it a habit this year to push them more than usual. There were usually breaks to catch their breath, but this year felt relentless. Weekends seemed non-existent with the amount of written work piling up. Their training programs were also more challenging than in previous years. While everyone complained about the workload, they all understood the necessity of improvement, especially with their powerful quirks. It was crucial to maintain strong and healthy bodies to avoid injury from the strain of their abilities. Agagikai. I don't get it, Jiro ummed in frustration, dropping her pen and resting her head on the desk. Why do we have to work this hard? And why didn't I just choose to be a musician like my parents? Writing a song would be way easier than this. She recalled the song she had written and performed at the school festival in their first year, which had been far less stressful than her current homework. Whatever, let's try this again, she said, picking the pen back up and glancing at the clock. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening. If she didn't finish soon, she would be up all night and wouldn't get enough sleep for another tough day at school tomorrow. She read through the homework again, trying to grasp what she needed to do, but the words blurred together. Come on. Think, she urged herself, but her tired mind refused to cooperate. Okay, I give up. I can't do this, she said, throwing the pen down and slumping back in her chair, twirling one of her earphone jacks with her finger. She was about to put her work away when there was a knock at her door. HM? Who could that be? Kaminari, maybe? She wondered aloud, hoping for a distraction. She stood up and opened the door to find Deku standing there, his usual warm smile on his face. Hi, Jiro, he greeted, raising his hand in a friendly wave. Hey, Midoriya. What are you doing here? She asked, surprised. Deku had never been to her room before, except during the competition for the best room when they first moved into the dorms. About that, Deku said, trailing off as he glanced up and down the hallway. Can I come in? He asked, suddenly looking a bit flustered. Jiro raised an eyebrow, wondering why he seemed so nervous. Midoriya, if this is what I think it is, she began, assuming the worst. No, it's not that, I promise. I actually need your help with something, Deku quickly assured her, piquing her interest. What could he possibly need help with, especially from her? He was an excellent fighter and usually performed well in theory classes. Okay, sure, you can come in, but I need your help with something too, Jiro said, gesturing for him to enter. Deku checked the corridor again before stepping inside as Jiro closed the door behind him. So, what do you need help with? Deku asked, looking curious. Our homework, Jiro replied, pointing to the desk behind him. Which part? He asked, walking over to see what she was struggling with. All of it. I just don't understand any of it, Jiro admitted, sitting down in her desk chair. Well, I can help you with that. It shouldn't take too long, Deku said, pulling up a spare chair at the desk, ready to assist her. Chapter end. Are you sure? What about your thing? Jiro asked, feeling a little guilty that Deku had come to her for help with something, and now he was helping her with her problems instead. It's fine, this won't take long, Deku said with such confidence that it put Jiro at ease. Suddenly, all the stress from not understanding the homework faded away. She picked up the pen, and the two of them got to work. Jiro would read the question through, tell Deku what she understood and what she didn't, and then he would guide her in the right direction, allowing her to fill in the blanks for herself. He made sure not to simply tell her the answers, otherwise, she wouldn't learn as much as she could. This went on for around 30 or 40 minutes until it was suddenly all done. Wow. That was very helpful. Thanks a bunch, Midoriya. I would never have gotten this done in time without your help. You really saved my skin. Jiro said, looking at her completed work in amazement. Half an hour ago, she couldn't grasp it, but now that it was all done, it all made sense to her. That's okay. The last few homeworks took at least an hour or two to complete, but today's homework didn't take long at all. It was way harder, though, so no wonder you were stuck, Deku said. Seriously, thanks a bunch, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu was going to help me, but she and Todoroki had already planned a date for tonight. Jiro explained, a little disappointed that she hadn't been able to spend time with her friend but glad that Midoriya had bailed her out nevertheless. Yeah, those two seem to be really happy together. It's kind of amusing watching Todoroki's facial expressions when Yaoyorozu holds his hand or kisses him, Deku noted, remembering how confused and embarrassed Todoroki looked the first time he had seen Yaoyorozu hold his hand. Jiro giggled. Apparently, the first time she kissed him was on his cheek on the icy side of his body, and when she did it, his entire left side burst into flames for a brief moment. So he was standing there with half-burnt clothes on, red-faced and no idea what he should do, Jiro explained, which made both of them laugh. So what did he do? Deku asked out of curiosity. Well, luckily they were in the courtyard of the dorms, so they just went back to their dorm rooms after saying goodbye to each other. Yaoyorozu made some replacement clothes for him, though, so that he didn't have to walk home half-dressed, Jiro said. The story was amusing, but Deku couldn't help but feel sorry for Todoroki. That must have been so embarrassing. Poor guy. Oh, wait a minute, I just remembered I came here to ask for your help, Deku said, recalling the reason he had come in the first place. After helping Jiro with her homework and talking about Todoroki's unfortunate incident, Deku had almost completely forgotten that he needed her help, as she was the only one who could do what he needed. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I totally forgot that's why you came here. Well, whatever you need help with, I'll do it because you really saved me with this homework, Jiro said, more than willing to help him out. It's okay, and that was nothing. Don't worry about it, I'm happy I could help. If you need help again, just let me know, Deku offered, much to her delight. Seriously? Thanks, Midoriya, you're the best. Uraraka really knows how to pick him, huh? I wish Kaminari was this helpful. So what is it you need help with? Jiro asked, suddenly very curious about how she could possibly assist Deku. It's something I want to do to surprise Ochako for our second anniversary, which is why I was checking the corridor. I didn't want anyone to see me here and tell Ochako because I know that when she questions me about it, I'd give in and tell her the truth. But without you, I won't be able to pull it off anyway, Deku explained. Jiro's interest was immediately piqued, and before he'd even said what it was, she was on board straight away. Wow, I bet it's gonna be so romantic. Especially after what you did last year, that was so sweet. Seriously, why can't Kaminari be more like that? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Whatever it is, I'll do it, so what do you need? Really? You haven't even heard what it is yet, Deku said, a little surprised she agreed before he'd even asked. Yes, really. Now come on, tell me chapter end. I'm home. Uraraka called as she closed the door behind her. Eri was already getting her shoes off, excited to see her grandparents. Uraraka had the weekend free, and while Deku was busy with something he wouldn't disclose, he assured her it was a perfectly innocent surprise. Though she felt a twinge of suspicion, she decided to trust him. After all, he was learning guitar with Jiro, who was teaching him acoustic as he had specifically requested. Given that a group of thugs had attempted to mug her and Deku a few nights ago, Uraraka felt it was best to visit her parents, especially since they had been worried sick about her. They had been texting and calling non-stop to check on her, and they also had a surprise planned. Since she couldn't leave Eri alone, she brought the young girl with her. Coming, her mother called back. Moments later, she appeared in the hallway, closing the door behind her, clearly hiding something. Uraraka raised an eyebrow. Mom, is everything okay? She asked, sensing something was off. Grandma! Eri squealed, completely ignoring her mother's suspicious behavior as she sprinted across the hallway and leaped into her arms. Hello dear, it's nice to see you. And everything is fine, Ochako. I just didn't want to ruin her mother began, but was interrupted by a loud clatter of pots and pans from the kitchen. Mrs. Uraraka stiffened, her eyes widening. What was that? Uraraka asked, now on edge. She couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps some of the thugs had found out where her parents lived. If there's any more of those punks, I'm gonna. It's nothing, probably just your father being clumsy as usual, her mother insisted, but Uraraka saw right through it. Mom, Dad's a builder. He has to be super careful in his work. Why would he suddenly be that clumsy? Uraraka questioned, unconvinced. The noise sounded like more than just one or two pans. Darn it. Come here, you'll spoil the surprise. Mr. Uraraka's voice called out from the kitchen, clearly annoyed at someone. Who's he talking to? Eri asked, starting to realize they were hiding something. Nobody. Probably himself, Mrs. Uraraka lied, avoiding eye contact with both girls and trying to muster a convincing smile. Honey? Are you ready yet? she called out to her husband. What does it sound like? He replied as more commotion erupted from the kitchen. Is he okay? I can go help him, Uraraka offered, realizing the noise wasn't a threat but rather her parents desperately trying to keep the surprise under wraps. She was getting impatient and wanted to know what it was. No, that's quite all right, her mother insisted, still holding Eri, who crossed her arms and gave her grandmother a disapproving look. Can we just see the surprise? It's obviously in there, so can we just see it already? Eri asked, mirroring Uraraka's impatience. Mrs. Uraraka looked between them before finally relenting. Oh, all right, I suppose you can, she began, but was cut off. That's it. I give up. Go and say hello if you're so desperate. Mr. Uraraka shouted from the kitchen. Before anyone could react, the door swung open, revealing Mr. Uraraka, covered in sweat and gasping for air, with various objects floating behind him. Dad, are you Oka? Uraraka started, but before she could finish, a lively bundle of fluff with 4 paws dashed through her father's legs and leaped onto her, showering her with affectionate licks that made her laugh. You got a dog? Uraraka exclaimed, returning the puppy's affection with pats and scratches, which the young pooch eagerly enjoyed, its tail wagging excitedly. Yes. We did. Surprise, her father said, sounding a bit worn out. It was clear he had been chasing the dog around the kitchen, trying to prevent it from spoiling the surprise. Chapter end. What's its name? Uraraka asked as she gently nudged the dog off her chest to sit up. The pup immediately charged back, rubbing his face against hers, and she couldn't help but laugh. His name is up to you. We only just picked him up earlier this morning, Mr. Uraraka informed her. What do you think, Eri? What should we name him? Uraraka asked, giving the dog some chin scratches, which he clearly enjoyed. Fluffy! Eri cheered enthusiastically, making everyone laugh as her grandmother set her down to greet the pup, who was curiously observing the small girl. His ears perked up, and his head tilted slightly, as if wondering why this human was so small. However, his curiosity quickly shifted when Eri began scratching him behind the ears. He was no bigger than Eri, clearly still a very young dog. Maybe not fluffy, even if he is really fluffy, Mrs. Uraraka said, still amused by Eri's suggestion. Uraraka took a moment to examine the young pup. He was a blue merle Australian shepherd with a appealing coat of fur that was indeed very fluffy. You're certainly a very handsome boy, aren't you? Uraraka said, stroking the top of his head as he sat, enjoying the attention from the two girls. How old is he? Uraraka asked. About 8 months, her father replied. Still a baby then. Can you get me some dog treats? Uraraka asked, wanting to test her theory. Sure. I've got some here in my pocket, her father replied, pulling out a plastic bag full of dog treats. Clearly, he had been trying to bribe the dog to stop running around the kitchen. Thanks, Uraraka said, taking the bag. As soon as she did, the dog started sniffing it and jumping up to get the bag for himself, clearly knowing what was inside. Ah, sit, Uraraka said firmly, lifting the bag out of his reach. Immediately, he obeyed and sat down. Good boy, she praised, giving him a treat and some affection. Why didn't he do that for me? Mr. Uraraka asked aloud, only his wife noticing his comment as she gently patted his back. Let's try something else. Sit, Uraraka commanded, and he complied again. Stay, she instructed, holding out her hand for a visual signal. She began to back away slowly. Essie, she started again, but he suddenly got up and ran over to her. Close, but not quite, Uraraka said, deliberately ignoring him until he calmed down to reinforce the command. Sit, she said once he was calm. Then he said, Stay, she repeated, gesturing for him to remain in place as she backed up. Stay, she reinforced again. He stayed put, maintaining eye contact and patiently waiting. Come on then, Uraraka said, gesturing for him to come to her. He jumped up and ran over, receiving his treat and plenty of praise. Good boy. You're a good boy. Yes, you are, she said, giving him scratches that made his tail wag. Wow. He really listens to you, doesn't he? Mrs. Uraraka remarked, noticing the frustrated look on her husband's face and stifling a giggle. Clearly, he wasn't pleased that the dog responded to his daughter but not to him. Yeah, he does. That settles it. I know what his name is going to be, Uraraka said as he liked her face again. What is it? Eri asked. Satoshi, Uraraka replied, scratching Satoshi behind the ear. Satoshi? What does that mean? Eri asked, a bit confused. It means fast learner, Mr. Uraraka explained. Oh, that makes sense. Satoshi is a fast learner. He learned stay very quickly, Eri said, approving of her adoptive mother's choice. Well, we'll see if he actually learned it or if that was a one-off later on. Anyway, it's nice to see you guys, Uraraka said, standing up to greet her parents properly with hugs. I'm glad to see you're okay, especially after the other night, Mrs. Uraraka said, reminding her daughter about the attempted mugging as they separated from the family hug. She was fine. We both watched the video, Mr. Uraraka said, trying to downplay his worry for his daughter's safety. All three girls rolled their eyes, not believing him for a second. Then something occurred to Uraraka about what her father had just said. Video? What video? She asked. Oh, you haven't seen them? Mrs. Uraraka replied. Clearly not, judging by the look on her face. Somebody filmed the attack and uploaded it to the internet. Chapter end. A few people did actually witness the incident, but there are at least 2 or 3 videos circulating on social media, Mr. Uraraka explained. How have I not heard about this? Also, when did Dad get involved in social media? Who filmed it? She asked, a little concerned that the fight had been recorded. Just residents of the nearby apartments. The gunshot alerted them, so they came to their windows, and when they saw what was happening, they started filming. Not everyone did, though. The sensible ones called the police, Mrs. Uraraka said, clearly disturbed that some chose to film instead of help. However, her explanation put Uraraka at ease. That makes sense. Well, they were just some low-level thugs, nothing to worry about. They didn't even have quirks, Uraraka said, deliberately leaving out the part about them being hired thugs. When questioned, they told the police everything. How someone had anonymously paid them to rob the 2 teenagers, but they had no idea who it was. They received the money in advance, which was unusual for a group like that. It meant only one thing. Someone had sent them after her and Deku, and they wanted the 2 of them to know it too, likely why they were paid up front. Uraraka had a pretty good idea who it was but didn't want to worry her parents. We're just glad you're safe, Mrs. Uraraka said, relieved to see her daughter unharmed. I'm impressed with how much you've improved. You were amazing. Mr. Uraraka exclaimed, making her smile. He earned an elbow in the ribs from his wife, who gave him a look that made him realize he had crossed a line. And I'm glad to see you didn't get hurt, he said, rubbing his side as his daughter chuckled. I've missed my parents. Mainly the little things like this. They were away for so long and I got to spend a bit of time with them, but before I knew it, I was off to school again. It's nice to have them home again. Anyway, we have something we need to talk to you about, her father said suddenly, catching her off guard. Is everything okay? Uraraka asked, part of her already knowing what they were going to say. Everything's fine. We got another big contract, which is why we could afford to get you a dog, her mother informed her. At the mention of Satoshi, Uraraka turned to see him lying on his side as Eri stroked his belly, happily playing together, which made her smile. She quickly turned her attention back to her parents. Wait, isn't Satoshi your dog? She asked, realizing they had told her that Satoshi was hers. No, he's yours. We already spoke to the school, and they approved it. You can take him back to UA with you. After all, we're not going to be able to look after him, her mother explained. Why not? Uraraka asked, already sensing the answer. Well, the company that we got a big contract with before has hired us again. The only problem is it's overseas again, so we're going to be away for a while. We should be back in time for your graduation, though, her father assured her. While Uraraka was disappointed, she understood. They had to work or they'd go broke, so an opportunity like this was impossible to turn down. Well, I'll miss you guys, but I understand, Uraraka said, forcing a smile. It's fine, Chaco. They have to do this. It's just another reason for me to work hard and become a pro. Then they can take it easy and live the rest of their lives in comfort and stability. That's why we got Satoshi for you. To leave a piece of us behind so you don't miss us too much, Mr. Uraraka said, bringing his daughter into a hug. Thanks, Dad. When do you leave? Uraraka asked, holding her father tightly. Tomorrow morning, he replied, making her heart sink. Tomorrow? That's so soon. Don't worry. You have all of today to spend some time with us, Mrs. Uraraka said as she joined the family hug. Uraraka could have burst into tears but held them back, determined not to let her emotions prevent her from enjoying the moment with her parents. However, she felt a small pair of arms wrap around her legs. Looking down, she saw Eri had joined in on the hug, which made her smile. They all separated when Satoshi barked, catching them off guard. They looked at him and saw that he had fetched his lead, clearly asking to be taken for a walk. How does he? Mr. Uraraka began, about to ask how Satoshi knew what walkies were, but his wife cut him off. The shelter obviously took him for walks, she said, answering his question. Well, I guess we better take him for one, Uraraka said, walking over to Satoshi and stroking the top of his head. Come on then. I feel like the mood has been dampened a little, so let's go out and make the most of our day and enjoy our time together, Mr. Uraraka said, trying to lift everyone's spirits. But we're going to take Satoshi for a walk. Eri exclaimed, excited to take him outside. Satoshi barked. Chapter end. Tomorrow? Are they seriously leaving tomorrow? That's way too soon. I don't think it's a good idea either. Will they be safe? They'll be so far away, and I won't be able to protect them if something happens. I should tell them about the other night. If he sent thugs after us, what's his next move? Will he go after our families? No, if I tell them, they'll worry and end up staying, potentially missing out on the contract. I have to let them go. I'm so unsure about this. I swear he can send thugs after me and Deku all he likes, but for your sake, Shigaraki, you had chapter end. Welcome back to the new and improved USJ building, Mr. Aizawa said, welcoming Class 1A back to the highly advanced rescue simulation training facility. Deku couldn't believe his eyes. But UA really went all out on the improvements. As you all know, the school has made some upgrades to the technology to try and make the simulations even more realistic but also safe at the same time. But about as safe as it can be, Mr. Aizawa informed them, although he didn't sound too confident about that last part. What does he mean, as safe as it can be? Is it safe or not? Uraraka asked, thinking she was addressing Azui, but was surprised to see she was standing next to Bakugo. Why are you talking to me, extra? Bakugo asked, annoyed with her for initiating a conversation. Before she could respond, Aoyama walked between them. Oh please. If anybody is the extra in this story, it's you, Bakugo, Aoyama said, much to Bakugo's annoyance and Uraraka's amusement as she tried to suppress her laughter. What does that mean? What story? Bakugo demanded, both angry and confused. Oh, it's nothing. You wouldn't understand anyway, Aoyama replied smugly, as if he were in on a secret. Who's he winking at? Ashido questioned, following Aoyama's gaze to see nothing but a wall. All she got in response was a shrug from Jiro and Yaoyorozu, who were just as confused as everyone else. Are you done talking? Or do I need to add another hour of training to your workouts this week? Mr. Aizawa threatened, instantly capturing everyone's attention. No, sir, the class replied in unison, standing straight and looking at their teacher, hoping he wouldn't add that extra hour. Please don't do it. I couldn't stop feeling sick after those abdominal exercises while I was floating. I couldn't tell what made me feel worse, the pain from the exercises or the motion sickness. At least I didn't have to try and squat a car like Deku did. But today will be rescue training as usual when we come to the USJ. However, today we're going to add combat as well, Mr. Aizawa informed them. This immediately piqued the interest of several students. Usually, rescue training wasn't all that entertaining, but adding combat into rescuing could make for an exciting day. Now your priority is rescue. However, if faced with an enemy, it's up to you to decide whether you should run and try to get your civilian to safety or stay and fight before trying to get them to safety. You will all take turns playing the role of a villain and a hero. Everybody will also be put into pairs at random. Oh, and this is a test, so take it seriously. No more competitions like the last one, Mr. Aizawa warned them, reminding them of their previous test. Nobody was going to make that mistake again, and they were looking forward to this exercise. Rescue training was a lot harder than it might seem at first glance, so finally adding combat into that was going to make things very interesting indeed. However, for Deku, this was all too familiar territory. This is like when I fought Muscular. When I should have run away instead while I still could. I won't make that mistake again. It almost cost me and Koda our lives. I wonder what Koda's up to. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen or heard from him in a while. Alright, first pair is... Mr. Aizawa said, reaching into a pot presumably filled with a piece of paper for each student with their name written on it. He grabbed the first one his hand touched and drew it from the pot, before picking a second. He unfolded them and read out the names. Uraraka and Todoroki, Mr. Aizawa announced. Daemin, I was hoping to be with Deku. Uraraka looked over at him. He had a small smile on his face and simply shrugged his shoulders as if to say, oh well, which lessened her disappointment a little. Besides, Todoroki was a great partner. I suppose I can't expect to be paired up with Deku all the time. Bakugo and Tokoyami, Mr. Aizawa announced for the next pairing. Now that's an interesting one. Bakugo will have to hold back so Tokoyami can use his quirk more effectively. It'll be interesting to see how Todoroki and Ochako work together too. Ida and Aoyama, Mr. Aizawa announced, drawing the third pairing. Again, very interesting. With Aoyama's ranged attacks and Ida's speed, it'll be difficult to manage. Dodge the laser or take a kick to the face are your options. It'll be hard to get close to either of them. I wonder who I'll be with. Uraraka was still watching Deku, who stood in his usual pose when he was thinking, with his finger rested on his chin. However, for now, she let it go and simply rolled her eyes, deciding to let Deku be Deku and do his thing. Azui and Kirishima, Mr. Aizawa announced. Frog quirk and a hardening quirk? I'm not sure how that'll work out, but I'm sure they'll come up with something. Maybe Azui chapter end. Interesting idea, but maybe not the most practical one. He's probably too heavy for that. Kaminari and Ojiro, Mr. Aizawa announced, drawing the fifth pairing. That could be a really good partnership. An electric quirk mixed with a highly skilled martial artist, plus an added tail to fight with. Similar to Ida and Oyama, range mixed with hand-to-hand. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, Mr. Aizawa announced, finally drawing Deku's name. As he did, he looked over to his partner, who was looking back at him. The two exchanged a nod of acknowledgement and respect. Now this could be a great matchup. I wonder if Yaoyorozu could make weapons for us? No, that would waste some of her energy. We can fight with our fists and let her focus on creating tools to help us with the rescues. While Deku continued deep in thought, Mr. Aizawa drew the remaining four. Pairings. Sato was paired with Jiro. Ishido was with Shoji. Koda was paired with Hagakure, and finally, Siro was paired with Mineta. Why am I with this creep again? Siro asked in protest. Hey, I carried you to the finish in our exam in the first year against Midnight. Do you know how hard it was to not focus on her? Mineta argued back, much to the disgust of everyone. How is he still such a creepy little perv? He hasn't changed one bit since our first day. Maybe Deku and I should send him for another flight. Alright, all of you to your stations. When you get there, there will be a scenario file. Inside it will tell you whether you are playing the role of heroes or villains. It will also contain a small amount of information on the situation and your objective. Make sure you read it and understand what is being asked of you. It's also worth noting that the arenas are now entirely simulation. It may feel real, but I assure you they are not. While one team is playing the role of villains, there will be more simulated villains in the arena, marked in red, and civilians in blue, so you know who is who. Eventually, we'll randomize those settings so that you have to determine who is a civilian and who is a villain for yourself. With that said, you have 1 minute to get to your stations and read that file. Starting in let's go. Mr. Aizawa instructed them. All of them quickly dispersed, heading towards their allocated stations in pairs. All right, Midoriya, what's the plan? Yaoyorozu asked. HM? What do you mean? He asked, not quite understanding as they arrived at their station. What's the plan? You were clearly thinking or strategizing as Mr. Aizawa read out the partnerships, so I assume you have a plan. Yaoyorozu asked again as she picked the file up from its holder on the wall. Oh. No, I don't have a plan. I was just thinking about how the combinations could work out for each pairing. Let's read the situation report first and then think about our strategy, Deku said as Yaoyorozu opened the file. So you do have a plan. Or at least the beginning of one, Yaoyorozu said as the two of them quickly read through the file. Okay, we're the heroes, so we're doing the rescuing. Which means whoever we're against are the villains. I wonder who it will be. Wait a second, we have a time limit. We only have 5 minutes? Yaoyorozu asked, reading the same thing about a time limit. Apparently so. It says that there is a tsunami incoming, Deku said, reading through the file. And look here. It also says that there was an earthquake just a few days ago, so the area should be covered in rubble and debris. Potentially civilians will still be trapped inside, Yaoyorozu said, following up on Deku's observations. So I guess it's an evacuation. If there's a tsunami coming, though, how do we get everyone to safety? Deku asked. Good question. Let's see. Yaoyorozu said, scanning through the file until she found what she was looking for. Here it is. Evac helicopters are waiting on the south side. The tsunami will be coming in from the north, Yaoyorozu read. That's when the buzzer sounded, signaling the start of the exercise. All right, here we go, Yaoyorozu said, placing the folder back in its holder as the doors opened and the training exercise began. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Uraraka and Todoroki had been reading their file. So we're not trying to capture anyone? Todoroki asked, a little confused as to why capturing wouldn't be a primary objective for villains. No. It says here that we're looking for any money we find and a couple of members of our crew, Uraraka informed him, glancing over the information once again. That's strange. What does it say about the situation? Todoroki asked. Earthquake just happened. 2 heroes in the area. Take all the time you need is what it says, Uraraka read. I don't like it. We're going into a chapter end. The atmosphere was tense, and both teams were on edge as Uraraka and Todoroki gathered as much money as they could along their way. In all honesty, the exercise felt tedious and monotonous. Deku and Yaoyorozu were focused on saving who they could, while Todoroki and Uraraka searched for and rescued their comrades. However, neither team encountered any combat. Was this all just a setup by Aizawa? What kind of villain would save their crew? They were acting like thieves, scavenging for loose change as if they were desperate. Uraraka wondered how Deku was faring. Ultimately, both teams decided to abandon the combat aspect of their mission. They were determined to save everyone as instructed in their files. Deku and Yaoyorozu even helped any villains they encountered, ensuring to incapacitate them before freeing them from the debris. I'm itching for a fight, Uraraka complained. Shush. Do you hear that? Todoroki asked, stopping in his tracks. What is it? Uraraka replied, unable to hear what Todoroki could. Screams. Lots of them. Come on, follow me, Todoroki ordered, suddenly breaking into a sprint. Uraraka quickly collected herself and ran after him. If Todoroki said he could hear screams, she would trust his judgment. He was a highly skilled and capable hero. They arrived at a massive pile of rubble and began to climb. As they ascended, Uraraka could hear the screams more clearly. They had to hurry, there were so many people in need. Todoroki, take my hand, Uraraka said, reaching up to him. He grasped her hand, and they began to float. Uraraka then used her wires to latch onto a steel pipe protruding from the rubble above, swinging them both to the top. They landed on their feet and surveyed the scene before them, which made their eyes widen in horror. Oh my God! Uraraka gasped, covering her mouth. Before them lay a vast expanse of land, a beach, the sea, and tons of wreckage scattered everywhere, with what seemed like thousands of people trapped and screaming for help, alongside hundreds of lifeless bodies. Although they knew it was all simulated, the sight was still shocking. What do we do? Uraraka asked, turning to Todoroki. She was taken aback by the look on his face. He was just as shocked and uncertain as she was. I don't know. Let's start, oh dear God, Todoroki stammered, his expression shifting to one of greater alarm. Uraraka turned back to the horrifying scene and gasped. "Is that a tsunami?" she exclaimed, her heart racing. The report hadn't mentioned anything about that. "Yes, it is. Come on, we need to go now. Can you cushion our fall?" Todoroki urged, snapping her attention back to the present. I can. But all those people. They'll be in danger. Our mission is to save our crew, and they're down there, Uraraka said, glancing between the chaos below and the approaching wave that seemed to grow larger by the second. "We'll be in danger too if we don't get out of here. Now come on, let's go." Todoroki insisted, taking her hand and jumping off the top of the rubble. Uraraka quickly focused, using her quirk to soften their landing just before they hit the ground. They released themselves and ran as fast as they could, ignoring everyone they passed. "How are we getting out of here?" Todoroki asked as they sprinted. "There's helicopters waiting for evacuation on the south side. We have to sneak on board without the heroes noticing," Uraraka informed him, just as the screams from before abruptly ceased, the tsunami crashing down and silencing the cries for help. Meanwhile, Deku and Yaoyorozu had witnessed the same scene that Todoroki and Uraraka had. They had arrived about a minute and a half earlier and had already begun to save people when the tsunami appeared. For a moment, they stood paralyzed in shock, realizing they needed to run despite the many people still in peril. "Midoriya! Keep running! We have to get out of here!" Yaoyorozu shouted, sprinting as fast as she could, with Deku right behind her, torn by the sight of those they were leaving behind. "We have to help them," Deku protested, every instinct urging him to stop and save them. "We can't save them if we're dead, Midoriya. Keep running and don't stop for anybody. Not even to fight the villains. We have to get to safety. We're no good to anyone if we're gone," Yaoyorozu ordered. Deku knew she was right, but that didn't ease his guilt. Suddenly he tripped and fell. As he rolled over, he looked back at what had caused him to stumble and his eyes widened in horror at chapter end. A young girl reached out from some rubble and grabbed Deku's leg. "Please don't help me," she begged, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, Deku, Todoroki, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu had completely forgotten this was a simulation. It felt so real that they believed their lives depended on reaching the helicopters. The simulated people were no longer just silhouettes, making the little girl appear strikingly real. She looked so much like Eri. "Hang on. I'm getting you out of here," Deku shouted, rising to his feet and frantically removing debris to free her as she cried. "I won't just stand by and let a little girl die." "Midoriya, what are you doing?" Yaoyorozu yelled, realizing Deku wasn't following her and rushing back to see what had happened. "I have to save her. We can save her. There's still time," Deku cried out in desperation. But he soon regretted those words as a tsunami appeared in the distance, crashing down the street and hurtling toward them, threatening their lives. "We have to go now. There's no time," Yaoyorozu urged, pleading with Deku to leave the girl behind. Deku looked into the little girl's eyes, filled with fear. "Please don't. Help me. I don't want to die. My mummy and daddy are waiting for me at the helicopters. Please take me with you. I only came back to get my teddy," she sobbed. Deku glanced between her and the approaching tsunami. "I can outrun it with one for all, but there's no time that I can't save her." "Midoriya," Yaoyorozu implored, knowing that if they waited any longer, they would be in danger. Deku released the rubble he was about to lift and looked into the girl's eyes one last time. Even though she wasn't real, it felt real to him. "I'm sorry that I'm so sorry," Deku said, wiping a tear from his eye. She looked at him in horror as he turned and started running toward Yaoyorozu. "No, Mummy, Daddy, help me," the girl cried out in desperation as her fate became clear. Yaoyorozu was frozen by her heartbreaking screams as Deku quickly scooped her up, one arm under her legs and the other behind her back. Yaoyorozu wrapped her arms around him just in time to see the girl disappear, crushed by the tsunami, as Deku activated One for All and ran as fast as he could. After the training exercise, Deku placed Yaoyorozu down, and they both collapsed to their knees. They hadn't noticed, but everyone else in their class was equally shocked and overwhelmed by what they had just experienced. Deku? Uraraka asked, almost questioning if he was even real after what she had seen. Ochako. We were against each other? Deku replied. Yet I guessed that was. Uraraka struggled to finish her thought. Everyone in Class 1A seemed clearly traumatized by the training. Would anybody like to have a guess as to what today's lesson is? Mr. Aizawa's voice echoed over the intercom, reaching everyone. Deku looked up at the observation room to see his teacher leaning into the microphone. He already knew the answer, and while it was a lesson they thought they understood, this experience drove it home. You can't save them all. Mr. Aizawa's words resonated deeply, leaving a lasting impact on the class and their understanding of what it meant to be heroes. As he spoke, Deku couldn't help but hear All Might's voice echoing the same sentiment, the image of the girl's face lingering in his mind. Chapter end. Was there any need to psychologically traumatize us all yesterday? I get that he was trying to teach us something, but what we saw was pretty intense, Kirishima said as the class sat in near silence, waiting for their teacher. The memory of the previous day's rescue training was fresh in their minds and still haunting them. I know, right? I'm going to need some serious support after that living nightmare, Ashido added, slumping in her seat and crossing her arms in annoyance. Well, Mr. Aizawa did say there was support available for anyone who feels affected by it, Azui reminded her. I know, but there's no reason for us to need it in the first place. All he had to do was not show us those real-life situations that we'll probably face as pro-heroes one day and let us learn that lesson when the time comes, Ashido complained, clearly struggling with what she had witnessed. I second that. I'll learn that on the job, thanks very much. We're barely 18, I don't need to see something like that yet. It's just wrong, Kaminari chimed in, earning nods and murmurs of agreement from the rest of the class. Uraraka, however, was focused on Deku. He hadn't said a word since the exercise ended yesterday. She had tried to engage him in conversation, but he either nodded, shook his head, or remained silent. While it was frustrating, she understood that he might not be ready to talk about it. They had all watched the tapes back, and that little girl had looked just like Eri. What was going on in his head? He knew it was a simulation, but it felt so real to him. He couldn't even bring himself to look at Eri when she was around. You're not kidding. We all saw what Midoriya went through. Speaking of which, what do you think about yesterday's training, Midoriya? You're awfully quiet, Kirishima asked, oblivious to Deku's stillness, staring blankly ahead at Bakugo's seat. Midoriya? Are you all right? We're here for you, Ida said reassuringly, trying to coax his friend into opening up. Again, nothing. Deku remained motionless, but everyone could sense his agitation. Uraraka noticed that everyone was looking at her, expecting some sort of explanation, which distracted her from studying Deku. She wished they would just let him process things in his own time. Come on, man, you gotta talk to us. Don't you think yesterday was messed up? Kirishima pressed again. This time, Deku's eyes darted to his red-haired friend, making Kirishima flinch slightly. He looked upset. I think, Deku started, his voice edged with frustration. It was unclear whether he was angry about the training or being pushed to respond. But before he could finish, a figure appeared at his desk, blocking his view of Kirishima. Deku recognized the unmistakable auburn hair and felt a wave of relief as Uraraka stepped in for him. I think you should stop asking him about it. I also think you should stop complaining. Failure to prepare is preparing for failure. So yesterday was a necessary lesson. We may not have liked it, but we needed that lesson now to prepare us for our careers. There's a chance we could face situations where we can't save everyone, and we can't help anyone if we're not ready ourselves. So let's focus on moving forward, Uraraka said, her tone firm. She knew they were training to be heroes, which meant they would encounter far worse than what they experienced in training. They had all faced challenges before, and she understood that the world wouldn't allow them to remain kids for much longer. Sometimes, unfortunate things happen, regardless of whether you deserve them or not, and they had to learn to cope with that reality. Look, I get what you're saying, but even still, what we saw was, Kaminari began to argue, but Uraraka cut him off. Chapter end. Messed up? Yeah, it was. In fact, Kaminari, you're putting it lightly. It was all kinds of wrong. But like you said, we'd all have to witness those things at some point in our careers, so why not see it now and be prepared for the worst? Won't that make us better heroes? Besides, just because we can't save everybody doesn't mean I'm not going to try, Uraraka said defiantly. The room fell into silence, admiring her spirit, inspired by it in fact. They were a little surprised at her outburst since it was a bit out of character for her, but she had said something none of them had considered. She's right. I can't save them all, but I can try. I can't just give up and let innocent people suffer. I have to try and save as many as possible, even if I can't save them all. Well said, Uraraka, Mr. Aizawa said, standing in the doorway and catching everyone off guard. They could detect a glint of pride on his face, even if it was hard to tell with his usual straight expression. Thank you, sir, Uraraka said, stumbling over her words, surprised and a bit embarrassed. Why did I just do that? This is really embarrassing now. Everyone's probably mad at me for speaking up like that. As she tried to walk back to her seat so Mr. Aizawa could begin the lesson, something pinned her hand to the desk, preventing her from moving. She looked down to see that Deku had placed his hand on top of hers. He didn't say anything, but his expression clearly communicated, "I'm sorry." He felt bad for not speaking to her properly since yesterday, even though he had been struggling to find the right words. Uraraka smiled and placed her free hand on top of his, and Deku understood the message. It's okay. I understand. I don't deserve her. She's amazing. With that, they withdrew their hands, and Uraraka returned to her seat so Mr. Aizawa could begin. Okay, now that that's out of the way, let's begin today's training, Mr. Aizawa said. Immediately, the class began to get out of their seats to change into their uniforms. However, Mr. Aizawa raised his hand, signaling for them to wait. Today's training is not physical training. Today, you're going to learn how to portray yourself effectively within the media and make yourself more likable to the general public, Mr. Aizawa informed them, staring pointedly at Bakugo. Why are you looking at me? I'm perfect with my image. Everybody loves me. Bakugo snarled, prompting the whole class to facepalm slightly as Mr. Aizawa shook his head, using that to help make his next point. And that right there is exactly the problem. Chapter end. Less than a few short miles away from UA, Shigaraki looked out the window at the hero school in the distance. He wanted nothing more than to crush it and everything it stood for. Actually crushing what it stood for would be a better idea. Leave the building standing as a constant reminder of how much of a failure the school was. Then they'll never forget who failed them when he destroys hero society. Or maybe he'll just destroy society in general. Or maybe just destroy everything. That sounds fun. But how to do it? That is the question. Boss? Himiko asked, having clearly not been heard the first time. Shigaraki didn't flinch. He just kept staring at the school in the distance. What is it, Himiko? He asked, snapping out of his train of thought, beginning to gently scratch at his neck with one finger and leaning back slightly in the office chair. They were in an old warehouse, sitting in what would have been the overseer's office. The place was long abandoned and had been anonymously purchased by one of All for One's allies as a hideout for the League. Naturally, Shigaraki took the big, comfy leather office chair. Dabi, Himiko, Kurojairi, and Twice were all there too. Twice had his feet up on the couch, hogging the whole thing while Himiko sat on the end of the huge oak desk. Kurojairi stood by Shigaraki's side, facing the others rather than looking out at the school, while Dabi leaned back against the closed office door, quietly lingering in the room. What's the plan? Himiko asked. This seemed to annoy her boss, as the pale and skinny young man twitched a little in annoyance and immediately stopped scratching, making Himiko gulp. I told you. We keep making small attacks every now and then. Remind them that we're still free to wreak havoc as we please. Over time, we'll keep increasing the severity of the attacks until eventually, the big one comes and we reveal ourselves. But only when we're ready. For now, we work from the shadows and take our time. No need to rush this. We can take our time, Shigaraki said, surprisingly calm and patient. That only seemed to make him even more terrifying, as the rest of the League exchanged glances of worry. So, we're just going to sit here and wait, is that what you're saying? Dabi asked, a little frustrated at sitting around in this abandoned warehouse all day. He was desperate for revenge on Endeavor. When he had pinned him to the floor to arrest him during the battle, he had backed down and frankly, he took it as an insult that Endeavor had managed to get the better of him. They never even exchanged flames, and Dabi knew better than anyone that the best way to fight fire was with fire. Endeavor was getting older, slower, weaker. It was only a matter of getting the right opportunity, and Dabi was certain that when he got it, the so-called new symbol of peace would soon get his comeuppance. I know you want to get some payback, as I'm sure we all do, myself included, but these things take time. While my plan will take several years, there's no way we can lose to those BSRDS again if we do this the right way, Shigaraki insisted. Several years? I can't wait that long. Some other punk might get lucky and kill the BSD before I do. Dabi argued, losing his temper a little. It surprised everybody except Shigaraki, as they all looked at him with wide eyes. It was very out of character for him to lose his temper like that or to be that loud. Trust me. Nobody's going to get to him before you do. For now, we'll wear him down and break him bit by bit. Wait until you've reached your prime and he's long past it. Then he's all yours, and he'll practically be a defenseless, tired, old hero. Killing him will be child's play. You can take your time with it. Make him suffer, Shigaraki said, still staring out of the window at the school as everybody else remained quiet, waiting to see what happened. Even Twice was silent, which was unusual for him, but ever since they'd escaped prison, he'd barely spoken a word. Nobody knew why, but none of them bothered to ask. Dabi, however, didn't want to wait. I don't want to beat him when he's old and past it. I want to beat him at his best. So I know that I got the better of him. I'm not a coward like you wanting to wait until, Dabi began, but he was cut off. In the blink of an eye, Shigaraki had launched himself over the large oak desk and lunged straight at Dabi, his hand stopping not even an inch away from his face. All he had to do was bend his fingers the slightest bit more, and Dabi would be no more. Speaking of Dabi, he stood frozen still, not daring to move a muscle or say a word as he knew one wrong move would be the end of him. Never. Call me a coward. Ever again. Endeavor could kill you 10 times over in his current state. If you faced him now, you'd be just another punk for him to put down. You keep saying it yourself. Your body is too weak, and you need to get stronger. Well, his isn't. It's far stronger than yours, second only to All Might's as far as we know, which is why I'm simply chapter end. In fact, he had stopped breathing completely, waiting for that hand to end him at any moment. However, he conceded defeat and, though he would never admit it, Shigaraki was right. He needed to get stronger first and let Endeavor grow weaker, otherwise, he would never stand a chance. Dabi cursed himself for being blinded by his ego and his longing for revenge. Stain would never be so blind to think that way. Very good, Shigaraki. So, what is our next move? I'm sure Izuku Midoriya has had enough time to recover from the attempted mugging a few weeks ago by now. Time for another attack, I think, Kurogiri suggested, trying to steer Shigaraki's focus away from arguing with his colleagues. He walked past Dabi and looked out of the office window, admiring the army of gnomes he had acquired on the warehouse floor below. You know what, Kurogiri? I think you're right. I have to admit I've been getting a little bored sitting around doing nothing anyway. Chapter end. Today was just another day at school. Deku hoped it would stay that way, but he had an uneasy feeling that it wouldn't. He felt that way most days, as did everyone else in Class 1A. By now, they understood that there was no such thing as just another day at UA. Something was always happening, whether it was Aizawa's demanding training, villain attacks, or Mineta's antics. Despite it all, they tried to enjoy their time together, just like they were doing now, sitting at lunch. Deku was at a table with Uraraka, Hida, Todoroki, Azui, and Yaoyorozu. Finally, I can eat. Uraraka exclaimed, diving into her food with enthusiasm. Maybe don't eat like Satoshi does? Deku suggested, noticing her less-than-ideal table manners. A few nearby students watched them, some starstruck by the presence of their famous classmates. They had grown accustomed to the attention, but it still felt strange to be admired by first-year students who couldn't believe they were attending the same school as Deku. It's okay. We're all feeling the pressure this year, Yaoyorozu said. I mean, how many times is Midoriya going to have to squat a car? Deku nodded, acknowledging that squatting cars had become a regular part of his training. It's only because my quirk gives me enhanced strength, he explained, savoring a mouthful of food. True, although I heard he's going to be upgrading you to train carriages soon, Azui added, causing Deku to almost choke on his food. He's what? Deku asked, surprised and concerned. She's right. I caught a glimpse of his plans for your next workouts. He thinks squatting a car is getting too easy for you, Todoroki informed him, chewing his lunch. I think it's genius. Your body needs to adapt to your powerful quirk, so it makes sense to push your limits, Ida said. Yeah, but squatting cars and train carriages? That's a bit much, Uraraka replied, taking a sip of her water. I agree, that was pretty obvious, Ida, Todoroki added, causing Ida to nearly choke on his drink. Yaoyorozu chuckled at Todoroki's bluntness. My point was that he's using his quirk while doing the exercises. The quirk gets stronger as he does, Ida defended himself, a hint of sass in his tone. Wow, Ida has a sassy side, Azui teased, making Ida adjust his glasses and pout slightly. You're right, Ida. I hadn't thought of that. Sorry, Uraraka said, feeling guilty for dismissing him. Thank you, Ida replied, a smile returning to his face. Yeah, but he's still a kiss up, Todoroki joked, causing laughter to erupt from the girls and Ida to get flustered as he defended himself. Uraraka banged her fist on the table, trying to hold back her laughter, but Deku's mind drifted elsewhere. Suddenly, a man's terrified scream broke through the chatter. What the hell is that thing? Get away from me, he yelled, his voice filled with panic. Before him stood a gigantic, muscular monster, slowly advancing toward him. The creature ignored his cries, prepared to attack. I said leave me alone. Don't make me kick your butt, the man shouted, raising his fists in a show of false bravado. Chapter end. Again? It's happening again. Another vision. It has to be a vision because I'm wide awake, sitting in the cafeteria with my friends, eating lunch. Yet I'm here, in this person's body, watching things through his eyes. Although it doesn't look like he's going to survive for much longer. I have to help him. Save him. But I can't control anything he does, and he doesn't seem to notice that I'm here, in his head. Why doesn't he just run away? Run, damn it. Run. I said, run. Deku screamed suddenly, standing up from his seat at the table. He was back. The vision was over. Everyone stopped to stare at him, surprised and shocked by his sudden outburst, the whole cafeteria completely silent. Deku? Are you okay? Uraraka asked, noticing how tightly his fists were clenched on the table and how heavily he was breathing. I'm fine. Deku lied as he sat back down. As he did, he realized he'd smashed his hand straight down on his glass, shattering it to pieces. His hand was now wet from the water, mixed with his own blood from the cuts it had sustained. That stings. Hopefully, there's no glass in it. That man. Why do I have this strange feeling? That he's gone. I know he was probably killed. I know he was killed. And I know because I can't sense him anymore. This is really weird. What am I talking about? Sensing whether someone is dead or alive. Sure, people have quirks, but this isn't Star Wars. I don't have the Force. Maybe I should. Deku's trail of thought was cut off as Uraraka grabbed his hand and examined it. Come on, let's get you to Recovery Girl and get your hand patched up, Uraraka said, standing up to leave. Deku noticed her lunch was only half finished. But your lunch, he said, pointing it out to her, feeling guilty for ruining her mealtime despite how hungry she was. Part of him felt a little selfish too, as he had only eaten half of his lunch and was still hungry. Food can wait. A bloody hand that potentially has glass in it cannot. Come on, let's go, Uraraka said, gesturing for him to get up from his chair. Deku felt guilty now as he could tell that she was annoyed that she wouldn't be able to finish her meal. That's when he realized that the cafeteria was almost completely silent still. There were a few mumbles and whispers, but otherwise, it was eerily quiet compared to the usual noise levels, and everybody was staring right at him. Shall we come with you? Yaoyorozu offered, making to stand. No, it's okay. You guys stay here and enjoy your food, Uraraka said, smiling at her friends, grateful for the offer but fine with making sure Deku got his wounds tended to, even if it cost her the rest of her food. Hey Midoriya, are you okay? Kirishima asked, having approached from another table. Yeah, did you see something? You told everyone to run. Is there a villain here or something? Kendo asked, a little confused, standing with Kirishima and Tetsu. Even Bakugo came over to see what the fuss was about. Although he didn't say anything. It's fine. I was just imagining things. Come on, Uraraka, let's go, Deku said, finally standing and avoiding eye contact with everyone as he walked toward the exit, Uraraka following closely behind as she quietly apologized to their friends and told them not to worry. As they walked out of the cafeteria, everyone watched them all the way to the door in near silence. All right. Nothing to see here, extras. Mind your own business. Bakugo ordered to the whole cafeteria. Everyone soon returned to their own conversations, but the only topic of discussion was what had just happened. However, nobody knew, nobody except Deku. Hey, you okay? Uraraka asked again as the two of them walked down the hallway together. Deku simply nodded, feeling a mixture of emotions. Guilt because Uraraka couldn't eat, embarrassment because everybody was looking at him and he knew they would now be talking about him, gratitude for his friend's concern and care for him, and even Bakugo telling everyone to mind their business. He felt frustrated that he couldn't save whoever that man had been, and lastly, he was very concerned. He knew what he saw. It was a Nomu. It couldn't have been anything else. Which means Shigaraki is getting braver and producing Nomus again. To end though. Last time he did that, it didn't exactly go well for him. Maybe it's not him. It could just be a rogue Nomo from a factory we missed or something. The odd one does keep popping up after all. They're too smart to keep a record of all their factories in one place, so it's not surprising we miss some. Hey, hold up a second, Uraraka said, placing a hand on his shoulder, making him stop. He did so, and Uraraka pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, wiping away some of the blood on his hand and cleaning him up a little. He hadn't even noticed how heavily he was bleeding. As Uraraka cleaned his hand, Deku looked at her face. Chapter end. What is it? She asked. I love you, Deku said. Before she could react, he leaned in and kissed her. Uraraka gripped his shirt slightly. The kiss was the best thing she'd felt all day. It was soon over, though, and Deku pulled back. However, she pulled him back for another, deeper kiss before finally releasing him. I love you too, she said with a smirk, which made Deku chuckle and admire her. As much as I'd love to stand here and kiss you, we should probably get to Recovery Girl's office, Uraraka reminded him, her tone suddenly more serious. This brought Deku back to reality as he remembered his vision, realizing he hadn't told her about it yet. You're right. Come on, I'll tell you about chapter end. Deku had decided to visit his mother for the weekend. In the whirlwind between the end of his second year and the beginning of the third, he hadn't found the time to sit down and talk to her about everything. It baffled him that they hadn't managed to have a quick chat. Whenever they started, their conversations were interrupted by therapy sessions or psychological evaluations, or Deku's physiotherapy. Too many things had been happening all at once, preventing them from discussing matters as mother and son. Despite his many questions about his father and the chaos surrounding him, Deku couldn't shake off what had happened at lunch the other day and what Uraraka had said when he told her on the way to Recovery Girl's office. Maybe Ochako was right. It could have been some kind of emotional response. But it didn't feel like it. He felt a connection to that man's existence, and then suddenly he was gone. None of it made sense. Was it some kind of quirk he had inherited from All for One when he took them all away? That still didn't add up because it hadn't affected him until now. Why was he having these visions now? Deku's thoughts came to a halt as he realized he was standing in front of the door to his mother's apartment. He hadn't even noticed he had arrived. He had made the trip home plenty of times, so it made sense he could navigate it on autopilot. Hey, I'm home, Deku called as he opened the door. To his surprise, a certain feline did not come to greet him. I'm in the kitchen, his mother called back. Deku took off his shoes and dropped his bag by the door before walking into the kitchen. Sure enough, his mother stood at the sink, cleaning some dishes. Hello, Izuku. How are you? she asked, glancing up from her chore. I'm good, thanks, Mum. How have you been? Deku replied out of politeness, taking a seat on the couch. I've been great, thank you, she said. The atmosphere quickly became awkward. Both of them knew why Deku had come home and what the conversation would entail, but neither wanted to initiate it. They hadn't seen each other face to face since Deku had gone back to school, and they didn't know what to say. Eventually, Inko put down her sponge and let out a sigh. I suppose we should talk about your father, shouldn't we? Get it over with, she said, sounding a bit defeated. It was clear she had wanted this conversation for a while. Yeah, I guess, Deku said, feeling reluctant. Suddenly, he wasn't so sure he wanted to have this conversation. Maybe he was better off not knowing. But he reminded himself that they needed to talk it out. He hadn't hesitated to share what he saw with Ochako, so he should keep that up. There was no reason to close himself off. Inko dried her hands with a towel and took a seat on the other couch. So, what do you want to know? She asked, ready to share whatever he wanted to hear. He hesitated, noticing that she seemed hardened. She wasn't the same bubbly and sweet mother he remembered. However, her core values remained unchanged. She was still kind and loving. He felt guilty, as if he had somehow ruined her innocence regarding the world of heroes and villains. But he quickly shook off that thought. This wasn't his fault, it was his father's actions that had led to this. Well, first of all, where's Charlie? She hasn't said hello like she usually does. She's okay, right? Deku asked, deciding to start with something lighter. Oh, Charlie's fine. She just went out for a little while. She's been getting braver, staying out longer. I hardly see her all day, and then she shows up begging for dinner before I go to bed. Nothing to worry about, she's just out and about, doing what cats do, she said, smiling and perking up a little. There was the mother he remembered, happy, slightly naive and sweet. Deku felt a warmth inside him. Despite everything, he cherished these moments. Chapter end. That's a relief. So, my quirk, Deku said, deliberately trailing off to give his mother a chance to brace herself. Yes. I suppose you want to know how he. Inko tried to speak, but her words caught in her throat. Her breathing grew heavier and faster. Deku panicked, fearing she was about to have a panic attack. In an instant, he was on his knees in front of her, holding her hands tightly. It's okay, Mom, just breathe, he said, trying to help her through it. That's when he noticed the tears welling in her eyes. She couldn't maintain eye contact. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Izuku, she said, pulling him into a tight hug. He felt a little breathless but decided to let her hold him for as long as she needed. It's okay, Mom. It's okay, Deku reassured her, tears beginning to build in his own eyes. I know. I'm just so sorry. What that man did to you. What he did to me. What he did to us. I wish I'd seen it sooner. I wish I'd stopped him. Gone to the police. Anything. There was nothing I could do. He threatened to kill you. I couldn't let him do that. I couldn't lose you, Inko wailed, bursting into tears as she gripped her son tightly, now also kneeling on the floor with him. Wait, you remember now? Deku asked, a little shocked. He had convinced himself that she wouldn't be able to remember anything, but now he could finally find out what happened. Yes. I remember everything, Inko said, finally letting go of her son. I'm sorry. I thought if I acted tough and hardened by it all, I'd be able to get through it easier. But I couldn't keep it together. She wiped her tears, revealing the effort she had made to appear strong. Deku smiled slightly, relieved that the experience hadn't changed his mother. It's okay, Mom. I won't hold anything against you. I just want to know everything that happened so I can move on and leave it all behind us, he said, taking a seat on the sofa, as did his mother. She wiped the remaining tears from her face and took a deep breath. We were a happy couple once. I never suspected anything of him. To me, he was just my loving husband who worked a lot. Whether he truly loved me or not is hard to say, knowing what he is now. I suspect he was just using me to have you, Inko said, pausing for a moment. That admission was clearly painful. The thought of being manipulated and lied to was overwhelming. It's okay, Mom. It's not your fault. You could never have known who he really was, Deku said, trying to offer her comfort as she struggled with the realization. He noticed the tears forming again as she sniffled and sat back on the sofa, taking another deep breath. I did know, though, Izuku. I did know, she revealed. Deku's jaw dropped in disbelief, confusion washing over him. But you just said, he began, but she cut him off. I know. It took me a while, but I found out what he was. When I confronted him, he told me who he was as well. How he'd used me. I threatened to go to the police, to tell them everything and expose him to the world. Of course, he just laughed in my face. He had so many people on his payroll. He practically owned the police and even a few pieces of different governments. I would have been silenced immediately. He could see I was defeated. That wasn't enough for him, though. He decided he had to break me some more. He told me what would happen to you if I tried anything. You were barely a few months old at the time. Looking back on it all now, I'd say I got the last laugh, but I'm not sure I did, Inko said. Deku took it all in, appreciating his mother more than ever. I have so many questions. What happened next? Why would you say you got the last laugh? How did you find out who he really was? Did he threaten to kill you? Why did he send us money if he knew you'd found out who he was? Wait, is that when he hypnotized you? Is that? Deku began, but he stopped when he saw the pained expression on his mother's face, despite her comforting smile telling him it was okay to ask questions. Sorry, he said, feeling guilty. It's fine, sweetie. Chapter end. Part 3. I'll try my best to answer your questions, Inko began, her voice trembling. After that, I thought he was going to kill me and do all those horrible things to you anyway. That's when I lost it and just started laughing at him. I told him his son would never become the monster he wanted because he was my son too, and he would always have his mother's pure heart. I said that no matter how hard he tried, how much he trained you to be a killer, at some point, you'd turn on him and take him down because you were my son. Your instinct would always be to do what's right, not what you're told. And it looks like I was right. Inko's eyes filled with tears, but a proud smile broke through. Deku was in disbelief. Wow. She really stood up to him like that? She's so brave and strong. He realized that in her mind, she probably had nothing to lose. But I don't know what to say, he admitted, struggling to find the words. He wanted to express his pride and gratitude, to let her know he would never forget everything she had done for him over the years. But the emotions overwhelmed him, leaving him speechless. Inko raised her hand, signaling for him to listen. It's okay. I understand, Izuku. Besides, I have more to tell you. After I laughed in his face and told him his son would never be anything like him, he simply sighed and said I was probably right. I don't know if I made him doubt his plan or if he was already questioning it, but that's what he said. At the time, I thought that meant he was going to kill us both, no loose ends and all that. But he didn't. Instead, he knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, I was in a cell, and you were in a cot in the corner, crying. I picked you up and cradled you in my arms, terrified. That's when the door opened, and he walked in with some scientists and doctors. They were there to erase any memory I had of his true identity and disable your quirk, your BRTH-given quirk, so you would never know who your real father was and think you were quirkless. They erased my memory of that too, along with everything else. All that was left were the happy memories I had of your father. Inko's expression darkened. They did all sorts of things to me. Drugged me, hypnotized me, even tried mind control techniques. Clearly, some of them worked. All for one did terrible things to you as well, experimenting with quirk combinations and his own quirk's power to find a way to deactivate it. In the end, he found a way to do it, I don't know how. All I know is that he did it so only he could activate your quirk, which is what he did during your fight. Again, I don't know how. She took a deep breath, her eyes filled with pain. After everything that happened recently, I went through a lot of therapy and tests and reluctantly allowed myself to be hypnotized again. Eventually, it helped me remember things until I reached the point where I am now, where I can remember everything. Deku's heart ached for her. So, how did you find out who he was? He asked, still curious about how his mother had managed to piece it all together. I didn't know who he was at first. I was just suspicious of him. He had been distant since I got PR'd and was acting strangely. So, I followed him to work one day and watched him kill someone. If I had known exactly who he was, I probably would have just taken you and run away, Inko said, regret lacing her voice. Why didn't he just kill you? Or both of us? Deku asked, confused. My guess, and the police's guess, is that he found Shigaraki around the same time I gave BRH to you, or was at least keeping tabs on him and other potential heirs to his throne. Clearly, he thought they all had more potential than you did. He probably wanted to keep his options open, which is why he spared you and kept me alive to raise you. He altered my memories to make me think he just had a big job abroad, which is why he kept sending money every month. That way, I never questioned it. Or at least not until a couple of years later. Who knows, maybe he did care about us in some way, Inko joked, wiping another tear from her eye. I love you, Deku said, hugging her tighter than he ever had before. He decided not to ask any more questions. It was clearly getting too painful for her. I love you too, she sobbed, hugging him back, both of them crying and sniffling in that moment of shared vulnerability. Chapter end. Izuku, Inko said softly. Yes, Mom? Deku replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. I know. You said you wanted to know all of this so you could move on and forget about it. But you can't, she explained gently. Deku pulled back from the hug, surprised and a bit annoyed. Why not? Because, like it or not, it's what made you who you are today. And me too. If none of that had ever happened, you could have become a villain. I hope you would have realized it was wrong, but by then it might have been too late. He is your father, and I am your mother. That's something you have to accept. If you don't, it could tear you apart. You need to come to terms with what shaped you and who was responsible for that, whether you agree with it or not. It's actually pretty ironic that he created his greatest obstacle by accident and ended up being responsible for one of the best heroes the world has ever seen. Inko smiled softly, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Besides, despite everything that happened, I'm happy I met your father. Deku's expression shifted to one of anger and confusion. What? Why would you say that? Inko's words struck a chord within him, and he felt his anger dissipate, replaced by a warm sense of joy. He realized that, despite everything his mother had endured, she was okay. No matter what had happened in the past, they would always have each other, and her love for him remained unwavering. Because he gave me the greatest thing in my life. He gave me you, my boy, my Izuku, my hero. Chapter end. Bakugo lifted Eri into the air, who was wearing a lion onesie, mimicking a scene from The Lion King. Eri giggled with delight. This is so much fun, she exclaimed, smiling and laughing. You really like that movie, huh? Bakugo asked as he placed her back down on the floor. Yeah. I think The Lion King is my favorite movie so far. Eri squealed, jumping up and down with pure glee. Bakugo couldn't help but smile. The little girl had grown on him. Although when Kirishima pointed this out and teased him about going soft, it didn't end well. So what do you want to do before bed? Bakugo asked, sitting down on the sofa. Can we watch the news? Eri asked, surprising Bakugo. Why? He asked, raising a suspicious eyebrow. I want to see if Mommy and Daddy are okay, Eri admitted, her joy replaced with concern. HM? You mean Round Face and that nerd? Trust me, they're fine, Bakugo said, laughing it off and slumping back on the sofa. You don't know that. Eri argued, her concern now replaced with anger. Bakugo wondered if she got that from hanging around him too much. Your mom and dad are. Damn it, please don't make me say it. Bakugo said, biting his tongue. He really didn't want to say it out loud. Especially if Deku found out. Eri looked at him, confused, tilting her head slightly like a curious puppy. This only frustrated Bakugo more. He knew he couldn't say no to that face. Ugagagai. Your mom and dad are. There. Bakugo struggled to get the words out but couldn't bring himself to say it. Eri looked even more confused. They're what? She asked, and Bakugo's frustration reached a boiling point. They're two of the toughest, most badass heroes I've ever seen, he blurted out, immediately freezing up. Oh, that didn't feel right at all. Why do I feel so strange? Bakugo asked as Eri stared at him with a huge grin. I think you're experiencing character development, she said with a sly smile. Bakugo realized she had known what he wanted to say. You knew what I wanted to say, didn't you? He asked, small explosions occurring in random locations on his body, clearly not happy about being tricked by a child. Yes, I did. I just wanted to hear you say it. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me, Eri said, giggling at the look of disbelief on his face. Bakugo shook his head, snapping back to reality. Well, I can't say I'm not annoyed, but part of me is kind of proud that you did that to me, he admitted, trying to hide a small grin and failing. Ah, Uncle Bakugo really is becoming a big softy, Eri teased. This did not sit well with Bakugo. I'm a what now? He screamed, standing over her, explosions blasting out of his back without causing any damage in Deku and Uraraka's dorm. Eri didn't flinch. She knew he would never lay a finger on her and simply stuck her tongue out at him in jest. Whatever you little runt, playtime is over. It's time for bed. Your mom and dad will be home from patrol soon, Bakugo said, beginning to walk away, expecting her to follow. However, she remained still, staring at the television. Can we please watch the news first? To check on them, Eri said, a slight edge to her voice. Bakugo was confused. 1 minute she was a bubbly, energetic child enjoying The Lion King, then she tricked him into admitting how highly he regarded Deku and Uraraka, and now she was on edge again. He remembered that Eri wasn't just any kid, she'd been through a lot. Sometimes it was easy to forget what she had experienced. It was clear she had developed a strong fear of losing the people she cared about. It made sense. Raised by villains who had put her through terrible things, she was saved by the only people who had ever shown her true compassion. Of course, she didn't want to lose them. They were the best thing that had ever happened to her, and she knew it. Chapter end. Finally, she had found people who cared deeply for her and would do anything for her. People who loved her and offered the kindness and compassion she had always longed for. Now that she had it, she wasn't prepared to lose it anytime soon. Look, they're on patrol with pro-heroes, and they're both perfectly capable heroes themselves. They've fought some of the most dangerous villains in the world and won, Bakugo said, trying to reassure her that they would be okay. I know that, but I have a bad feeling that something is wrong, Eri replied, her gaze fixed on the TV. She seemed to be waiting for him to turn it on, hoping for peace of mind or confirmation of her sense of dread. I get it. They might not even be on the news though, Bakugo said, trying to avoid getting her hopes up. I know that. If that's the case, then they're fine, Eri insisted, not taking her eyes off the screen. Bakugo couldn't believe how mature and serious she sounded. Then again, one probably grows up fast after what she had been through. Alright. Here you go, Bakugo said reluctantly, picking up the remote and turning the TV on. At first, it displayed a rerun of Deku's talk show interview. Bakugo quickly changed the channel, and when they saw what was on the news, both he and Eri felt a cold shiver run down their spines, their hearts racing. Eri's feeling that something was wrong had been correct, and what they were now witnessing shocked them, their eyes widening and jaws dropping. Eri looked at Bakugo, hoping he would know what to do or at least have some words of encouragement to comfort her. However, Bakugo was too focused on the news to notice her gaze, and he could only manage one thing to say. This isn't good. Chapter end. So far so good, Uraraka mumbled to herself. It had been a quiet night. She had spent most of the patrol. Well, patrolling. No villain attacks, no crimes to stop, mostly just excited fans recognizing either her or Ryukyu. Looks like tonight is going to be a quiet one. We've only got a few minutes before our patrol is over. Sorry it's been so boring, but this is just how it goes sometimes, Ryukyu said, walking down the street and waving to a fan on the other side who couldn't believe that she'd acknowledged them. Uraraka followed closely behind, trying to match Ryukyu's relaxed demeanor. Maybe I should loosen up too. I can't drop my guard, though, not after what Deku told me. If it was a vision and not some form of PTSD like I suggested, then that would mean the Nomis are back. Meaning Shigaraki will likely start getting bolder sooner rather than later. Meaning Deku and I will both likely be targets. My only question is, who does he want dead more? Deku? Or me for chopping his hand off? Uraraka didn't know why, but she smiled at the thought, even though it was slightly grim. Yeah, it's probably me. I bet he's still upset about that one. What are you smiling at? Ryukyu asked, noticing the smile on her face. Oh, it's nothing. I just remembered something, that's all, Uraraka said, brushing it off. Ryukyu could tell there was more to it than that but decided not to press any further. Probably just a teenager being a teenager. If you say so, she replied, letting Uraraka know that her interest in the matter was over. Uraraka wondered if Deku's patrol had been as quiet as hers. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Ryukyu suddenly stopped. Uravity, stop. Did you hear that? Uraraka almost walked straight into the back of her. When she saw how serious and on edge Ryukyu now seemed, Uraraka quickly focused. No. I didn't hear anything, Uraraka admitted, scanning her surroundings for any threats or what Ryukyu could have possibly heard. Nothing. This way. And stay quiet, Ryukyu ordered before taking off at full sprint. Uraraka quickly ran after her. They soon stopped at the corner of the street, peeking around the side of the building to check if her suspicions were correct. Just what I thought, Ryukyu said, a small grin appearing on her face. Uraraka couldn't tell if she was happy about being right or if she was excited to see some action tonight. What is it? She asked. Take a look for yourself, Ryukyu said, stepping back from the corner and allowing Uraraka to take a peek. Uraraka raised a suspicious eyebrow but took a look nevertheless. Just a few meters down the street, armed thugs were breaking into a bank. Looking closer, Uraraka could see shards of glass all over the floor. You heard the window break, Uraraka realized. Ryukyu nodded in response. So what's the plan? HM? You're asking me? Uraraka questioned, a little surprised. Yes. I'm asking you. You're a third year now, kid, so you tell me what the plan is, Ryukyu said, double-checking her gear to make sure she was ready for a fight. Uraraka swallowed her surprise and observed the scene again. 2 armed men at the door, who knows how many inside. The alarm hadn't gone off yet, which implied they had either disabled it or delayed it, meaning they were clearly professionals. Judging from their body armor and tactical equipment, it was a safe bet. Without knowing what was happening inside, though, she had no idea what they should do. We need a better vantage point. Without knowing what's waiting for us inside, we can't just run in and take those 2 down. Judging from their gear and the lack of alarms ringing, it's a safe bet they're professionals too. We need to be careful about this one, Uraraka informed Ryukyu. As she did, she received a smile in response. Good work, kid. All right, let's go across the street and hide in one of those stores. We should be able to observe the scene without being spotted. Let's go. Ryukyu sprinted across the road, with Uraraka following closely behind. They turned down the first alleyway they came to and snuck into the back of one of the stores. As they did, one of the staff inside panicked and almost screamed, but thankfully he recognized them both. Oh, thank goodness. I thought you were one of those thugs across the street or something worse, the store worker said in relief. Uraraka and Ryukyu exchanged concerned looks. What do you mean? Ryukyu asked. I don't know, it could be a person, but it looked like a monster. It was huge, probably as big as All Might if not bigger. I've been hiding in here hoping they wouldn't come looking for me. I would have called the cops, but I was worried they'd see me because the phone is in clear sight of them, so it was too risky, he explained. Don't worry, you're safe now. Sneak out the chapter and... I'll do my best. Good luck. By the way, my advice? Don't let that big guy see you, he warned before quickly exiting through the back door. Alright, let's see what we have here, Ryukyu said, staying crouched low to avoid being spotted as she crept toward the window. Uraraka followed her lead and peeked across the street. Inside, they could see 3 armed thugs, and standing in the middle of the room was a gigantic muscular creature. When Uraraka saw it, her heart skipped a beat. It had to be one of them. What else could it be? No, don't jump to conclusions. It could just be a strength quirk of some sort. Don't assume anything until you know for sure. What are you thinking? Ryukyu asked, waiting for her to come up with a plan. Well, the thugs inside are preoccupied robbing the place, and the big guy isn't looking at the door. That means the 2 at the front are completely exposed. It's probably safer to lure them away from the door first and then take them out. Quietly, Uraraka said. Ryukyu smiled. All right, kid, that'll do. I'll take the lead from here. Just wanted to make sure you knew how to strategize for yourself. And? Uraraka asked, curious if she had passed Ryukyu's little test. You did great. Now come on, let's move before these guys decide to leave, Ryukyu instructed as the two of them headed back outside, ready to make their move. Would you guys hurry up in there? Somebody's gonna spot us sooner or later, one of the guards outside complained. Just shut up and keep a lookout. Even if somebody does see us, we've got the big guy on our side, another thug said as he loaded a huge pile of cash into his duffel bag. I'm still not convinced he's on our side, a third thug said, staring at the creature with a suspicious eyebrow, though it was hard to see under his mask. Why is he just standing there? Like some kind of mindless zombie, the fourth thug said, stuffing his duffel bag full of cash. He's waiting for us to give him orders. They said he wouldn't do anything unless we told him to. So, would you guys just do your job so we can get out of here? The fifth thug said, annoyed by the complaints. That's when he heard something down the alleyway next to the bank. You hear that? He asked, raising his gun and turning to face the alleyway. I didn't hear anything. You're just imagining it, the other thug at the door said, assuming his partner was being paranoid. Whatever, man. I'm going to investigate, he said, keeping his gun aimed and ready. He flicked the safety off and placed his finger on the trigger, poised to take action against any witnesses or heroes trying to stop them. While he does that, I'll take the big guy to crack the vault open. Just remember, as soon as he does, the alarms will start ringing, and we'll have 10 minutes until the cops get here, so be ready to move. Come on, you big guy, let's get moving, one of the thugs inside instructed. The gigantic creature stomped off, following the thug into the back of the bank and out of sight. Meanwhile, the suspicious thug at the door carefully sneaked up to the corner and lowered his gun, standing with his back to the wall. He poked his head out to see down the alleyway. Nothing. Moving out of cover, he raised his gun again, waiting patiently for something or someone to move into his line of sight, desperate to take action. His movements were professional, indicating he had military training. Come on, show your face so I can put a few bullets in it. I've been itching for some action all night, the thug said as he moved further into the alleyway and out of sight of his teammate. Anything? The thug at the door called after losing sight of his partner. He waited for a moment but received no response. Since he hadn't heard any commotion, he dismissed his suspicions and assumed his colleague was simply focused on his task. I'm telling you, man, it's nothing, he called out again. Still, he got no response, and this time he grew a little suspicious. He was about to take the safety off his weapon when... Yeah, you're right. There's nobody here, the thug in the alleyway called back, lowering his weapon and sounding a bit disappointed. See? What did I tell yo? The other thug began, but he was cut off. What the? Who the hell are you? The thug in the alleyway yelled suddenly. The bank alarms started ringing shortly after that. The thug at the door immediately raised his weapon and turned toward the alleyway, taking the safety off. Crossbones? You okay? What's going on back there? He called out, now very nervous. He heard a slight scuffle and a few thuds just before a singular gunshot went off. Crossbones! The thug screamed and quickly sprinted toward the alleyway, aiming his weapon down it, ready to confront whoever was scuffling with Crossbones. However, he was shocked to find that nobody was there. His teammate, Crossbones, and whoever he saw were gone. Chapter end. What's going on out there? Eagle, why have you abandoned your post? One of the thugs asked over an earpiece. Crossbones was investigating the alley. I couldn't hear what was going on over the noise of the alarms other than a bit of a scuffle and a gunshot. Speaking of which, can we turn that off? Eagle replied, his frustration growing as the blaring alarms and flashing red lights filled the building, casting an eerie glow in the darkness. We could, but it'll waste too much time. Is Crossbones okay? Another thug inquired. I don't know, he's gone. There's nobody here in the alley. That means someone's here and they took him out, Eagle informed them as he cautiously walked down the alleyway, keeping his weapon raised. You heard him, people. Safety's off. We've got company. Keep your eyes open and let's get out of here before the cops show up, another thug ordered, and they all armed their weapons, ready for action. Eagle, forget about Crossbones. Get to the van and bring it around the front so we can load the take. We'll start stacking the bags by the door while you do, the same thug commanded, clearly in charge. Alright, I got it. Moving to the. Oh my god, Eagle said, lowering his weapon as he looked up at the fire escape on the side of the building. What is it now? One of the thugs asked, wondering what else could possibly be happening as he tossed a duffel bag down by the door. It's Crossbones. He's been wrapped up in some kind of wire. He's alive, but someone knocked him out and tied him up, leaving him to dangle from the fire escape. Like some kind of creepy decoration, Eagle explained. I love decorations, one of the thugs commented. This is not the time. And Eagle, what do you mean he's dangling from the fire escape? You trying to tell me that Batman is here? Another thug yelled in frustration. No, of course not. Batman isn't real, Sweet Tooth said, clearly thinking the suggestion was silly. Shut up, all of you. Sweet Tooth, Chains, get the money to the door. Me and the big guy should be out soon. Eagle, get the van round the front and start loading up already. And deal with Crossbones. We can't afford any loose ends. We'll split his cut, the leader ordered. But boss, Eagle tried to argue, but his boss cut him off. No buts. Do it or I'll get the big guy to take care of you both, he threatened. All right, Wolf. You got it, Eagle said, resigned. He raised his gun and aimed it at his colleague. Sorry, buddy. Nothing personal. But being taken out by the big guy sounds painful. Better you than me, he said, about to pull the trigger when he felt something wrap around his waist. He looked down, horrified to see wire binding him. His eyes widened as he looked up, realizing the wire came from somewhere in the darkness above him. Hey guys? Chains was right. I think it really is Batman. Eagle screamed as he was suddenly yanked up into the air, disappearing into the shadows, dropping his weapon. Eagle? Eagle? Wolf called over the earpiece. Nothing. He was gone. Is he serious? It is Batman? He's real? Sweet Tooth screamed in terror. I don't know whether to be excited or terrified. I always liked Batman in the films, but now I get how all those poor guys that fought him felt. He's picking us off one by one. Chains yelled, caught between admiration and fear. You idiots! Of course it's not Batman. It's obviously a hero of some sort. Now focus. We've only got 5 minutes until the cops show up, so would one of you go get the van already before? Wolf began, but he stopped dead when he heard sirens approaching and saw police cars pulling up outside with their flashing lights. All right boys, this is about to get messy. We'll sneak out the back and let the big guy handle this. Go on, you big guy, get out there and deal with the cops. Wolf ordered. The giant creature made a hissing sound and then stomped back into the main lobby of the bank before walking straight out the door. Outside, several police vehicles and SWAT teams had gathered, weapons at the ready, all staring in disbelief at the monstrous figure before them. Open fire, the sergeant ordered, snapping his officers out of their trance. They followed the command, beginning to fire at the giant beast. Chapter end. However, the bullets simply bounced off as he stood there until the firing ceased. How in the world did he, the sergeant began, but he was cut off as the beast let out an almighty, terrifying screech. It was about to charge when suddenly, a woman landed on the ground between the creature and the police force, causing it to hesitate as it regarded the much smaller figure curiously. So, she was right. You are a Nomu, with some sort of hardening quirk it seems, and who knows what else. Well, I'm no superhero, but let's see how you deal with chapter end. Chapter 21. DMN. You really are tough, aren't you? Ryukyu joked as the Nomu seemed to shrug off another one of her punches. She ducked under its returning swing, a grin on her face. Well, despite your immense strength and power, you're incredibly dumb. The Nomu let out a screech, clearly annoyed by her taunts, and took another swing. Ryukyu ducked down and swept its legs, tripping the Nomu as it crashed down onto its back. You're not so scary. Besides, I'm sure our big, loud fight out here is distracting your buddies inside from the real threat, she said, maintaining her playful demeanor. While she revealed her role as a distraction, the Nomu was too simple-minded to warn its comrades. It had been ordered to fight, and that was exactly what it intended to do. Suddenly, it leaped up and bit into Ryukyu's arm. This is ridiculous, Sweet Tooth complained as he loaded the van with duffel bags. Wolf and Chains were still inside, grabbing whatever they could while Ryukyu battled the Nomo outside. How did the cops get here so fast? The only way they could have known is if this was a setup or if someone saw us, but there was nobody around. At least, that's what Crossbones and Eagle said. Either way, this is, Sweet Tooth continued, but he heard a sound further down the alleyway. He dropped the duffel bag, spun around, and raised his rifle, ready to fire. He scanned the dark alley, but he couldn't see anything, which put him on edge. "Be Batman? Is that you?" Sweet Tooth asked nervously. "Do I look like Batman to you?" a voice said behind him. He turned to see a young teenage girl sitting on a pile of duffel bags in the back of the van, causing him to lower his weapon. After all, how much of a threat could she really be? "Look, girlie, why don't you get out of here? This is a dangerous place for a young lady like you," Sweet Tooth said with a smile that, under his mask, was more unsettling than friendly. "See, it's funny that you assume a man is the one taking out your men. Guess that means the rest of your buddies will underestimate me as well," she replied with a sly grin as she climbed out of the back of the van. Sweet Tooth scratched his head, trying to process her words. But before he could react, she delivered a powerful uppercut to his chin, knocking him into the air. She then grabbed his ankle, making him weightless, and delivered the knockout blow by slamming his head against the van. Poor Sweet Tooth. "Not the brightest spark, are you?" Uraraka said as she tied him up with her wire and tossed him into the back of the van. She took his earpiece and placed it into her own after cleaning it off. "Just two left," she said, preparing to enter the bank through the back door. That's when she heard Ryukyu scream in pain, followed by the sound of concrete breaking, sending rubble into the air. The ensuing crashes of windows and car alarms indicated that the fight outside was causing chaos. "This needs to be quick, she needs my help," Uraraka thought as she burst through the bank door. As soon as she entered, she found Chains standing there, carrying several duffel bags. Although she couldn't see his face under his mask, she could sense his confusion and surprise. His head tilted slightly as he noticed the earpiece she had taken from Sweet Tooth. "Oh no," Chains said, realizing who she was. He dropped the duffel bags and reached for his gun, but the strap was tangled with the other bags. Uraraka sprinted toward him. "Not today," Chains shouted as he grabbed a bottle of water from his utility belt and removed the cap. Suddenly, the water shot out, forming a hammer that smacked Uraraka across the face. It didn't hurt too much, but she was dazed, confused, and soaked, her hair falling over her eyes. Before she could react, Chains punched her hard in the gut and followed up with a roundhouse kick to her face. She stumbled back, tasting blood in her mouth. That hurt. She spat the blood onto the floor and pushed her hair out of her face, ready to confront Chains again. Chapter end. He was quickly trying to remove the strap from his rifle so he could shoot her, and the water he'd made into a small hammer had returned to the bottle it had come from. Or at least, some of it had. "Come on, you son of a..." Chains yelled in frustration and anger. "Chains, what's going on down there?" Wolf asked over the earpiece, which Uraraka heard as well since she'd taken Sweet Tooth's. That's when it occurred to her. Why did Ryukyu take both Eagle and Crossbones earpieces? They could have just had one each. It didn't matter now, though. "There's some girl down here, and my gun is trapped under all of these bags." Chains yelled back, still trying to unclip the strap. Meanwhile, Uraraka grabbed a bauble from her utility belt and began to tie her hair back so that it was out of her face. "Then just use your quirk and take her out," Wolf ordered, a bit annoyed by Chains' incompetence. "I can only manipulate water, I can't make more of it like those water heroes a few years back. Besides, I already used half of my water on her. What am I going to do, drown her?" Chains asked sarcastically, giving up on his gun and looking at the water bottle on his utility belt. "Yes," Wolf screamed over the earpiece. Chains took a moment and couldn't believe how much he'd panicked and how unprofessional he seemed. "Oh yeah, of course. Sorry, kid, but this is gonna ICK for you," Chains warned with a huge smirk on his face as Uraraka finished tying her hair back, returning the smug expression with one of her own. "Try me," she taunted. Chains hesitated for a moment, questioning how much of a threat she was. But then he decided, why not? Drown then. Chains yelled as he uncapped the bottle, and what was left of the water flew out toward her face. However, Uraraka had it all figured out. Anti-gravity field, she exclaimed, placing both hands on the floor. The water followed her movement and continued to shoot toward her face. However, a few inches before it hit her, it suddenly slowed down and started breaking apart, floating in the air and breaking down into droplets. What kind of quirk is this? Chains asked, completely flabbergasted. I can manipulate gravity on objects or people, but more recently I can create gravity fields and either lessen or increase the gravity within the field. I bet you've never had to manipulate water in a zero-gravity environment, have you? Uraraka asked with a big smirk on her face. Chains was shocked. She was right. He'd never had to manipulate water in these conditions. In zero gravity, the water was simply floating and breaking down, leaving nothing for him to attack with. However, he didn't give up. He began to concentrate as much as he could on bringing the droplets back together, and to his surprise, it started to work. Very slowly, the droplets began to move back toward each other. After a few moments, he managed to form enough to attack with. "Oh, I've got you now," he said, certain he'd ruined her plan, but she was still smirking. "That's cute. Gravity increase," she exclaimed. Before Chains could react, the water slammed down into the floor, creating a tiny splash. However, it was soon nothing more than a stain in the carpet. Uraraka deactivated her gravity field and stood upright. "I assume you can't manipulate it when it's a stain? Or when it's soaked into my hair?" "What a shame," Uraraka teased, raising her fists for a fight. Chains stood in disbelief for a moment before becoming enraged that a teenage girl had managed to outdo him. "I'll get you for this," he screamed before charging at her. Uraraka simply stepped to the side and tripped him. While he was on the floor, she quickly touched all of the duffel bags that were on his back and increased their gravity, pinning him to the floor. Enough to trap him without crushing him. In theory, anyway. He was a fully grown man and in shape. She hoped his spine would be able to hold the weight until the cops took him in, but she didn't bother telling him that. "I'll take that," Uraraka said, unclipping his rifle from its strap, much to Chain's annoyance since he'd been struggling with it just moments ago. "Let me go. I'll get you for this." I'll, Chain screamed, but she cut him off. "You'll do nothing but lay there and be a good boy until the cops come and take you away," Uraraka threatened, pressing her heel down on his back, making him grunt in pain. It soon shut him up, though. "He won't," a man's voice behind her said suddenly over her earpiece, making her heart skip a beat. She spun around to see Wolf standing in the doorway, pointing his rifle at her. "But I will," he said. Just before he squeezed the trigger, Uraraka dove out of the way, landing behind a support pillar. She quickly stood up and pressed her back against it, realizing she was still holding the rifle. "I know I shouldn't, but should I use this? Just to incapacitate him, and then I can knock him out or restrain him. It's only fair chapter end." "Useless fool. I planned on taking you all out and claiming the money for myself anyway, so I guess this girl and that dragon woman outside just made things easier for me. Not to mention you both already loaded the van up for me. All I have to do now is eliminate this girl, take care of the rest of the squad, and load up what's left. This job couldn't have gone any better. Now, where are you hiding?" Wolf asked, realizing she was still in the room somewhere. Uraraka had such positions, still slightly in shock from the chaos around her. However, she quickly composed herself, knowing that if she didn't, she'd be in serious trouble. "This guy is no joke. But why does everyone who fights me call me names? Come on, girl. Show yourself. Please don't make me do this the hard way. It'd be more fun for me, and I'd get a decent meal out of it, but I assure you, if you let me catch you, it'll be much quicker and less painful than what I have planned otherwise," Wolf threatened, and Uraraka could have sworn he snarled, like an animal, but not in the way Bakugo did. "You're right. I'm not just going to let you take me down," Uraraka called back. Wolf snapped around, facing the direction of her voice, slowly creeping over to her position, but she had managed to slip away to the other side of the room. "Fine. Have it your way. Just remember that I warned you," Wolf said, liking his lips with excitement. "Finally, a good hunt." He pulled out a device from his pocket and pressed a button. Suddenly, the lights went out, along with any other electrical device within a 10-meter radius. DMN, a small EMP device. Now he can't see what he's shooting at, though. So what's his game? I'm going to enjoy this. I haven't feasted on someone like you for quite some time, Wolf said, a definite hint of excitement in his voice. That's when Uraraka heard the gun hit the floor. He had thrown it down. What the hell? Uraraka peeked out from behind the desk she was hiding behind and saw him just a few meters away. She was about to aim the gun at him when she realized he was taking off his mask. When it came off, she was horrified by what she saw. Wolf wasn't just a name, he was an actual wolf. His head was larger than a regular wolf's, but he had the same eyes, snout, ears, and teeth. His fur was gray, and his eyes were filled with bloodlust. Uraraka was frozen in disbelief and horror. She was looking at a real werewolf, something she never thought she'd see. Alright girl, where are you? I'm hungry, Wolf said with a chilling laugh before snarling through his teeth. Uraraka quickly got back behind her cover and took a deep breath. Wolf, however, took off his gloves, revealing his incredibly hairy hands with razor-sharp claws. What is happening right now? If this guy catches me, oh my god. He'll eat me. I told you it would be easier if you let me catch you. I would have taken care of you quickly, but now I'll enjoy this much more. What's wrong? You've gotten awfully quiet, Wolf teased, liking his lips again and snarling, making her flinch. I'm definitely using this gun. Uraraka listened carefully to his footsteps before she heard the dreaded sound of him sniffing. Oh no. Can he smell me? After a few short sniffs, there was silence. Wolf stood still. Then came the sound of a quick scuffle, followed by silence again. Uraraka took a deep breath, ensured the safety was off, and stood up, aiming the gun over the top of the desk, ready to fire. However, when she did, there was nothing there. He was gone. That's when she felt something drip onto her shoulder. Looking down, she saw it looked like drool. Oh no. Very slowly, she turned around, and standing right in front of her was Wolf. Only now did she realize how big he was, at least 7 feet tall and clearly powerful. He looked down at her with a terrifying glint of excitement in his eyes. When Uraraka's eyes met his, he began to growl and bare his teeth, making her gulp. Easy now. Be a good girl, Uraraka said slowly, stepping away from the desk and quickly looking for an exit. He let her move to the side, turning with her so that she was still right in front of him. The door was just behind her now. A straight sprint across the room might give her a chance. Wolf growled and snarled louder, warning her of his impending attack as she began to back away, step by step. Please. Try and run. Let's see which one of us is faster, Wolf warned her. She realized he was right. If she tried to run and turned her back on him, he would pounce. Chapter end. She had to fight. All right, let's see what you've got, she taunted. For a moment, the growling and snarling stopped, and Wolf tilted his head, bemused by her words, much like a dog does when it's curious but doesn't quite understand. However, that moment of confusion quickly transformed into rage. Fluffy? Arr, he bellowed as the lights suddenly flickered back on, the EMP clearly wearing off. He leaped right at her. Uraraka didn't have time to react as he landed on top of her, knocking her onto her back. His jaws opened wide, attempting to bite her, but she quickly raised her weapon, jamming it into his mouth. Wolf thrashed violently, trying to break free or crush the rifle in half. Uraraka held on for dear life, knowing that the weapon was her only defense against a gruesome fate. Drool splattered her face, but she focused on finding a way out. If he was smart, he'd use his claws to weaken her or lift his head to knock the gun from her hands. He could easily overpower her, but she realized he was more animalistic than he wanted to admit. She just needed to outsmart him. Suddenly, she screamed in pain as Wolf's thrashing caused a few of his teeth to scratch through her suit, leaving deep cuts on her arms. The scent of blood filled the air, and she felt her strength waning as Wolf pressed down harder, thrashing even more violently. Despite the pain, she kept her grip on the gun. I'm not going out like this. I will beat you. In a sudden twist, the rifle snapped in half, and Wolf bit down hard, expecting to feel his teeth sink into her throat. To his surprise, he clamped down on nothing but air. Confused, he lifted his head to see that she had managed to move out of the way. Not a mistake he would make twice. He lunged to pin her down again, but then he realized he was floating. Uraraka had grabbed hold of him as she dodged his bite. Wolf growled in frustration, swinging and snarling in the air, but his wild movements only made him spin around. Uraraka watched, amused. "Now, down, boy," she said, grabbing his snout and keeping his jaws clenched shut before swinging him over her head and slamming him down onto the floor. He was still conscious, so she hit him against the nearest support pillar, hearing the sound of ribs cracking as he whined in pain. But he remained a threat. Uraraka swung him overhead again, this time holding his body upside down, angling his snout toward her. She jumped up and slammed both feet down onto his snout, driving it into the floor with all her strength. The sound of shattering teeth echoed in the room as his body went limp. Finally, he was unconscious. I never have to do anything like that. Ever again. That was tough, she breathed, trying to catch her breath. Quickly, she used her wire to tie up Wolf's snout and secure him to one of the support pillars. That's when she noticed the blood dripping from his mouth. She had really shattered quite a few of his teeth. He likely fainted from the pain. Well, that about wraps that up. I wonder how, Uraraka began, but was cut off as the building shook and dust fell from the ceiling. She heard the shrieks and screeches of the Nomu and the sound of a pained Ryukyu, followed by another loud thud and a rumble as the earth trembled. Ryukyu needs my help. Uraraka sprinted through the door and into the main lobby of the bank. She was on the upper floor and ran straight ahead, leaping over the banister and using her quirk to soften her landing as her feet connected with the marble floor. Above her, a gigantic, ornate clock hung from the ceiling, its four sides displaying the time. It was an impressive structure, likely made of steel and other shiny metals, but she couldn't afford to be distracted by its size, especially since it was roughly the same size as the Nomu outside. As she ran, her arms felt heavy and weak, but she couldn't let that stop her. Ryukyu was losing and time was running out. Bursting through the doors onto the street, she was met with a scene of chaos. Mangled cars, smashed vans, and police vehicles littered the area, while water gushed into the air from broken hydrants, making it seem as though it was raining. Chapter end. There were corpses of police officers scattered across the area, and a news helicopter hovered overhead, likely broadcasting live. In front of her, Ryukyu was slumped against a building in her dragon form, struggling to stay conscious as blood flowed from her wound. The Nomu stood over her, and Uraraka's heart sank when she realized the creature was holding a large arm, Ryukyu's arm. Uraraka barely had time to process this when the Nomu suddenly spun around and hurled the severed arm at her. She dove out of the way just in time, the arm crashing into the bank entrance behind her. "Get out here," Ryukyu managed to say before losing consciousness from blood loss. The Nomu charged at Uraraka, forcing her to evade again, this time rolling through its legs. Debris flew through the air, causing more wounds and cuts, but she was grateful it wasn't worse. Rising to her feet, she faced the Nomu, which seemed even larger up close. "Hey kid, you gotta take that thing out or we're all screwed," one of the police officers shouted, hiding behind his vehicle. "Gee, thanks for the advice. How about you help me and shoot it?" Uraraka yelled back, keeping her focus on the Nomu as it turned to face her. Blood dripped from its mouth and down its body, mingling with Ryukyu's blood. Despite the chaos, Uraraka could see that Ryukyu had managed to inflict some damage. The Nomu bore cuts and wounds of its own, indicating it was weakened. She realized she had a chance to end this, but time was of the essence. She was wounded and running on fumes, unsure how much fight she had left. "We tried. It just angers it more. It seems to have a hardening quirk. We'll tend to Ryukyu and the others, but in the meantime, keep that thing off our backs," the officer ordered, rushing to help Ryukyu, climbing up her body to stop the bleeding. Uraraka knew she couldn't engage in a fistfight with the Nomu. Even without its hardening quirk, she doubted her strikes would have any effect. Suddenly, the Nomu screeched, making her tense up, but it turned and smashed through the entrance of the bank. Uraraka stood in disbelief, wondering if it was retreating or checking on its employers. The sounds of metal bending and snapping filled the air. When the Nomu returned, it was holding the gigantic cube clock from earlier, albeit more battered. It raised the clock above its head, eyes locked on Uraraka. What the? Uraraka started, but the Nomu screeched again and hurled the clock at her. The remaining officers watched in horror as the clock crashed down, seemingly crushing Uraraka. Silence fell, broken only by the ticking of the clock. Then, to their astonishment, the clock began to lift off the ground. Uraraka held it effortlessly in one hand, as if it weighed nothing. The Nomu charged at her, and Uraraka seized the moment, grabbing the clock by the hour hand and swinging it at the charging creature. The impact sent the Nomu flying down the street, leaving a massive dent in the clock. "How strong is she?" an officer gasped, astonished by her strength. Uraraka ignored him, marching toward the fallen Nomu. When she stood before it, it screeched again, but she swung the clock, striking it across the face. The creature attempted to screech once more, but she swung back, hitting it again, sending pieces of its machinery flying with each blow. The Nomu began to lose consciousness with every strike. After a series of powerful hits, the clock was mangled, but the Nomu still stirred, barely awake. "Plus ultra," she shouted, lifting the clock high before slamming it down onto the Nomu's head with all her strength, increasing its gravity as she did. The creature was pinned beneath the clock, which had smashed through one end and out the other, creating the eerie appearance of a giant cuckoo clock with a Noma head popping out. Chapter end. That was amazing. "How did you?" the officer from before began, but Uraraka cut him off. "There's no time. We need to get Ryukyu out of here and get her some immediate medical attention. In the meantime, you need to alert every officer and hero that there are Nomis on the loose. I guarantee this guy isn't the only one of his kind hitting the town tonight. Get in touch with everyone on patrol right now. Oh, and there are some armed thugs inside. I restrained most of them, and one of them shot his buddy, so you need to take them in before they regain consciousness and break free. You got all that?" Uraraka asked, raising an eyebrow at him. "Weiss, ma'am," the officer said, immediately running off to relay her instructions to his team. He used his radio to call for medical support and to carry out the rest of her orders. Uraraka stared at the Nomu, and as she did, she knew this night wasn't over yet. Shigaraki was getting bolder. There would be more Nomis attacking people and heroes tonight, which meant she could safely say that Deku was likely fighting one right now. He had a knack for being in the right place at chapter end. Deku was not doing fine. "Father!" Todoroki called out, warning his dad. Endeavor turned just in time to see the Nomu charging at him and stepped aside to avoid being hit. The Nomu crashed headfirst into a wall, smashing through it. "I'll deal with this pest. You two handle the other one," Endeavor ordered, making his way through the Nomu-shaped hole in the wall to confront the beast. "Is he going to be okay?" Deku asked Todoroki. "He'll be fine. He's taken out a far more powerful Nomu than that, remember? The scarring on his eye is a permanent reminder of that," Todoroki replied, confident in his father's abilities. Who wouldn't be? Endeavor had been number 2 to All Might for a reason, and he was living up to the mantle of being the symbol of peace. "Good point. Todoroki, look out!" Deku warned as the Nomu charged toward them, leaping through the air at Todoroki. He stepped aside and used his flames, burning the beast. The Nomu Endeavor was battling outside was roughly the same size as him, just a little smaller, while this one was only a couple of inches taller than Deku. They can't be fully formed yet. Maybe that's why they're so small. Or maybe it's by design. The others I've seen or fought have been heavy hitters. This one seems to be more agile and speed-oriented in its fighting style. Perhaps it's smaller by design. Less weight means more speed. This Nomu was noticeably skinnier than the others too, still muscular, but its frame was more slim and sleek. "Any ideas?" Todoroki asked as his flames wore off and the Nomu stopped rolling around and screeching in pain, rising back onto all fours. "I don't know if it's doing that because it's supposed to have an animal-type quirk or if it's just animalistic in nature due to not being fully formed yet," Deku said, trying to work it out. "Irrelevant. How do we beat it?" Todoroki asked as the Nomu suddenly leapt at Deku. He placed one hand on its chest and the other on its stomach, using the momentum to throw it over his head, crashing it into one of the Nomu tanks. They were inside a small factory with a full assembly line of Nomu tanks. There were at least a dozen of them, and 2 had been released upon their arrival. This meant either someone was there watching them or they were controlling events from an external site. Deku was convinced it was the latter. Right? We need to knock it unconscious before we try to restrain it. It may be smaller, but it's still incredibly strong. If we try to tie it up now, it'll break free in moments. I think our best plan is to let it keep jumping at us and use its momentum against it, Deku said as the Nomu came sprinting toward him. He steadied himself but didn't use one for all. Instead, when it leaped through the air, he used black WHP to grab it around the waist. The Nomu screeched as Deku spun around and slammed it into the ground, then the ceiling, then another one of the tanks, before finally slamming it back down into the floor. When Deku released it, it didn't move. Is it out? Todoroki asked, cautious to approach it. I think so, Deku replied, a little unsure himself. Todoroki approached the limp Nomu and gave it a gentle kick to see if it responded. It didn't. He looked back at Deku and shrugged his shoulders. Deku returned the confused look and shrugged as well. With that, Todoroki held its hands behind its back and froze them together. That's when Endeavor walked back in through the big hole in the wall. Nice work, you two. I've dealt with the other one. Now we just need the cleanup crew to do their job and for the officers to take these vile monstrosities in. In the meantime, look around for any paperwork or records of any more of these places, Endeavor ordered. Deku and Todoroki nodded and made their way up to the offices, rifling through file cabinets, cupboards, drawers, and piles of paper. Over here, Todoroki called out. He had gone into the manager's office, which was littered with information they could use. Locations, how many Nomus at each one, the types of quirks they had, the people they used to be, etc. Jackpot, Endeavor said, skimming over the documents. What are all these numbers for? Todoroki asked, looking at a whiteboard covered in figures ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. There were also words written on the board: bank job, assassination, hit and run, hired muscle, bodyguard, and a few others, some with question marks next to them as if the writer was unsure. Their prices, Endeavor said, a grim look in his eyes. Prices for what? Todoroki asked, confused about what could possibly be sold for such amounts. For the Nomus. They're selling them or at least making them available for hire. These must be the types of jobs they are available for. The question marks likely indicate uncertainty about their suitability, Deku explained, coming to the same realization as Endeavor. Sure, chapter end. In his mind, the Nomus would only listen to their emu. Actually, it's perfect. The Nomu doesn't get the money, whoever runs this operation does. If it's caught or taken into custody, it won't talk because it can't. Not to mention, it'll likely cause thousands in damages before it's even taken down or restrained. Oh, and suddenly criminals have one hell of a distraction they can use. I assume it's a simple case of them paying for the Nomu they want, and then that Nomu is told who their MSDR is. After that, I'm sure it's just a case of following orders. After all, they're not the brightest sparks in the world, Endeavor said, disbelief etched on his face. This could wreak havoc on heroes, not to mention the potential casualties. Nomus were fearsome opponents, and not just any hero could take them down. While this information settled in, something was bothering Deku. I don't like this, he said, drawing the attention of Endeavor and Todoroki as he looked at the restrained Nomu on the factory floor below them. Neither do I. This is a recipe for disaster. I'll get this evidence to the police, and we'll have to cross-reference it with everything else we have so far. We may have already raided some of these locations. We only found this one because that little one attacked us and gave away the factory, Endeavor said, still not quite believing their luck. It's not that. Well, it is that, but something else is bothering me, Deku said as he scanned the factory for anyone or anything suspicious. But there was nothing. It was all clear. What is it? Todoroki asked. This feels too easy. Those Nomus went down without much of a fight. Far easier than any others I've fought, Deku said, continuing to examine the area. Maybe you're overestimating them? These ones seem much weaker than the others you've faced. Perhaps they're not fully grown. To be honest, you may also be slightly underestimating them as well. I saw you take down 100 Nomus, most of them with one hit, Todoroki reminded him. Deku agreed. He had a good point, and maybe he was misjudging the situation. That's when he remembered something. You're right, but that still leaves something else unexplained. Why did they attack us? They don't do anything without orders from someone else, and there's no speakers in this building, nor did either of those Nomus seem to have earpieces. Meaning? Deku said, continuing to search and pausing for a moment, certain he'd seen movement. Somebody's here. Spread out and find them. Don't drop your guard, Endeavor ordered, preparing flames in his hands while Todoroki created a fire sword. I'll stay here and keep watch. I'll use one of the vision quirks I got from All for One, Deku said, activating a vision-enhancing quirk. He could now see every nook and cranny of the building and could even zoom in for a closer look. Useful, but he knew he'd have to give it up sooner or later. All right, I'll take the right, you take the left, then we'll sweep the middle together, Endeavor said to Todoroki as they both made their way back down to the main floor. The two of them moved cautiously, keeping an eye out for anyone or anything suspicious while Deku kept watch from above. Eventually, Todoroki and Endeavor made it to the far end and then began to make their way back, straight down the middle to complete their sweep of the area. There was nothing. Nobody was there, just a bunch of containers of inactive Nomus. As soon as Endeavor and Todoroki signaled that it was all clear, Deku deactivated his quirk. I still don't like it. This all feels too easy. And somebody still had to give the order to attack. There's nobody here. I've already contacted the authorities, and they should be here any moment now. Good work tonight, both of you. As soon as the police arrive and you give your reports, I'll get the two of you back to UA, and we'll call it a night. I look forward to working with you again sometime, Endeavor said with a hint of a smile, which Todoroki seemed to share. Or maybe Deku was just imagining it. Thank you, sir. We'll make sure to keep working hard and do our best, Deku said with pride and determination. I'm sure you will, young man. I'm sure you will, Endeavor replied as he turned and walked away to double-check that they were indeed alone and to ensure that those Nomus weren't going to break free anytime soon. As he did, Deku's thoughts raced, and the evening's events kept making him feel uneasy. None of this is right. We're being set up. The problem is, I don't know what for. What is this, Shigaraki? What's your endgame, Chapterant? Uraraka was aware that it was late and that Eri would have been sent to bed hours ago. She assumed Deku was home too, as she had heard that he, Todoroki, and Endeavor had taken down 2 Nomus and discovered another Nomo factory. Either he was still awake, waiting for her to get home, or he was fast asleep by now. The lights were off, so she assumed it was the latter. She opened the door as quietly as she could to avoid waking them up. Carefully, she closed and locked the door, trying her best to be quiet, but the clicking of the lock mechanism seemed loud. Why is everything louder when you're trying to be quiet? As soon as the door was locked, she took off her shoes and made her way toward the stairs directly in front of her, with the living room on her left and the kitchen on her right. Just have to make it up the stairs and get into bed without? Suddenly, a light turned on in the living room, revealing a silhouette sitting in an armchair, facing her. Jesus Christ, Deku. You scared me, Uraraka whispered after accidentally shouting. She hoped it hadn't woken Eri up. Sorry. I thought it would be funny. And it was, Deku said with a sly grin. However, it quickly disappeared when he noticed her expression. What's bothering you? Did something happen at the factory? Uraraka asked, deciding to take a seat on the sofa instead of heading to bed. Deku looked at her, slightly surprised. How did you know about that? It isn't public knowledge yet, he said, baffled. I was in the hospital and asked for a status report on your patrol from our detective friend. He told me all about it, Uraraka explained. She could see the raised eyebrow of suspicion and concern in his eyes. Hospital? What were you doing there? He asked, fearing the worst. It's nothing. Just a few scratches and cuts, maybe a scar or two from my fight with a werewolf villain, Uraraka said casually, as if that were a perfectly normal sentence in a society where 80% of people had some kind of power or ability. A werewolf? Deku exclaimed in disbelief. See, Eri is asleep. And yes, a werewolf. Relax, it was just a quirk, nothing out of the ordinary. Besides, I've fought worse. Although I was terrified when I first saw it. I mean, yeah, I've fought villains way more dangerous, but something about seeing an actual werewolf and knowing it's going to try and eat you is super scary, Uraraka admitted, much to Deku's horror. It tried to eat you? He whispered, shocked. She giggled at the look on his face and nodded. When he processed the information, Deku slumped back in the chair, bemused. By the way, I beat a Nomo over the head with a giant clock, Uraraka added, hoping to tease him a little more. I knew about that one. Saw it on the news, and so did Eri. She's very impressed with you. As am I. Although, surprisingly, the werewolf thing still scares me more, Deku admitted, still trying to wrap his head around it. I know, right? Anyway, what's up? You still haven't told me, Uraraka reminded him. It didn't feel right, Deku said, reflecting on the night's events, replaying them in his mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Why not? Uraraka asked, her curiosity piqued. Well, Endeavor and Todoroki both agreed that someone else was there since Nomus don't attack without being ordered. When we searched the area, though, there was nobody there. Meaning someone escaped, Deku informed her, tapping his finger on the arm of the chair, thinking rapidly. You think it was Shigaraki? Or one of the others? She asked, leaning back on the sofa. Deku raised an eyebrow at her relaxed demeanor. He would have expected her to lean forward, curious or worried, but she seemed unfazed. In all honesty, she was probably just used to it by now. They had dealt with Shigaraki and the League so many times that it didn't feel like a big deal anymore, especially after facing All for One, who was clearly more powerful and dangerous. Probably. Either way, it felt like a setup. The Nomus that attacked seemed like the smallest ones there, not fully grown. The rest looked full-grown or almost there, but the weakest two were the ones let out to attack us? That doesn't make sense. Why leave behind all that evidence for us to find? If they knew we were there and ordered them to attack, then why didn't they destroy it instead of sneaking out undetected? Deku tried to continue, but Uraraka cut him off. With the little amount that you just said, I agree that doesn't sound right. Chapter end. He's up to something, isn't he? She asked, getting straight to the point. Otherwise, Deku would have just kept rambling. Yeah. I don't know what though. They're using the Nomus as muscle for hire too. I don't know why, but I assume he's just trying to make as much money as he possibly can for something, Deku explained. Now that is interesting. Although I am really tired and just want to go to bed. We can start our investigation tomorrow, Uraraka said, standing up from the sofa and heading toward the bottom of the stairs. You joining me? She looked back at Deku, who was still deep in thought. Suddenly, his fingers stopped tapping and he stood up. Yeah, I'm pretty tired too. It's been a long night, Deku said, stretching and yawning. Uraraka smiled. Come on then, I need someone to cuddle with after tonight, she said playfully, though her exhaustion was evident. That sounds great. Tomorrow we can start our investigation into whatever it is the League is up to. For now, let's just get a good night's sleep, Deku replied. Uraraka offered him her hand, still standing at the bottom of the stairs with a smile on her face. Deku switched off the light and walked over to her, taking her hand. Together, they made their way up the stairs, ready for the investigation to begin. The chapter end. The news is reporting multiple attacks and criminal activity last night. They're saying there was a very powerful villain at each one of them, probably leading or orchestrating each attack. Uraraka informed Deku as he sat down at the table with his breakfast, joining her, his hair still damp from his shower. That doesn't surprise me. I bet they're saying none of them are connected as well, aren't they? Deku asked, ruffling Eri's hair as a little good morning gesture. Eri flashed him a disapproving look before trying to fix her hair that he just messed up. Yeah. How'd you know? She asked, taking a sip of her tea. Makes sense. Best thing to do is to keep the peace and keep people calm. Last thing we need is the public panicking over Shigaraki or All for One returning and planning these attacks. Besides, Shigaraki likes the attention, so it's a clever move to give credit to some unmentioned, mindless Nomus instead of him. That'll annoy him, Deku said, shoveling a mouthful of bacon into his mouth. Eri gave him a gentle elbow, which he figured was meant to be a harder one. You said a bad word, Eri scolded. Deku looked at Uraraka, who simply shrugged her shoulders. Clearly, she was still in a mood with them for being home so late last night. I'm sure Kaken said worse when he was here last night, Deku said somewhat teasingly. Why do you call him Kaken? And yes, he did. Quite a lot of them actually, but fewer than last time, Eri informed them. Deku was pretty sure he heard Uraraka growl a little. She somehow looked more intimidating than she did in the footage he'd watched of her fighting that Nomu. Did he put the money in the swear jar? Uraraka asked, picking up the newspaper and skimming through it for more information. Yes, he did, Eri said rather enthusiastically, and Deku was sure he heard a hint of pride in her voice. If he didn't know any better, Eri was babysitting Bakugo when they were away, not the other way around. Good, Uraraka said bluntly. Deku smiled a little. She was cute when she acted tough. Anyway, you didn't answer my question. Why do you call Uncle Bakugo Kaken? Eri asked again. It's an old nickname from our childhood. I've always called him that, so I guess I just never learned to use his actual name. I think he prefers Uncle Bakugo though, so don't start calling him Kaken. He doesn't like it, Deku explained as he got up and placed some money in the swear jar for his earlier slip. Why doesn't he like it? And were you two friends growing up? Eri asked out of curiosity. She knew that they'd grown up together, she just wasn't sure of the relationship they had. I don't know. I think secretly he does like it, he just doesn't want to admit it. And I wouldn't exactly say we were friends, Deku said, taking a seat at the table again. Then what were you? Eri asked, confused by Deku's open-ended statement. It didn't really answer her question but rather added several more. Well, it's hard to explain really. Deku began, trying to think of the best way to explain it to the young girl, but Uraraka cut him off. Bakugo was his childhood bully, Uraraka said rather bluntly. Deku flashed her a look, which was returned by a shrug of her shoulders. Eri, however, didn't seem bothered. That makes sense, she said before standing up and leaving the table to get changed, ready for school. Deku and Uraraka looked at each other, a little surprised. She took that well, Uraraka remarked. Yeah, but she's not your regular little girl, is she? Bullying probably seems trivial compared to what she's been through. She's also seen Bakugo shout at me and essentially bully everybody else in class, so I suppose she's used to it. Either way, it's no surprise she doesn't think much of it, Deku said, thinking out loud. I suppose you're right. Anyway, we should get ready for school. It's almost time to go, Uraraka said, looking at the clock on the wall. Good point. How do you want to start? Deku asked as they both got up from the table. We should ask everybody how their patrols went. I'll talk to the girls, and you see what you can find out from the boys, Uraraka suggested. You realize there are way more boys than girls in our class, right? Deku asked as they made their way up the stairs. That's why I'll help you once I'm done talking to the girls about their patrols. Although I've just remembered half of the class didn't go on patrol last night, Uraraka realized. Exactly. Why don't I take 5, and you take the other 5? After that, we can compare notes, Deku suggested. Sounds good, Uraraka agreed as they entered the bedroom and began to get their uniforms on for school. It was going to be a long day, not only because of the tests they had, both practical and theoretical, but also because of their investigation. They needed to find out what had happened on the others' patrols to see if there were any patterns, and if there were, they would need to warn the other chapter end. Of course they don't. Endeavor took it very seriously, although he did seem to have his doubts about me. That may have been more for my protection than anything else, Deku suggested as he closed the door behind him, watching Eri dart upstairs to change into something more comfortable. What do you mean? Uraraka asked, removing her bag from her shoulders and beginning to make herself some tea. I'm saying maybe he was trying to discourage me from looking any further into it. It would make sense considering how much trouble I've been in recently. If I went off and tried to find Shigaraki by myself, the school would probably have no choice but to expel me, and my provisional license would likely be revoked, along with a lifetime ban from trying to attain my licenses ever again, Deku said, taking a seat at the table. It wasn't your fault, and you know your license was only taken away to satisfy the public's demand for accountability. Although I suppose you are right about that one, Uraraka replied, realizing that Deku had hit the nail on the head. During their time at UA, he had gone off on his own against his teacher's orders on more than one occasion. If he did it again, that would likely be the last straw, and if she helped him or did it for him, she'd likely be in trouble too. So what? We give up? Is that what you're saying? Uraraka asked, feeling frustrated at the thought of surrendering. No, that's not what I'm saying. We just have to be careful, and if we do find anything useful, then we tell someone. We can't rush into action like I have done in the past, or that'll be the end of our careers, Deku said. His words put Uraraka at ease, but she was still frustrated that they hadn't really found anything new. They knew no more than what they'd suspected at the beginning of the day. All they'd done was confirm their suspicions. Maybe we should map out where everybody was attacked or where they encountered a Nomu. We've already warned the others who will be patrolling tonight, so maybe tomorrow we can ask them if... Uraraka began, but a sudden knock on the door cut her off and ended her train of thought. Who could that be? She asked Deku, who was simply staring at the door. He shrugged his shoulders and decided to go and open it. When he did, both he and Uraraka were surprised to see Mr. Aizawa standing in the doorway. Hello, you two. Let's talk about this little investigation of yours. Chapter end. How did you find out we were investigating this ourselves? Uraraka asked, trying to mask her frustration. She was upset because if Mr. Aizawa knew about their investigation, it could jeopardize everything. She was deeply invested in this, especially after what the Nomu did to Ryukyu. Plus, she had a history with Shigaraki, who had taunted her during his escape. It made sense that she was taking this personally. Lucky guess. Whenever there's something big going on or villains are involved in planned attacks on my students, you two are always in the middle of it, Mr. Aizawa replied, as if it were obvious. To be fair, it kind of was. Logic and past experience pointed to them getting involved and taking matters into their own hands, especially Deku. But that still doesn't explain how Uraraka began, but Deku didn't hear the end of her sentence. A flash of white engulfed him, and he found himself mentally transported away from the room. He was still physically in the kitchen with Uraraka and Aizawa, but he was now in a hall full of teenagers. Where am I this time? Who am I this time? It seemed like a high school. Deku noticed an American flag on the wall. So I'm a high school student somewhere in the United States. But this seems peaceful compared to the other times this has happened. He couldn't control what was happening, and the person whose life he was witnessing was engaged in a conversation with a friend. That's when it happened. Another student burst through the hall doors with a machine gun. Oh no! Run. Deku tried to make this person move, but they were frozen in fear, completely paralyzed. The student with the machine gun began firing indiscriminately, and chaos erupted in the hall. Deku felt helpless as he tried to reach out, but the student remained still. Suddenly, he was jolted back to reality, sitting in the kitchen, breathless and cold. He wiped the sweat from his brow, trying to hide his flustered state. Uraraka and Aizawa were still in conversation, unaware of his distress. So that's how I found out you two were doing this. That and Principal Nizu asked me to keep an eye on you, so I saw your investigation firsthand, Mr. Aizawa explained. So why are you here? Uraraka pressed, eager to get to the point. To tell you to stay out of it, but I suspect you already knew that. If you find out anything while on patrol with your pro-heroes, tell me. Do not pursue leads on your own, and call the proper authorities if you discover something urgent. If you do anything unauthorized, you will be expelled. However, like I said, I suspect you already knew all this. I'm just here to confirm the consequences if you pursue this yourselves, Mr. Aizawa said. Deku was still trying to catch his breath, taking deep, quiet breaths. Surely that's not the only reason you... Deku, what's wrong? Uraraka asked, suddenly alarmed. She had finally noticed how pale and sweaty he was. Aye. Deku struggled to speak, his lips quivering and his muscles tense, freezing him in place. And that is the other reason I'm here, Mr. Aizawa said, catching Uraraka off guard. Deku felt overwhelmed, as if he were fading away. What do you mean? What's wrong with him? Uraraka asked, rushing to Deku's side. Her warmth brought him comfort and reassured him that he was still alive. Nothing is wrong with him per se. Well, That depends on whether you keep snapping him out of it or what he sees in his visions that he's been having, Mr. Aizawa began to explain, but only Uraraka would hear him as Deku suddenly slipped into another vision. This time, he found himself in a powerful, muscular body. Now I'm in a Nomu's mind? What's happening to me? In front of him stood a family, a mother, father, and two identical twin girls. Please, somebody help us, the mother cried, clutching her daughters tightly. The girls' expressions were blank, unable to process the trauma unfolding around them. Stop. I don't want to see this. Somebody make it stop. Ochako, please, pull me back into my own body. The Nomu let out a screech, raising its fists, ready to attack the family. Just as it swung down, Deku snapped back into his own body. Chapter end. He immediately collapsed to the floor and was sick. To his surprise, there was a bucket waiting for him, held by Uraraka. She looked extremely concerned but didn't seem surprised. Deku couldn't understand how she had managed to predict he would need it so quickly. In fact, he didn't even know they had a bucket. What's happening to me? Deku asked her, realizing she might know more than he did. Mr. Aizawa seemed ready to explain what was happening before he entered that vision. Putting two and two together suggested that Uraraka had more insight. Deku, I don't know how to tell you this, but these visions you're having aren't just random. You're witnessing things that are actually happening through somebody else. That woman you saw get murdered? That really happened on the night you saw it. The man cornered by that Nomu? What was left of his body was found a few days later, Uraraka explained. How do you know it was him? Nomus have probably killed at least 50 people by now. It could have been anybody, Deku said, struggling to believe what he was hearing. In fact, he was refusing to accept it. Because they placed his time of death around the same time that you checked in with Recovery Girl the day you saw the attack, Mr. Aizawa clarified. Deku remained on his hands and knees, over the bucket, feeling overwhelmed. So, what are you saying? Deku asked, though he already suspected the answer. He wiped his mouth as Uraraka confirmed his fears. Deku, you're not experiencing some form of PTSD like we thought. There's a clear and consistent pattern that shows these events are not coincidental. The most likely explanation is, it's a quirk. Chapter end. As part of the investigation into All for One, the police had been looking into heroes who had mysteriously gone missing or had allegedly taken their own lives despite showing no signs of suicidal tendencies. The goal was to gather as much evidence as possible against him. After your battle with All for One, I requested some favors to slightly alter the investigation, Mr. Aizawa explained to the two teenagers, who were listening intently. Deku felt incredibly cold, despite being sweaty and pale, and he sat with a bucket on his lap in case he needed it again. Uraraka had kindly washed it out to eliminate the smell and was now standing beside him, gently stroking his back in soothing circles. It helped somewhat, but Deku sensed that things were about to get worse before they got better. What were they looking for exactly? Uraraka asked, her curiosity piqued. Quirks. Any quirk that Midoriya may have taken from All for One. I heard about a quirk called Insight around the same time I learned about your visions, Mr. Aizawa explained, causing a shiver to run down Deku's spine for reasons he couldn't quite understand. So which hero did he take it from? Uraraka asked, noticing Deku's silence. He looked unwell and she could hardly blame him. Don't know. We only know about the quirk, but we can't find a name anywhere despite our best efforts. From what we've gathered, Midoriya definitely took that quirk from All for One, and it's not a new one for all quirk. I always wondered how he saw so well without any eyes. Enhanced sound quirks can only do so much, Mr. Aizawa said, almost in awe. Deku felt a mix of admiration and dread. His father was undeniably intelligent and resourceful, despite his evil nature. What did you find out about Insight? How does it work, and why is it affecting Deku like this? Uraraka asked, aware that Deku was likely lost in thought about the quirk and its implications. Deku felt overwhelmed, thinking, I feel like death right now and I've been on the brink several times, but this is way worse that I'm going to be sick again. Suddenly, Deku retched into the bucket, making Uraraka jump. From what we've learned, the user can choose a host. They can't control or communicate with this host, They can only witness events as if they were living that life while their own body remains still. Essentially, you're inside someone else's body, but they're completely unaware of it, Mr. Aizawa explained, using his eye drops. But why am I so sick? Oh no, there's more calm. Deku retched again. Uraraka gently patted his back, encouraging him to let it out. As for your illness, we discovered that if you try to fight against what you are seeing or resist your host, it can make you ill. We suspect that in the past it was just a cold or flu, but with one for all amplifying the quirks, I imagine that side effect has been intensified. The distance you can use it from is likely much greater as well, Mr. Aizawa theorized. Explains why I just saw a school shooting in America, Deku said suddenly, catching both his teacher and Uraraka off guard. They had expected him to remain quiet given his condition, and what he said was shocking. America was a considerable distance away. You saw what? Uraraka asked, her shock and concern evident. Knowing Deku's nature, she realized he must have fought against that vision as hard as he could, which explained his current state. That's impressive. The distance is remarkable. What you saw sounds horrific. Have you seen anything else? Mr. Aizawa asked. Yeah. A Nomu attacking a family. They're gone now. I can't feel their presence anymore, that was just a few moments ago, Deku informed them. You had 2 in a row? Uraraka asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. Deku started but was interrupted as he threw up again. Did he show any signs of illness previously? Mr. Aizawa asked Uraraka while Deku was occupied. Uraraka shook her head but then paused to think. Actually, he had a bit of a fever in the days after, now that I think about it, she recalled, remembering how often he had been ill this year. I see. Either way, it's a very valuable quirk. I know it would be difficult for you, but if you could learn not to resist during your visions, we could, Mr. Aizawa began, emphasizing how useful this quirk could be for the investigation if Deku could learn to control it. Chapter end. However, Deku had other ideas. I'm not keeping it. Valuable or not, I don't want this quirk. Somebody else can have it, Deku said, immediately shooting the idea down. Uraraka and Aizawa exchanged concerned looks, both realizing they were on the same page. If Deku wanted to help the investigation at all, he needed to keep this quirk for a little while. Aizawa knew better than to press the issue right now, especially considering Deku's condition. If you want, you can give it away when your charity finds a suitable candidate. Speaking of which, I got word that they found a few candidates ready to take your eyesight quirks you used at the factory, he informed, changing the subject. Uraraka took the hint and decided not to bring up his insight quirk. Have they arranged a date? Deku asked. At that moment, Eri came bounding down the stairs, Satoshi following closely behind her. There you are. Where have you been, boy? You've been awfully quiet, Uraraka said, kneeling down to pet the young pup. Satoshi returned the affection by rubbing his face against her and playfully nudging her several times. She didn't mind, he was a sweet dog. Suddenly, Satoshi noticed Deku's state. His fluffy ears drooped, clearly upset to see Deku looking unwell. He walked up to Deku and placed his chin on Deku's lap, in the small gap left by the bucket. Hey boy, Deku said, smiling for the first time since his earlier visions. What's wrong with Daddy? Eri asked curiously, observing the scene before her. We'll tell you later, Eri. Why don't you take Satoshi outside and play fetch? Aizawa suggested, trying to get Eri out of the room so they could continue their conversation. Eri's eyes lit up at the idea. Absolutely. Come on, Satoshi, let's go play fetch. Eri exclaimed. The pup didn't pay her any attention at first until he heard the squeak of his ball, which immediately got his tail wagging. He broke away from Deku's lap and chased after Eri as she ran outside. She slammed the door behind them. Deku would soon wish she hadn't, as the sound of the door slamming snapped him into another host, making that 3 in a row. This time he found himself on a rooftop. Below him was another Nomu, though it wasn't paying his current host any attention. Seriously? Where are they all coming from? Police? Yeah, there's some giant monster that's tearing everything apart. Deku's host exclaimed down the phone. The Nomu was throwing cars and causing chaos, all while battling a few heroes, but from this height and distance, Deku couldn't tell who they were. That's when his host looked up across the street. There, on another rooftop, was Shigaraki and the rest of the league. If this is happening right now, then I need to get back to Ochako and Aizawa. Did he mention anything about being able to snap back to my own body? I must be able to if I can pick and choose hosts. Concentrate. It's just like any other quirk. Focus. Deku snapped back into his own body. When he did, Uraraka and Aizawa were patiently waiting. The bucket had been emptied and cleaned, clearly expecting him to be unwell again. However, he did no such thing. Chapter end. The following day in the cafeteria, Deku sat with his usual group. He didn't touch his food, still feeling awful from the day before. It wasn't just that, the usual frustration of not being allowed to help was nagging at him. "You're not hungry?" Uraraka asked, noticing him twiddling the fork in his hand and prodding his food. "Not really. Even if I was, I don't think I'd be able to keep it down," Deku replied, disappointment creeping into his voice. The food looked and smelled delicious. "I'll eat it," Yaoyorozu offered. Deku happily slid his tray down the table to her. "Thanks," she said, grateful for the extra food. The more the better for her quirk, especially with physical training scheduled for that afternoon. "I hate not being able to help," Deku blurted out without meaning to. Ida dropped his cutlery, clearly frustrated. "Now look here, Midoriya. You can help. Mr. Aizawa has told you how you can help," Ida argued. Deku almost got angry with his friend but then realized he was right. He could help, he just didn't like how. "I know. You're right. I tried yesterday when I told them where the league was, but they missed them. If anything else comes up, then I'll tell them," Deku said, trying to avoid an argument. Ida opened his mouth to respond, but Uraraka, sitting next to him, placed her hand over his mouth to silence him. "Or you could learn to use it, like you have with your other quirks. At least until the charity finds someone who can take it off your hands if you really don't want it," Uraraka said gently, flashing Ida a look that communicated, "Don't push it." He got the message, picking his cutlery back up and continuing with his meal. "I'll try." "It's just," Deku began, but Todoroki cut him off. "No. We're not doing this every time there's a villain you can't help stop. Midoriya, you need to learn that you can't stop every villain on the planet. Sometimes you have to take a back seat and trust that those who can do something about it will prevail," Todoroki said bluntly. Uraraka considered intervening but decided to let it play out. Ida seemed angry, while Todoroki was just stating the truth. She stood up from her seat and gestured for Azui and Yaoyorozu to follow her. They did, leaving the boys to hash it out, assuming the girls were just going to study or use the restroom. "I do trust them," Deku protested. "Doesn't sound like it. Have some trust in them, Midoriya. I know you trust me and you trust my father. He'll handle it. So, for now, focus on school. Do what you can do rather than fixating on what you can't," Todoroki advised. Deku opened his mouth to argue but stopped himself. "He's right, you know. When you act like this, it feels like you don't trust anybody else to do the job," Ida added, making sure the message hit home. They had gone around in this loop for too long. One of Deku's biggest drawbacks was how long it took him to truly learn his lesson, often the hard way. Even with his promise to Uraraka to communicate better, he had only recently started to do that consistently. This was something he needed to grow past. After all, life is not always under your control, but your response to it is. "I just have to swallow my pride and use this quirk until someone else can take it. It's time to start acting like an adult and stop worrying so much. Endeavor will handle it." "You're right. Both of you. From now on, I'll try not to fixate on what I can't do," Deku said, a small sense of pride swelling within him. Todoroki and Ida smiled a little. Just words at the moment, but it was a start. "Good. Now, where did the girls go?" Ida suddenly questioned their earlier departure. "The bathroom? They always go to the bathroom together." "I never know why," Todoroki suggested, confused by the idea that girls always went to the restroom in pairs. Deku pondered why they might have left so suddenly in the middle of a conversation but came up short. "Maybe. I can't think of anything, but it seemed like they had something to discuss. Although I don't know what it could possibly be." Chapter end. "Alright. I've brought you all here to discuss something very important," Uraraka said to the girls, who were curious about the secret gathering. Are you PRGNT? Ashido asked, her eyes widening with both shock and delight at the idea. Uraraka's expression, however, looked horrified. Judging from your face, it's not that. Did Midoriya propose? Ashido asked, trying again, seemingly even more excited by that idea. The rest of the girls' eyes lit up slightly, almost as if they were hoping that was the case. What? It's, Uraraka tried to explain, but her pink friend cut her off. It's both? Ashido screamed in absolute delight. Uraraka sighed, thinking, is she serious? No, it's got nothing to do with marriage or being PRGNT. It is to do with Deku. You see, I need your help with, Uraraka began, but again Ashido got ahead of herself. Oh my god. It's, she began to screech, but this time Yaoyorozu clamped her hand over her friend's mouth. How about you calm down and just let her tell us what it is instead of trying to guess? She called us here for our help, not to play 20 questions, Yaoyorozu said. Ashido tried to speak, but nobody heard her through Yaoyorozu's hand. When she realized nobody could hear her, she simply nodded, prompting Yaoyorozu to let go. Go ahead, Azui encouraged Uraraka to continue. Thank you. I need your help with what I could get Deku for our anniversary. It's coming up soon, and I've tried to think of what I could get him for the last year, but I can't think of anything except, Uraraka began to ramble, but Jiro cut her off. Except you're afraid that will upset him, Jiro said, finishing her sentence. Exactly. It's just too traumatic. One by one his All Might merchandise has been disappearing. And when I say disappearing, I mean Deku either hides it away in the attic or gives it away to charities, Uraraka informed them. The girls exchanged glum looks. What's wrong? Uraraka asked. All Might, it's still. Yaoyorozu tried to speak but couldn't find the words. Hard to believe he's gone, Hagakure said, helping her out. Somehow, after all this time, it's still hard to believe he's really gone, Jiro said, thinking fondly of her former teacher. The memories of him in their lessons flooded back to them. For a moment, the six of them sat in silence, honoring and respecting their idol and teacher. What felt like several minutes passed before Ashido broke the silence. All right, I think we've given him his moment. Rest in peace, All Might. Now, who's got some ideas for Lovebird here? Ashido said, making a small joke that lightened the mood. One or two of them even wiped a tear from their eye. Well, we've already ruled one thing out. Could you get him some training equipment? Yaoyorozu suggested. I guess. He has the school gym and all the equipment he needs already. I can't think of anything else he could use, Uraraka said, frustrated. Why is this so hard? I bet Deku already came up with something. What about some clothing? A new hoodie or something? Ashido suggested. I already did that. I got us one each that both look like our hero costumes. We wear them all the time, Uraraka reminded them, prompting a few responses of from the girls. Jiro, however, remained silent, a slight grin on her face. Unlike the others, she knew exactly what Uraraka should get for Deku. How about a guitar? She blurted out, taking a big risk. She might give Deku's surprise away if she wasn't careful, but if this worked, it would be perfect. But Deku doesn't play guitar? Uraraka questioned. Thankfully for Jiro and Deku, she passed it off as her friend thinking of a musical gift since she was a musical person. I just feel like he might enjoy having a guitar. He seems like an acoustic guy to me. I'd be willing to teach him if he wanted to learn, Jiro said, doing her best to hide her excitement. I mean, I guess so. I do remember him saying something about wanting to learn an instrument at some point. But guitar is really hard to learn, isn't it? And there's no way I could afford one, Uraraka said, warming to the idea. The thought of Deku playing guitar to her sounded so romantic. It can be, but we've all seen how fast of a learner Midoriya is. I'm sure he'd pick it up in no time at all, Jiro reasoned. In truth, he had picked it up quickly. Within a few weeks, he had been able to get a good string of chords together. I could make you one with my quirk if it will save you money, Yaoyorozu offered. It wasn't the first time she'd offered to make something for her, and Uraraka was just as grateful this time as she had been with all the others. Seriously? You guys would do that for me? Uraraka asked, a little embarrassed that she needed their help when Deku had come up with everything himself last year chapter end. A shame that she had no idea he was entirely dependent on Jiro's teaching. Of course we would. We've done things way bigger than this for each other, Ashido reminded her. We have. Hagakure asked, trying to remember what they'd done. Yes. We have, Azui said, almost in disbelief that their invisible friend couldn't recall. Alright. Name one, Hagakure said defiantly, confident they wouldn't think of anything. We fought all for one together, Uraraka stated, pointing out the obvious. We were there for the raid when Midoriya saved Uraraka from Shigaraki. I know we didn't really do anything, but we were there, Jiro added. We also, Azui began, but Hagakure cut her off. Alright, I get it. We've done some pretty scary stuff, I get it. Even if we hadn't, though, we'd still be willing to help you. We're friends, Hagakure said reassuringly. Exactly. So Jiro will teach him guitar, Yaoyorozu will make him one, and the rest of us should find a romantic spot for you to take him during the evening. You could have a little campfire and some marshmallows to roast, and oh my god, that sounds amazing. I'm jealous of my own idea, Ashido said, realizing how much she would love an evening like that. Sounds like a plan, Yaoyorozu said with a big smile on her face. That was that. The girls each had a part to play, and Uraraka had her anniversary gift sorted. She couldn't contain her excitement. Chapter end. Welcome class, to our new battle simulator, Mr. Aizawa said as the students walked through two large doors and into the school training hall. I don't get it. Everything looks the same, Kaminari admitted, scratching his head. He was right. The enormous hall looked just as it always did. That's because the simulation has already been turned on. It's hiding the machinery that has been placed all around the ceiling and some of the walls, Mr. Aizawa explained. That I knew that, Kaminari lied, slightly embarrassed. He wasn't the only one who thought nothing had changed. Sir? Why is the school investing so much in simulation technology recently? Yaoyorozu asked out of curiosity. The rest of her classmates murmured in agreement, showing their own interest in the matter. Mr. Aizawa kept his back to them, and the class waited in silence for his answer. Because of Midoriya, he said bluntly. Deku almost fainted as his cheeks flared up, and everybody looked at him. Because of me? Deku stammered, avoiding eye contact with anyone other than Uraraka, who he flashed a look that said, help me, although she just shrugged her shoulders. Great. Thanks. Yes, Midoriya. Because of you. Our injury rate has never been so high since you came along. Thanks to multiple requests from Recovery Girl, worried parents, and the general public concerned about our students' safety, we have had to invest in simulations so that you can still learn without getting hurt. Or at least not getting hurt as badly, Mr. Aizawa informed them, turning around to face his students. A few of them gulped at that last part, realizing they could still get hurt. Anyway, let's get on with training, shall we? I have a tablet here that allows me to control the settings and the simulations, Mr. Aizawa said, brandishing the tablet for all of them to see. He began to walk backward, still holding it up. Today will be a test of your speed, fighting ability, and understanding of your weaknesses and strengths on a whole new level, Mr. Aizawa continued, moving away from the students who were awaiting instruction. All you have to do to win is take this tablet from me and end the simulation. Whoever does so is the winner. The rest of you will be given an extra assignment to be completed by Monday, he warned. Immediately, adrenaline pumped through every member of the class. They grinned, loosening up and ready for a fight. This was going to be fun. Or at least, that's what they thought. They had no idea what they were walking into. Have fun doing more paperwork, extras, Bakugo said amidst the quiet. A few sneers and groans were heard in response. Training begins in 3.2.1. Go. Mr. Aizawa ordered. In an instant, Deku, Bakugo, and Ida were off the mark, hurtling toward their teacher. It was neck and neck between the three of them, with their classmates trying to catch up. Mr. Aizawa was almost within touching distance when suddenly, Deku, Bakugo, and Ida were struck down and sent crashing to the floor. None of them saw who it was, though Mr. Aizawa hadn't moved a muscle. The rest of the class stopped dead in their tracks. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Kirishima asked in disbelief. If you mean are we seeing two of all of us, then yes. We're seeing exactly what you're seeing, Uraraka replied, equally astonished. Sure enough, there were exact replicas of each of them standing between them and their teacher. Deku had been struck down by his replica, Bakugo by his, and Ida's replica had taken him down as well. Sir, are these clones? If so, I'd like to know when you got hold of my DNA, Ashido said, both amazed and disgusted. No, they are not clones. This is still a simulation. All of these are simulated replicas of yourselves, and if you want to win today's training exercise, you will have to defeat yourselves to get to me, Mr. Aizawa explained. There were a few looks exchanged around the room. All of them found this extremely strange and were a little hesitant to literally fight themselves. However, after a few brief moments, Bakugo made the first move, prompting the rest of them to engage their replicas. I'll take you on if it means winning, Bakugo mumbled before launching himself through the air at his counterpart. The rest of them followed suit, charging straight toward their simulated selves. Everyone missed their first attack as their counterparts dodged out of the way. Uraraka tried using that as an opportunity to run at Mr. Aizawa. However, her replica grabbed her wrist and threw her back to where she had started. Darn it! Can I really move that fast? Or has the simulation boosted my physical abilities? Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. How can a simulation grab me? It's supposed to be a hologram, isn't it? Uraraka, I told you. You have to defeat yourself before you can face me. That goes for the rest of you too. Don't try to sneak chapter end. No tricks. He meant what he was saying. They had analyzed their fights before, looking for weaknesses or learning the hard way, but this was a whole new level of facing their demons. The class didn't know it yet, but these simulations had all of their moves programmed into them, meaning they could recognize and counter a majority of the moves any of them had and replicate them to use against them. DMN. I'm too good even for me, Bakugo snarled as his replica countered yet another attack. Nobody had landed a hit so far. I'm glad you can see the bright side of getting beat up by yourself, Bakugo, Mr. Aizawa said condescendingly. The blonde simply grinned and launched himself at himself again. How do I beat you? Deku mumbled under his breath, staring at his replica. It wasn't moving. It wasn't making any attacks. It was purely waiting for him. If it's programmed to hold position until I make a move, then maybe I can trick it. After all, it is programming, so it will respond a certain way to certain actions. Its response time, however, was yet to be tested. Everybody was going for a frontal assault. Maybe if I... Deku suddenly dashed off the spot and headed straight for Mr. Aizawa. As predicted, his replica moved to intercept him, appearing behind him, reaching to grab him and hurl him back. However, this was exactly what Deku had predicted. Its current programming was telling it to grab him because he tried to avoid it and run around, which meant it was wide open for an attack. In one swift movement, Deku jumped, spun in the air, and landed a kick directly to his replica's head, knocking it backward. Well done, Midoriya, for landing the first successful blow, Mr. Aizawa said, congratulating his student. He wasn't too surprised, though. He had been expecting Deku to figure out a strategy to land a hit before anybody else, which is why he changed the settings slightly to challenge him. All right. Same tactic, different attack. It'll predict my counter this time. Or at least it will if this is as advanced as I think it is. Deku once again took off towards Mr. Aizawa. Again, the replica moved to intercept, except this time it moved in front of him and planted its feet. Deku slid instead of jumping this time, aiming to go straight through its legs. The plan was to sweep the leg as he went through. He was on course to do so when all of a sudden his replica jumped into the air. Everything moved in slow motion as Deku looked up at himself. In one movement, his replica used his black WHP quirk and flung him backward. Can use my quirks? How? Damn it. I'm too good. Bakugo yelled in frustration. Nobody seemed to have been able to put a scratch on their replicas yet. That was until, all of a sudden, Uraraka managed to catch hers with a roundhouse kick straight across the face. I did it. Uraraka said, almost in disbelief. Deku observed the room. He had lost track of who was the real thing and who were the replicas. It wasn't hard to figure it out, though, as he concluded the ones that were losing were his real classmates. Can't fault their effort. This feels too real to be just some simulation as well. How does it work? It must be machines of some sort. Holographic imaging being used to hide the machinery itself. Like in that old superhero movie I saw the other day. What was it again? Spider-Man? Either way, it's my best guess. So let's see how much of my strength this thing can handle. Deku began to charge one for all through his body at 20% of its power. To his surprise, his replica spoke. I won't lose. I'm everything you are and more, it said. At first, Deku was a little surprised it spoke, but he kept his composure. No. You're just some machine. Meaning you have limits to how much of my strength and abilities you can replicate, Deku taunted, realizing he wasn't actually speaking to anyone because it wasn't a real person. Let's see about that, shall we? His replica replied. Suddenly, it shot off towards him. It was no longer waiting to counter and had gone on the offensive. Deku ducked just in time for it to miss a straight punch to his face. He aimed to counter by turning his duck into a leg sweep with one smooth movement. The replica anticipated this, though, and jumped over it, leaping backward to give itself time to consider its next attack. Deku was impressed. So it can match my speed at 20%. Let's try 40% and using black WHP. This time, Deku launched a WHP at his counterpart. It dodged out of the way and countered with its own. Deku anticipated this, however, and leaped over it before hurtling towards his replica. It managed to sidestep his kick but only just. Almost there. He only just avoided that one. A bit more and I should be able to... Deku's thoughts were cut off as he was suddenly hit around the back of his head by his replica. Mr. Aizawa had now programmed it not to give Deku chapter end. Alright. I need to end this. I know what my weakness is now. I'm still holding back my full strength. One for all. Deku said, parrying his replica's kick. Full cowling, he continued, leaping over a leg sweep. 90%. Deku screamed as he charged his quirk as much as he could without causing any pain or hindrance to himself. He had tried to reach 95% earlier that week, but it had frozen him in place, leaving him unable to move. The replica stopped attacking, almost as if it was wary of him. The floor at Deku's feet cracked from the power flowing through his body. A quick glance at Aizawa told Deku that the replica wasn't scared but had been set to defend itself instead. But it won't help. Deku moved faster than the human eye could see, and suddenly his replica was on the floor, out cold, leaving him standing over it, victorious. However, Deku's strength had completely broken the machinery. The replica had vanished, leaving behind a collection of small drones that had formed the shape of a person. Deku had been right after all. It felt real because they had been hitting a physical object that only appeared different due to the holograms and technology of these drones. I was right. It's just like the movie. And I believe that concludes our training, Mr. Aizawa said suddenly, making Deku stop charging one for all through his body. Why is training over? I haven't gotten the tablet yet. Oh, that's why. Sorry, Guess you were just too slow, Uraraka taunted gleefully, a big smirk on her face. She stood next to Mr. Aizawa, holding the tablet proudly in the air. Deku didn't know how or when she'd done it, but she had defeated her replica and ended the simulation by getting the tablet from Mr. Aizawa. He knew she was showing off and taunting him, however, that didn't stop him from smiling with pride and applauding her. Well done, Nuchako. Well done. Congratulations, Uraraka. The rest of you need to think about what you learned here today. I expect a full report of what you think your strengths and weaknesses are. That is your extra assignment. If you didn't defeat your replica today, then you will face them next week and the week after that until you do. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, Azui, Todoroki, and Kirishima, well done for defeating your replicas. However, Uraraka beat you all to the punch, so I'm still expecting to see your reports on Monday. That's it for today. I'll see you all tomorrow, Mr. Aizawa said. Before anyone could respond, he was already leaving the room. Following their teacher's lead, the rest of the class made their way back to the locker room to change back into chapter end. Uraraka was calm, prepared, and excited for the evening she had planned for her and Deku. She couldn't get over how romantic it was going to be. She was already picturing Deku playing the guitar she had gotten for him, and how special that would be. Little did she know he already knew how to play, so she was in for a surprise. On the other hand, Deku was panicking, feeling completely unprepared. What do I do? How could I be so foolish? I learned how to play the guitar but didn't think to get one to play for her? What am I going to do? Hey Deku. You ready? Uraraka asked, appearing in the bedroom doorway. This is going to be amazing. Just me and him, watching the stars by a fire. So romantic. Why, I'm ready, Deku lied, wiping the nervous sweat from his brow to hide his panic from her. I'm not ready. This is going to be a disaster. Despite Deku's clear panic, Uraraka was too lost in her own excitement to notice. Then let's go, she said with a warm smile before disappearing back down the stairs. Deku quickly grabbed his phone and called Jiro, waiting anxiously and biting his nails. No answer. Damn it, Jiro. I need your help. You coming? Uraraka called from the bottom of the stairs. Yeah, just a minute. My shoelaces were untied, Deku lied, trying to buy himself some time. Little did he know that Uraraka was also on her phone, checking with the girls to see if everything was set up. Which it was. Everything was ready. Deku, however, was still panic texting Jiro. Can I borrow your guitar? I really need it. It's our anniversary tonight and I don't have one. Please help, Deku wrote before pressing send. He waited for a moment, then realized Uraraka was still waiting for him. He placed his phone back into his pocket and made his way downstairs where Uraraka was waiting. We're leaving. Eri, make sure Bakugo behaves himself, Uraraka called to the small girl and her favorite, uncle, who made a small growling noise. Deku and Uraraka made their way out the door and closed it behind them. I still don't like leaving her with him, Uraraka said, a hint of disgust in her voice, before snapping herself back into date mode. Inchm, Deku replied, still in deep panic. Again, Uraraka didn't notice. Although Deku had a sneaking suspicion she might have noticed but was choosing to ignore it for the sake of her enjoyment of the evening. I can't believe it's been 2 years already. Can you believe that? It's all gone by so quickly, Uraraka said, taking his arm and resting her head on him. A long time ago, it would have rested on his shoulder, but he was too tall for that. Instead, it rested at the top of his arm, roughly in line with his shoulder joint. Nope. Can't believe it, Deku said, keeping one hand in his pocket and on his phone, waiting to feel a vibration. Every now and then, he pulled it out slightly to check the screen for new alerts. Nothing. That is until suddenly, the screen lit up with a text message from Jiro. Finally, Uraraka was speaking to him again, but he wasn't listening. He quickly unlocked his phone with his free hand and tried to discreetly check it without Uraraka noticing. His heart raced as he hoped for a solution from his music teacher. When he saw the message, though, his heart almost stopped. You don't need it. I got you covered, so just relax and enjoy the evening. Deku was about to text her back when Uraraka suddenly took his phone from him. No phones. It's distracting you, Uraraka ordered as she placed it into her pocket. He was going to argue but didn't want to ruin the evening she had planned. Alright, no phones, Deku reluctantly agreed. Great. Now what do I do? What did she mean by, I've got you covered? Deku managed to panic about not having a guitar for the entire walk. Uraraka kept talking and reminiscing about good times they had shared. Their thoughts and emotions couldn't have been more opposite. Eventually, they arrived at the top of a hill, where a small campfire was lit under a tall tree. The girls had set this all up and kept the fire going until they arrived, quickly leaving without being seen when they saw Uraraka and Deku approaching. It's perfect. Uraraka smiled from ear to ear in delight. I'm in trouble. Deku gulped, now understanding the guilt Uraraka had felt the year before when she had forgotten their anniversary. Except in his mind, this was worse. He hadn't forgotten the day. He had just forgotten the gift itself. You hungry? Uraraka asked, taking a seat on the big wooden log set down by the fire. If the girls had done everything right, there should be marshmallows and Deku's gift inside. Sure enough, she found a bag of marshmallows, and underneath was the guitar. She took off her jacket and covered it up so Deku wouldn't see just yet. It was a cold winter night, but the fire made it bare chapter end. I'm enjoying this, it's lovely. But there's something I need to tell you. I've been putting it off this whole time, but I need to come clean and tell you that, Deku began, but Uraraka cut him off, jumping straight to the worst-case scenario in her mind. Are you breaking up with me? She asked, suddenly very upset. Deku almost fainted. No. No. I'm not breaking up with you. You make me very happy and I love you very much. Please don't be angry. Deku pleaded, raising his hands to his face in a defensive gesture. However, she gently pulled his hands away and kissed him, long and deep, feeling his warmth. Well then, next time you have something to tell me, choose your words a little more carefully. It really sounded like that was the beginning of a breakup speech. Or maybe I was just overthinking it, Uraraka said, thinking out loud. Deku didn't take his eyes off her and simply blinked, still processing the kiss that had taken his breath away. Besides, it can wait. I've been dying to give you your gift, so tell me afterwards, Uraraka insisted. Deku was going to argue but ultimately accepted that he wouldn't be able to reveal his big surprise for her just yet. I hope you'll like this. I wasn't sure at first because I'm pretty sure you don't play, but I remember you said you wanted to learn. Jiro offered to teach you, and she's the one who suggested it, so if you don't like it, then blame her because I wasn't, Uraraka said, a little surprised as Deku's eyes suddenly lit up, grabbing her by the shoulders at the mention of Jiro suggesting the gift. If he was right, then that would mean. Jiro suggested it? He asked. Uraraka was confused. Why is that important? She questioned. Deku smiled from ear to ear, excitement rushing through him, then realized he was scaring her. Sorry. No reason. Please, continue, Deku said, letting go of her shoulders and patting her down apologetically. Uraraka eyed him for a moment, trying to figure out what that could have possibly been about, but came up blank, resulting in her simply shrugging it off. Where was I? I can't remember what I was talking about, so here you go, I guess. I hope you like it, Uraraka said with a nervous smile as she pulled the guitar from behind a log. It was a magnificent acoustic guitar. At first glance, it looked like any other, but there were a few small details that made it unique. For starters, their initials were carved into the woodwork in a heart. There was a small metal plate attached that read, Property of Izuku Midoriya. Hero name, Deku. And finally, there was the pick, featuring an image of All Might, smiling brightly. Deku took a moment to examine the image of his former mentor, recalling the words that played through his mind. I'm proud of ya, kid. Do you like it? Uraraka asked, waiting patiently in the silence. He smiled and wiped a tear away from his eye. I love it. It's perfect, Ochako. Thank you, he said, leaning in and kissing her. She wrapped her arms around him, sinking further into the kiss, wanting to savor the moment. Eventually, their lips separated, and Deku placed his gift on his lap, holding it as Jiro had taught him. Uraraka couldn't get over how handsome he looked with the guitar in his hands. Well then, mister, why don't you play a little something for me? Uraraka asked jokingly and a little flirtatiously. Deku smirked, almost unable to contain his excitement. She had no idea. Gladly, he said confidently, which snapped Uraraka out of her thoughts. As far as she knew, he didn't know how to play yet, so she was puzzled by his confidence. Before she could finish her thought, Deku began to play. Uraraka's hands clasped over her mouth, and she felt goosebumps all over. Her eyes widened in shock as she listened, amazed by what she was hearing. Quickly overcoming her surprise, a huge, giddy smile replaced her initial look of disbelief as she leaned forward, eager to listen. Before she knew it, he started singing as well. We're talking away, I don't know I'm to say, I'll say it anyway. Today's another day to find you, shying away. I'll be coming for your love, okay? The tune was much slower than the original upbeat version, but it was still appealing. Uraraka was still trying to figure out when he had learned to do this. Take on me, take me on, I'll be gone in a day or two. So needless to say, I'm odds and ends. I'll be stumbling away, slowly learning that life is okay. Say after me, it's no better to be safe than sorry. Finally, Uraraka put 2 and 2 together. Chapter end. This was all Jiro's doing. She had been teaching him this whole time and suggested a guitar so that Deku could surprise Uraraka and play for her tonight. Clever girl. Uraraka made a mental note to thank her later, but for now, she was just going to enjoy this moment. Deku strummed the final notes of the song, looking up at her. Uraraka's face was flushed, and her smile seemed to stretch from ear to ear. "That was incredible," she managed to say, giving him a small round of applause. "It was okay. I got too excited and forgot to tune it first, so it was a little off, but..." Deku was cut off by another kiss. "Izuku." "It was perfect," Uraraka said, her eyes sparkling. Deku raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You used my first name," he said, grinning. He knew exactly what it meant. "And," she asked playfully, "you only ever use my first name when you're mad. Or when you're..." "You know," Deku replied, deliberately leaving the sentence unfinished. "Michim. So why don't you just kiss me some more?" Uraraka suggested, her tone more commanding than questioning. He didn't need to be told twice and leaned in to kiss her. They shared a tender moment when Deku suddenly hesitated. "You sure?" "In public?" he asked. "There's nobody else around. It's just me and you. Under the stars, by the fire." "I couldn't think of anywhere better," Uraraka said, gazing into his eyes. Then she remembered something. She reached back into the log and pulled out a thick blanket, laying it down on the ground next to the fire before settling onto it, looking expectantly at her boyfriend. "Well, I'm waiting," she said, a hint of impatience in her voice. With that, Deku set down the guitar and joined her on the blanket. The fire flickered, and the stars illuminated the night sky. The hustle and bustle of the city was far below them as the two young lovers embraced. Tonight had been perfect in so many ways for both of them, and they were equally happy with their surprise for each other. However, as the night drew to a close, both of them would wake up the following morning wondering the same thing. How were they going to top this, especially with Christmas just a few days away? Chapter end. "What? We're only halfway?" Kaminari exclaimed in shock and disappointment, slamming his hands down on Jiro's desk. She rolled her eyes. This is the halfway point in the year," Jiro replied calmly, clearly uninterested in his reaction. "You realize this is your third year, Kaminari? You should know how far through the year we are by now," Kirishima said, surprised that Kaminari didn't seem to know. "I know that. It just felt like more time had gone by with all this work we've been doing, so it felt like it was almost over," Kaminari explained. However, as he looked around the room, he noticed a few skeptical expressions directed at him, which made him uneasy. "I know when it is. I'm not stupid," Kaminari protested, growing more annoyed as most of the class either snickered or laughed. "I'm not. Jiro, tell them." Kaminari insisted, refusing to accept that he wasn't very bright. "All right, guys, leave him alone. Kaminari isn't stupid, he just has below-average intelligence," Jiro said, which earned a few more chuckles that Kaminari seemed oblivious to. "Thank you." "Wait, what?" he asked, suddenly realizing what she had said. He was about to argue his case when Mr. Aizawa entered the room. "Take your seats," Mr. Aizawa ordered. Without hesitation, anyone still standing quickly made their way to their seats, and those already seated sat up straight. Except for Bakugo, who slouched with his hands in his pockets, clearly indifferent. "Good morning, students. As I'm sure most of you are aware by now, we're at the halfway point," Mr. Aizawa informed them. A few students cheered, some made small fist pumps, and a few even smiled. However, Deku remained still. He knew better than to celebrate too early, especially with Mr. Aizawa around. "Which means the hard work has only just begun," Mr. Aizawa added, a hint of a smile on his face. The students' cheeriness vanished instantly, replaced by frowns and groans. "From now on, you'll have double the amount of tests, triple the amount of workouts, and quadruple the amount of classroom work until the end of the year," Mr. Aizawa announced. Uraraka, along with a few others, looked faint. "Sir, if I may, we're all ready," Ida began, trying to protest for his classmates, but Mr. Aizawa cut him off. "No, you may not. All of you need to understand that the finish is where you have to be the strongest. You can't slack off because the end is in sight. In fact, you have to work harder to stay ahead of the competition. As future pro heroes, and young students who have already faced villains, it's a matter of life and death. Being a hero requires constant improvement, constant work, constant effort, and very little rest in between your duties and personal life, especially if you're raising a family at the same time, Mr. Aizawa explained, his voice calm but firm. His concern for his students was evident. He wanted the best for them. He was wise to push them hard, as they had made many enemies, including Shigaraki and his league. The last thing a teacher wanted was to see their students in harm's way. At the mention of raising a family, Deku and Uraraka felt as if the comment was directed at them. They could sense some of their classmates' eyes on them, thinking the same thing. It made sense. They had adopted a child together. I wonder if Ochako wants to have her own kids with me someday. Oh my gosh, what am I thinking? I shouldn't be thinking about that right now. Nobody seemed to notice Deku's sudden blush and flustered expression. They were too preoccupied with Mr. Aizawa's news. Regardless, for every single one of you, your careers will not allow time for slacking off and resting. Which is why you would do well to listen to my advice. Mr. Aizawa paused for a moment, leaving them in suspense. Rest at the end, not in the middle. When you're retired, you'll have all the time in the world to rest, grow old, slack off, sleep in, enjoy life, whatever you like. But until then, be prepared to work and fight with everything you've got, Mr. Aizawa said. His words were inspiring. Deku snapped out of his fluster, and the message resonated with him. Even Bakugo sat up in his chair, clearly letting the words sink in. Deku glanced at his scars. Can I last that long? All Might hung in there until he retired, but he didn't get much time to enjoy it. Chapter end. Even after his retirement, he continued to guide me, striving to teach me everything he could to help me become the best hero possible. Could I truly handle that? All those years of fighting? Passing on this quirk to the next user? Raising a family? Would I even be capable of that? The thought of it felt daunting, especially considering the enemies I had made along the way. It was a lot to contemplate, but I knew worrying about the future wouldn't help anyone. It was best to focus on the present, on what lay directly in front of me. In a moment of clarity, a realization struck Deku, but it quickly turned into something cruel and ironic. Suddenly, he found himself unable to concentrate on the immediate situation. His hands clenched, muscles tensed, and his heart raced as his insight quirk activated, pulling his mind away from the here and now. Chapter end. They just kept coming, one after the other, over and over, without stop or any sign of slowing down. Izuku felt overwhelmed, unable to make it stop. He was jumping from vision to vision at a rapid rate, catching glimpses of nomus, villains, heroes, civilians, police, blood, and chaos. He couldn't control it, but he remembered the sickness he had experienced the last time he fought against it, and he was determined not to go through that again. Just get through it, Izuku. Just a little more and it'll stop. Wait, what was that? Go back. He had seen something in one of the visions that caught his eye, but before he could confirm his suspicions, he was shot into another one. Okay, concentrate. Focus and relax, he told himself. If he put his mind to it, he should be able to control it, even if just for a few brief moments. He felt like he was clenching his fists, but they didn't move. His physical body was surrounded by his classmates and, Teacher, come on, Midoriya, snap out of it. Mr. Aizawa ordered, hoping the young man could hear him somehow. Nothing happened. Has he ever been under this long? Todoroki asked, beginning to get worried. No. Usually, it's a minute or two at most, but this is lasting way longer than anything I've seen him do so far, Uraraka informed them. A few eyebrows were raised as their concern deepened. So, what do we do? Ida asked, feeling stuck for ideas. Nothing. We wait it out. If he fights it, it makes him extremely sick. If we interfere and force him out of it, who knows what damage we could, Mr. Aizawa began, but he was cut off by the sound of Deku's head slumping down and hitting his desk. His entire body went limp. He was out cold. Bakugo! Uraraka screamed in frustration, lunging at him. However, Yaoyorozu and Azui restrained her. She struggled fiercely, managing to break free for a moment, but Ishido and the rest of the girls stepped in to help. What did you do? Mr. Aizawa asked, annoyed with Bakugo while checking for injuries on Deku. I knocked him out, Bakugo replied bluntly, confused because he thought he had just solved the problem. A small part of him felt annoyed at the realization that he had helped Deku, but he didn't say anything about it. I can see that. What I meant was, why? You could have seriously hurt him, Mr. Aizawa said calmly, though he was clearly furious. Uraraka was still struggling against the girls, desperate to confront Bakugo. Is he breathing? Bakugo asked. Todoroki checked Deku's pulse and placed his ear next to Deku's face. He's breathing. Good pulse too. Just unconscious, he informed them. See? I helped, and I didn't kill him, Bakugo said, proud of himself. Uraraka, calm down, Jiro ordered, noticing her continued struggle. Fine. I'm calm. I'm calm, she said, finally ceasing her efforts. The girls exchanged glances, and after a few nods, they released her. Uraraka straightened her uniform and took a deep breath, putting on a friendly smile, right before she lost it and lunged at Bakugo again. "No," the girls screamed, grabbing hold of her once more. "You said you were calm." Ashido wailed, disappointed in her friend. "I lied." Uraraka screamed back, beginning to struggle again. They had learned their lesson from the last time someone tried to restrain her and had covered her hands so she couldn't use her quirk. "Bakugo, I'll speak to you later. You need to learn that you can't solve every problem by hitting it. Uraraka, calm down, unless you wish to join him instead of helping Midoriya here," Mr. Aizawa ordered. It took a moment for his words to sink in, but after a brief stare down with her teacher, she stopped struggling, her head slumping in defeat. The girls looked to Mr. Aizawa, who nodded. With his blessing, they released Uraraka for the second time, and she dropped to her knees. "I'm sorry, sir. What can I do to help?" she asked, admitting defeat. "Take Midoriya to Recovery Girl. He should be fine, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. As soon as you've done that, return here and leave him in her capable hands." "Understood?" Mr. Aizawa asked, ensuring his instructions were clear. "Understood, sir. Is there anything else?" Uraraka asked, rising to her feet, her head slightly bowed in embarrassment. "Tell Recovery Girl to come get me when he wakes up. If he hasn't woken up before the end of today's lesson, I'll pop by and wait for him," Mr. Aizawa instructed. "Of course, sir," Uraraka said obediently, eager to avoid further upsetting her teacher. Chapter end. The last thing she needed was to get on his bad side, especially after he had warned them about the increased workload. "Good," Mr. Aizawa said, reassuring her that she wouldn't lash out at Bakugo again. Uraraka approached Deku, who was still in his chair, and placed her hand on his head, causing him to float gently. As he rose, she grabbed the scruff of his neck and guided him along, his peaceful slumber carrying him out of the classroom and toward Recovery Girl's office. Some time later, Deku awoke, bolting upright in his bed. "WMI?" he stammered, trying to catch his breath and assess his surroundings. He quickly realized where he was. "Relax, Midoriya. You're in Recovery Girl's office," Mr. Aizawa informed him, causing Deku to jump slightly, unaware of his presence. Mr. Aizawa sat in a chair next to the bed, his arms and legs crossed. "Again," Recovery Girl said with a hint of exasperation. "This makes it an official record for a student at UA. Nobody has ended up in this room because of injuries more than you, young man." Her voice held a mix of care and frustration. She didn't like seeing him or any other student hurt, but after years in her line of work, it was no surprise she was growing weary of it. "Sorry. Hopefully, I won't have too many health problems in my old age after I retire," Deku said half-jokingly, trying to lighten the mood with a nervous chuckle. However, no one else laughed, and Recovery Girl's unimpressed expression was clear. "If you make it to retirement," she warned, a clear reminder for him to be cautious. "For once, it's not his fault that he's here," Mr. Aizawa defended him. "My point still stands," Recovery Girl replied before leaving the room, allowing Mr. Aizawa some time to speak with his student. "So, what did you see?" Mr. Aizawa asked. Deku raised an eyebrow, surprised but also suspicious. "I get the feeling you already know," he replied, studying his teacher's demeanor. The slight shift in Mr. Aizawa's posture told Deku everything he needed to know. "I do. Or at least I have some idea of what you might have seen. However, without asking you, I can't know for sure," Mr. Aizawa said, his tone grim. Something felt off. Did something happen while he was out? Or was Mr. Aizawa looking for something specific from him? I saw fighting. A lot of it. Heroes battling nomus and villains everywhere. A couple of bodies, but I never saw an image long enough to understand what was really happening. I just got flashes of different fights all at once. I have no idea if those bodies were unconscious or worse. The only thing I saw for long enough was... Deku trailed off, hesitating to continue. He realized why Mr. Aizawa was there and felt a surge of anger about it. What was it, Midoriya? Mr. Aizawa pressed, eager for answers. Deku clenched his fists. They got away, didn't they? He asked, turning the question back on his teacher. Mr. Aizawa uncrossed his arms and legs, leaning forward in his chair, taking a deep breath. Yes. They raided every Noma factory we knew of this morning. Unfortunately, Shigaraki and his league escaped. This time, things were much more difficult since the Nomus fought back. 1 or 2 heroes were killed, and several were injured. However, all the Nomus are now in custody and are on their way to the same prison where we have all for one locked up. Their own private island. The fight back clearly indicates they knew we were coming, as Nomus don't act without orders. A few villains were captured too, but unfortunately, Shigaraki got away. How did you know? Did you see him escape? Any idea where he could have gone? Even if you saw which direction he went, it could be helpful, Mr. Aizawa explained, giving Deku a chance to assist in finding the villain they both wanted locked up. Deku took a deep breath and unclenched his fists. He was angry that Shigaraki had escaped, but he knew fixating on it wouldn't help anyone right now. I don't know. I caught a glimpse of him, then everything shifted to more visions. When I focused, I managed to get back there. I saw him fighting, but then something hit the back of my head and everything stopped. It felt like I was knocked out, Deku said, rubbing the back of his head where he had been struck. You have Bakugo to thank for that. We were trying to figure out the best way to pull you out of your trance without hurting you, and without warning, he knocked you out. It seems it worked, Mr. Aizawa noted. Please don't knock me out whenever I go into a trance. I've got enough injuries without adding brain trauma, Deku pleaded, seeing his teacher consider the idea that knocking him unconscious could stop the trances. Of course not. Anything else you saw or want to tell me? Mr. Aizawa asked, checking if there was more to discuss. No, nothing. I tried to control the Chu chapter end. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like something was blocking me. A few moments later, after some more failed attempts, I was knocked out, so that was that, Deku explained, disappointed that he couldn't help more but accepting there wasn't much he could do other than tell Aizawa what he knew. Thank you, Midoriya. I'll send Recovery Girl back in to check on you and make sure you're not concussed. She'll dismiss you if it's safe to do so. In the meantime, I'll try not to knock you out to stop your trances, even if it is tempting, Mr. Aizawa said, standing up from his chair. Was that his idea of a joke? Wait a minute, did Mr. Aizawa just make a joke? Bakugo must have hit me too hard. I must be imagining this. Oh, you've been out all day, by the way. School is done for the day. I've given everything you need to Uraraka. I'm sure she'll be able to fill you in as soon as you're out of here. It's due in by Monday, Mr. Aizawa informed him. Hey, sir. Thank you, by the way, Deku said before he realized what he was saying. Mr. Aizawa stopped just before the door. For what? Mr. Aizawa asked. For looking out for me, Deku said without hesitation, although he wasn't quite sure why he'd said it. Mr. Aizawa had his back to him and stood in silence. Chapter end. Midoriya, come on. You promised you'd try not to fixate on things out of your control, Ida said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Deku had taken them to the showers, away from the rest of the boys, and Ida was frustrated that they were supposed to be getting ready for sparring instead of discussing this again. I know, and I'm not fixating on it. All I'm saying is it was too easy. Even though I only saw glimpses, those Nomus were holding back, Deku insisted. Holding back? They killed 3 pro heroes and injured many more, Todoroki protested, struggling to understand how Deku could suggest that. I know that, but I don't think it was the Nomus. I think the villains present were responsible for the heroes' deaths, and the Nomus just injured them. I saw them punch a hero my size, and there was barely any kickback. When they hit me, I was sent flying backwards. Explain that, Deku argued. Could have had an absorption quirk of some sort, Ida tried to reason. Or their quirk makes them a lot heavier than they look, Todoroki added. They were both trying to steer Deku away from this line of thinking, but he wouldn't give up easily. Nope, he had an electric quirk. The Nomo got zapped the moment it hit him, Deku informed them. The two boys exchanged worried glances. Look, say you're right about this. What then? Do you tell somebody? Go to the police? And why would the Nomus hold back in the first place? Ida questioned. I've already spoken to Mr. Aizawa about it. He didn't say much, just thanked me for letting him know. I'm not saying we have to take matters into our own hands if that's what you're worried about. I'm just saying something else is going on here, Deku explained, trying to ease their concerns. Todoroki raised an eyebrow. Then what is it? What's Shigaraki's and her plan? I don't know. I can't figure out why they'd hold back. They don't act without orders, so someone told them to do it. The question is why? Did he want them to be taken into custody? Or did he just not care? I can't piece it all together yet, but if I use insight, I might be able to figure out what he's planning without putting myself in danger, Deku suggested. Ida cleaned his glasses and took a deep breath. You could still be seen as interfering with an ongoing investigation, he reminded him. Deku stroked his chin, considering that for a moment. Actually, for all they know, he couldn't control his new quirk and just happened to stumble across Shigaraki and the League in his visions, Todoroki suggested. Ida and Deku both looked at him with concern. Lie to the police? Deku asked quietly, almost afraid of the implications. Sure, why not? Todoroki replied, confused by their hesitation. Ida nearly fainted. My family's reputation could be on the line for a start, he protested. And it's illegal. If we get caught, we're in trouble. Not to mention I killed 6 people and had to drop back down to a provisional license, so I'm already on thin ice, Deku added. If we get caught, we can remind them they're hypocrites since they lied to the media about my dad taking down Stain to protect us, Todoroki reminded them. That was different, Deku argued, though he didn't sound convinced. No, it wasn't. Don't sit there and tell me you won't tell a little white lie to stop a madman and his followers. You're not going to hurt anyone if you do, but believe me, the League will if you don't, Todoroki warned. Deku mulled over his words, and Ida cleaned his glasses again. He's right. If you can get into his head and see what he's up to, then there's no reason we shouldn't pass that on to the police, even if we lie a little about how we got the information, Ida said, finally agreeing with Todoroki. Deku took a moment to consider what they had both said before finally agreeing. I'll do it, he said, gritting his teeth, still not fully comfortable with lying to the police. However, he knew that lying wouldn't hurt anyone, whereas Shigaraki would. Deku closed his eyes and tried to concentrate. Wait, you're doing it now? We have class. The others are probably wondering where we are, Ida warned, beginning to sweat at the thought of being late. Why not? The sooner I do it, the better. It shouldn't take long, I just need to see where they are to get a rough location. Hopefully, that block isn't there this time, Todoroki said, recalling how Deku had mentioned a barrier when trying to connect to Shigaraki's mind the day before. Would you two be quiet? I'm trying to focus, Deku snapped, struggling to concentrate with their chatter. They fell silent, raising their hands in apology. Satisfied, Deku focused on Shigaraki again, trying to connect with his mind to see what was happening. Chapter end. However, the same block was there from before. Deku fought against it, trying to force his way in, but it wouldn't budge. It took so much mental concentration that sweat began to pour from his temples, making his hair damp and unruly. It's no good. I can't get through. That block is still there, Deku said in defeat, wiping his forehead with his sleeve. DMN. Has anyone else encountered this block? Todoroki asked. No. Everyone else I've seen had an easy time. They went straight into their minds. My guess is that Shigaraki has some sort of counter quirk that's stopping me from. Deku never finished that sentence as suddenly, the block was no longer there. He was snapped out of the room with Todoroki and Ida, straight into the mind of his greatest foe. Chapter end. Deku took in his surroundings as quickly as he could, searching for anything that could provide a clue about his location. He found himself in a dark room that, judging by the tiles, appeared to be a bathroom. Not much to gather here, unless he could look out the window. But Shigaraki had approached the sink, staring at it intently. What's he doing? Deku wondered. So, they think they've beaten me, do they? Shigaraki said aloud, and Deku realized he was likely upset about the raids and the loss of his Nomus. But when Shigaraki suddenly burst into laughter, Deku was caught off guard. Was he happy about the raids? Idiots. They're all so stupid. Doing everything I want them to. Laugh it up now. When my plan comes together, we'll see who's laughing then, Shigaraki continued, seemingly talking to himself. The longer this went on, the more uneasy Deku felt. The block hadn't just disappeared on its own, someone had removed it to let him into Shigaraki's mind. Then again, I suppose we know better than to expect everybody else to be as smart as us, don't we? Shigaraki mused. Deku suddenly felt his heart racing. Could it be? No, he couldn't be talking to me. It had to be his imagination. But then Shigaraki paused, looking up into the mirror, and Deku felt a chilling realization wash over him. Isn't that right? Shigaraki said, locking eyes with his reflection. Izuku Midoriya? He grinned. It felt as if sweat was pouring down Deku's face, even though he was in someone else's body. Panic set in. How did he know I was here? This doesn't make any sense. I need to get out of here. Suddenly, Deku snapped back to his own body, and the image of Shigaraki vanished. He was drenched in sweat, and both Todoroki and Ida caught him as he stumbled. Midoriya? Are you okay? What happened? Ida asked, concern etched on his face. Deku took a few deep breaths to regain his composure. I was in Shigaraki's head. And somehow he knew. He knew I was there, Deku explained. How's that possible? Ida questioned, disbelief evident in his voice. It could have something to do with the block. It was suddenly removed so I could enter his mind. That wasn't random, Todoroki deduced. Deku nodded in agreement as they helped him stand. You're right. Shigaraki clearly has some control over this. The question is, how? Ida asked, trying to piece it together. I have two theories. The most obvious is that he has a quirk that allows him to detect mind control. My other theory is that All for One gave Shigaraki some sort of immunity or control over how my insight quirk affects his mind, Deku suggested. But how would that even work? And when would he have done it? Todoroki pondered aloud. Before anyone could respond, Kirishima appeared. Hey guys, I don't mean to intrude, but Mr. Aizawa is gonna be really upset if we're late, the red-haired teen said, trying to save his classmates from trouble. He's right. We can discuss this later, Todoroki said, offering Deku a towel to wipe his sweat. I'll speak to Mr. Aizawa after class, Deku replied, taking the towel and drying his face. Good. Now let's hurry. I refuse to be late for class, Ida declared, marching out of the room and down the hallway. Deku, Todoroki, and Kirishima exchanged glances before following their class representative to the gym. A few minutes later in the gym. And finally, Uraraka, you'll be sparring Ojiro today, Mr. Aizawa announced. This would be a real test of her hand-to-hand skills against someone as skilled as him. But why did Ojiro look so angry? Uraraka gulped, unsure of what had caused his intense expression. Find your places and when you're ready, you can start. Remember, no quirks, Mr. Aizawa instructed. The class moved to their respective spots, and Uraraka felt Ojiro's gaze on her the entire way. Seriously, what did I do? Die nerd. Bakugo shouted from across the gym, launching himself at Deku, who countered with an uppercut that landed cleanly on Bakugo's chin. Finally, Uraraka reached her marker, and Ojiro was staring right at her, waiting. Ojiro, did I do something to... she began, but before she could finish, he lunged at her. In a panic, Uraraka swung instinctively, but Ojiro easily countered, using her momentum to throw her over his shoulder with practiced skill. Uraraka's back hit the ground with a thud, and Deku almost lost focus, ready to intervene when he heard her cry out in pain. But he was quickly reminded of his own opponent when Bakugo kicked him across the face. Better not intervene. Mr. Aizawa would be furious, and there was no way chapter end. When she finally caught her breath, Uraraka realized just how winded she was. I can barely breathe. Or stand for that matter. Just how hard did he throw me? Ojiro's voice cut through her thoughts, carrying an unusual and unsettling tone. I've been waiting for this for over a year. Ojiro, you're scaring me, Uraraka admitted, confused about what could have turned the usually calm and collected Ojiro into someone so angry. Good, he replied, showing no remorse. He clearly felt the conversation was over as he launched himself at her, leaping through the air with a kick aimed straight at her chest. Uraraka managed to sidestep the attack by a hair, moving slower than usual due to her fatigue. Come on, breathe and start fighting properly. If he's mad, you can figure out why after you take him down. She raised her hands, positioned one foot behind the other, and gestured for Ojiro to attack. He grinned back at her, a mix of his usual friendliness and something darker. I hope you know what you're doing, he said, his smile not matching his tone. Still catching her breath, Uraraka decided to play defensively until she could recover. Ojiro charged at her, and she planted her feet, raising her hands into a guard position. Here we go. HYA. Ojiro yelled, aiming a powerful spinning kick at her temple, which she managed to deflect. He followed up with another kick aimed at her legs, which she kicked away before stepping back to avoid another aimed at her waist. They paused, staring each other down. What's wrong? I thought you were the best hand-to-hand fighter in the class. Ojiro taunted, realizing she wanted him to attack. Is that what this is about? Because Mr. Aizawa said I'm the best hand-to-hand fighter in class a year ago? Uraraka thought, frustrated. She lowered her hands for a moment, ready to tease him about holding a grudge over something so trivial. But that was exactly what Ojiro had been waiting for. As soon as her guard dropped, he launched a flurry of kicks. The first grazed her temple as she instinctively raised her hands, but it landed just enough to hurt. The remaining kicks she managed to deflect, dodge, or jump away from. How are you not tired after that? Uraraka asked, noticing Ojiro barely breaking a sweat. Unlike you, I've been training in martial arts my whole life. You only started 2 years ago, he replied, going for a punch. She slipped underneath it and countered with a punch to his stomach, but he leaned back just in time, avoiding her attack. Nice try, Ojiro taunted. Seriously, what's with this guy? He's usually so nice, but right now he's really starting to annoy me. If this is about something I didn't even say, then this really is a pathetic grudge, Ojiro, Uraraka said, finally catching her breath. Whatever. I'm done talking. Let's end this, Ojiro said, wiping the sweat from his brow and taking a martial arts. Since Uraraka glared at him, studying his posture and body language for any weakness. No quirks, right? That means he won't be able to defend against this. HYA. Ojiro yelled, launching a powerful kick towards her face. He overshot, and Uraraka timed her move perfectly, deflecting his kick and stepping behind him. What are you? Ojiro began, but she stepped on his tail, preventing him from moving. If he used his quirk to push her off, he'd forfeit the match, and if he tried to turn around, he'd risk injuring himself. He was pinned down, and with his back turned, Uraraka had a clear shot. Yield, Ojiro. Or I'll beat you by force, she warned, giving him a chance to avoid injury. I never. Ojiro shouted, refusing to give up. Despite her warning, she couldn't help but admire his fighting spirit. I warned you, Uraraka said, digging her heel into his tail, making him cry out in pain. She followed up by kicking the back of his knee, causing it to buckle and dropping him to one knee. With a swift motion, she kicked him around the side of the head, landing a clean hit on his temple. Ojiro struggled to predict her attacks, and with his back turned, he couldn't see enough to defend himself. After a few more kicks, his movements slowed, and he began to lose consciousness. Chapter end. Worried she was going to cause some sort of injury, Uraraka changed targets, aiming for Ojiro's torso instead, not stopping until either her opponent was beaten or he surrendered. That's enough, Uraraka. You've won the match. He's beaten, Mr. Aizawa ordered, suddenly standing behind her. His words made her jump. She hadn't realized how close he had been. She removed her foot from Ojiro's tail, leaving a noticeable mark. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Ojiro, I didn't want to stop until, Uraraka began, but her teacher interrupted her. Until he was beaten or he surrendered, which is exactly what I expect of you. Your enemies will not show you mercy. So, don't show them your own in return, Mr. Aizawa said. Uraraka didn't know how to respond, so she simply bowed to both her teacher and her opponent as she usually would after a sparring match. She was still trying to figure out why Ojiro had been holding such a grudge after all this time. He had never mentioned it before, so why now? I'll speak to you both about your performances later. In the meantime, take Ojiro to Recovery Girl's office, Mr. Aizawa ordered. She gulped, almost refusing her teacher, but Uraraka knew better. This was going to be awkward. If you're wondering why I'm sending you with him, Uraraka, it's because the back of your head is bleeding. Get yourself looked at while you're there, Mr. Aizawa explained, having read his students' thoughts. After so much experience with these students, it had become easier to predict their thoughts. Yes, sir, Uraraka said, helping Ojiro onto his feet. Once he was up, she placed his arm over her shoulders to support him. Come on, Ojiro. I've got you, she said as she gently led him out of the room and towards Recovery Girl's office. Mr. Aizawa, can I talk to you about something? I had another vision, Deku said, which was the last thing Uraraka heard before the door closed behind her. A few minutes later Ojiro stirred as Uraraka pondered what Deku could have seen in his vision. Hey, Uraraka, sorry about my behavior back there, Ojiro managed to say, followed by spitting some blood into his hand. Even though Mr. Aizawa said she'd done the right thing, it didn't feel that way. Seeing Ojiro in pain made her feel guilty and ashamed, completely overshadowing her earlier frustration with him. It's fine, Ojiro. I'm sorry I did this to you, I went too far, she said, examining his wounds. Other than some bruising and the beginnings of swelling, he didn't look too bad. However, the blood was concerning. It could just be a cut inside his mouth or a bitten tongue, but it could also be worse. No, it's not okay. I acted dishonorably and shamefully. I let pride and ego get the better of me, he said, wiping the blood from his mouth. That's no reason for me to have done this to you, she tried to say, but he cut her off. Please, let me finish, Ojiro pleaded, his leg giving way and forcing Uraraka to catch him. Okay, she said, not wanting to deny him the chance to apologize and express his feelings. When Mr. Aizawa said you were the best hand-to-hand fighter, it was a bitter pill to swallow. I trained my whole life in hand-to-hand combat, studied it, practiced it, and developed a fighting style that depends on my ability to fight hand-to-hand with others. So when you were declared better than everyone else in class, it hurt me. Thanks to your quirk, all you have to do is make your opponent float, and you've pretty much won the battle, Ojiro said, frustration creeping into his voice. So, are you saying you're jealous of my quirk or? Uraraka began, but he cut her off again. No, not at all. I'm proud of my quirk and I admire yours, but I'm not jealous of it. My point is that you were declared better than me at the very thing that I live and breathe. That was hard to hear because from the moment I wake up to the minute I fall asleep, I'm always looking for a way to improve my martial arts. It felt like I wasn't getting noticed, like I was being overlooked. Or even worse, that I wasn't good enough to be a hero, that I shouldn't even be here at UA, Ojiro explained. Uraraka raised her eyebrows in concern. This was clearly something he had been struggling with, and it sounded like these thoughts had built up over time. At first, I tried to ignore the shame I felt because I was taught to act with grace and honor. I succeeded for a while, but the more I watched you fight, the more people kept saying you were the best at hand-to-hand, the more you kept defeating villains and nomas alike, the more I could see that they were right. You are better than me. I couldn't accept that. I couldn't let all my training be for nothing, so when Mr. Aizawa said I was sparring you today, I saw an opportunity, and chapter end. The only thing stopping her was the fact that she was already straining to help him walk through the hallways. His weight was almost completely on her shoulders as his legs were not responding. Like hell you are, Uraraka said defiantly. Ojiro finally lifted his head, too ashamed to look at her before. When Uraraka met his gaze, he looked surprised. What? Was all he could muster. You're not weak. You're not dishonorable. And you most definitely are a great hero, or you will be when you graduate, she said firmly, more as a command than encouragement. She was ordering him to finish what he started. "Ojiro, I told you I'm quitting," he began, but Uraraka suddenly moved away, stopping her support. He fell to his knees, barely catching himself. "Uraraka, what are you?" he started again, but she cut him off. In an instant she appeared in front of him, aiming a kick at his head. Instinctively, he lifted his arm to block it, grabbing her by the shin. Before he knew what was happening, he used Uraraka's momentum against her, swept her standing leg, and pinned her to the floor, both arms and legs trapped. "What did I just do?" he asked in disbelief. "You showed me exactly why you should be at this school. And why you're going to be a great hero, Ojiro," Uraraka said with a smile, despite the pressure points being attacked. My body moved. Before I could even think about. Ojiro said, trying to comprehend what had happened. He was confused about why she had tried to kick him. In the first place. "Can I get up now?" she asked, beginning to feel the pressure. "Sorry," he said, releasing her and helping her back to her feet. "See what I mean? Your body reacted before you even thought about it. You blocked my attack, used it against me, and had me pinned with no way out. Not to mention you did all that after being beaten up pretty badly," Uraraka said, her smile encouraging Ojiro to smile back, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I think most of it was adrenaline," he said half-jokingly. "Even still, you showed you are a hero." All Might once told Deku that the best heroes' bodies act before they've even thought about it. Saving someone before they've considered the danger. Fighting an opponent before they've recognized their potential power or abilities and how much danger they're in. Pinning your classmate before you've stopped to consider what's happening, Uraraka said, still smiling. Ojiro blushed, his tail curling in embarrassment. "Thank you, Uraraka. I needed that. I don't know how I could ever repay you." Her smile never wavered as she placed his arm over her shoulders and began to help him walk the last stretch to Recovery Girl's office. Ojiro looked at her, and she looked back, her smile brighter than before, making him forget all the shame and urges to quit he had been feeling. Especially after what she said next. "Well, you know a lot about martial arts. How about after we get patched up, you give me some lessons?" Chapter end. "Look, Ochako, I'm just worried about what will happen if Shigaraki strikes." "When he strikes," Deku said, trying to reason with her. "Of course you are. We all are. Everybody knows how dangerous he is," she replied, trying to keep her own worries at bay. They were supposed to be on a date after all, shopping together at the mall. "I'm serious, Ochako. If he strikes, he could come after you again, or my mom, or Eri, or..." Deku began, getting lost in his thoughts. But before Uraraka could cut him off, he did it himself. "Sorry, I'll stop. I promised I'd stop worrying about things I can't control, so I'll stop. I'm just scared after what I saw when I was in his head. The guy clearly isn't mentally stable," he said sincerely. It was a genuine worry for him, which is why he was surprised when Uraraka laughed. "What's so funny?" he asked, confused. "Ah, you're so sweet. Of course he's not mentally stable, Deku. He's a psychotic killer. Nothing's stable about him," Uraraka replied, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes. Deku couldn't help but blush, partly from embarrassment and partly because she had called him sweet. Why do I still blush at these things? We're years into our relationship, it should be normal by now. "Come on. Let's go." "Wait, is that who I think it is?" she asked, looking into the distance. Deku scanned the crowd and soon spotted two familiar faces. "It's exactly who you think it is," he said. They exchanged huge smiles. "Shall we go say hi?" Uraraka asked, her smile turning into a grin. "Leave them be. I'm sure they don't need us interfering with their..." Deku began, but when he turned around she had already left his side and was walking over to them. "Ochako," he called after her, but she didn't stop. "Come back," he called again, trying to navigate through the crowd, bumping into strangers and awkwardly apologizing. "Hey guys. What are you two doing here?" Uraraka asked, a sly grin on her face that she was failing to hide. "Oh no. Ribbit," Azui replied, her face turning red as she panicked. "Hello, Uraraka. We're shopping," Tokoyami said, struggling to come up with something to say. Azui couldn't even look her in the eyes. Uraraka's grin grew wider. So you two aren't on a date? She started, but Deku had finally caught up and clasped his hand over her mouth. She flailed her arms, clearly saying something in frustration, but no one could hear her. Sorry, guys, I tried to convince her to leave you two alone, Deku said, trying to catch his breath while restraining his girlfriend. It's okay. I think it's important to be honest, which is why I will happily admit that we are, in fact, on a date, Tokoyami began, but he never finished as Azui suddenly clasped his beak shut. Now both Uraraka and Tokoyami were trying to speak but couldn't because their partners had silenced them. Azui and Deku exchanged awkward glances that said, "I'm so sorry about this," until Deku finally spoke. So, pretend we never saw each other and carry on with our days like none of this ever happened? He asked, speaking a little too fast. Agreed. Ribbit, Azui said. See you at school, Deku said, unsure how to walk away from the conversation. Sure, we'll see you at school. Ribbit, Azui replied. Neither of them made eye contact but turned their partners around and quickly dragged them away before the awkward atmosphere could get any worse. After a few moments, Uraraka finally broke free. Deku, what was that? She shrieked, making him drop her. Me? What about poor Azui and Tokoyami? Do you realize how much you embarrassed them? Deku asked, unsure what he had done wrong. I just wanted to see if they were dating, that's all, she pouted, trying to play coy. No, you wanted to have fun and embarrass them both. The hand-holding and the kissing made it pretty obvious they were dating, Ochako, Deku reasoned, seeing right through her act. Okay, fine, you win. I was only trying to have a little fun with them, Uraraka admitted, a bit disappointed that Deku had spoiled her fun. I know. Promise me you won't go telling everybody at school. They'll share when they're ready, Deku said, trying to get her to keep it a secret. However, Uraraka nervously shuffled her feet and twirled her hair. But, you see, the problem with that is, I kind already. You know, she said, not wanting to admit that she had already told everyone. What did you do? He asked, a disappointed frown on his face. She simply showed him her phone screen, where notifications were blowing up. Deku didn't have time to chapter end. Ochako, he said, disappointment evident in his tone as he shook his head slightly. Sorry, she replied, forcing a smile. It's a good thing Azui and Tokoyami are such kind and reasonable people. Anyway, you can make it up to me by buying me dinner. Deku noticed that Uraraka didn't move and looked very confused. What is it? He asked. Did you just tell me what to do? She asked, her tone firm. Deku immediately began to panic. I mean, I just, oh dear, he stammered, flustered. However, Uraraka leaned in closer, a sly grin on her face. I like it when you're bossy, she whispered playfully into his ear. Deku's face turned bright red, chapterant. It's game night. Ashido exclaimed joyfully, slamming the boxes down on the table. A collective groan echoed from the others in the room, except for Eri, who squealed, Yay! I love game night. She jumped up and down, clapping her hands in excitement. Deku joined her applause, wanting to make sure she didn't feel like an outcast. Not this again, Todoroki complained, slumping slightly on the sofa. Guys, come on. We all agreed to do something together as a class each Saturday night. It's my turn to choose and I choose game night. Ashido protested, frustrated by their lack of enthusiasm. Ashido, I get it, but don't you remember what happened last time? Yaoyorozu asked. Ashido maintained her smile, nervously giggling. It wasn't that bad, she said, though a few raised eyebrows suggested. Otherwise, last time, they had stood outside in the thunder and rain, watching one of the dorm houses burn. No coats, no blankets, just soaking wet as the fire brigade kept them outside for safety. Mr. Aizawa had stood behind them, watching the blaze light up the night sky. This is a new low even for you guys. What happened? He had asked, but no one answered. Fine. Have it your way. I'll get to the bottom of this, but in the meantime, you will all pay the price in my lessons, he said, disappointment evident on his face as his students stood there, drenched and now worried about how much harder their school life would become. Back to the present. Seriously though, how did we manage to set one of our dorm houses on fire? Kirishima asked in disbelief. I think we all know the answer to that, Uraraka said, raising an eyebrow as most of her classmates turned their gaze to Bakugo. Whatever, Bakugo replied, stopping himself from swearing in front of Eri. However, Eri grabbed the swear jar and held it out to him. But I didn't say it, Bakugo protested. Eri simply shook the jar, making the coins inside jingle. Fine, he said, giving in and putting some money in the jar. But you need to learn. Almost saying it is just as bad as saying it, Eri said proudly as she returned the jar, and the class tried to hide their amusement. Getting back to it, Ashido picked game night. So tonight is game night, Ida said, enforcing the rules of their class agreement. But Ida, Kaminari started to argue, but Ida cut him off. But nothing. It's her turn to choose, and this is what she has chosen. As her classmates and friends, we must respect her decision whether we agree or not, Ida stated. Reluctantly, they agreed to game night. Why, both Ashido and Eri cheered in delight. An hour later, do I have a round face? Bakugo asked, trying to figure out who he was, unable to see the name on his forehead. Yes, everyone replied, nervously glancing at Uraraka. I'm round face, Bakugo said with a smirk. Uraraka glared at him. No, you're not, she retorted, refusing to accept the nickname he'd given her. Well, he is you, so technically he, Kaminari began, but quickly regretted it. Jiro, sensing the impending chaos, face-bombed before it even happened. My name isn't round face. Uraraka shouted, her voice echoing with intensity. She's got a point. We did agree that they had to say the name on the sticky note, and it doesn't say round face, Ida interjected, stepping in to calm the situation and blocking Uraraka's line of sight to Kaminari. Exactly, Uraraka said, calming down as she felt Deku's hand gently stroking the back of her head, making her relax. Why is he so good at that? It makes me feel so light. I wonder if this is how it feels for Satoshi. Speaking of which, where is that dog? He's awfully quiet. Uraraka whistled to call Satoshi. In moments, he bounded into the room, jumped onto the sofa next to her, liked her face, and rested his head on her lap for some affection. Good boy, Uraraka said, scratching behind his ears, which he greatly appreciated. So, am I done now? I got it right, it's round face, Bakugo said, unsure if he was finished. No. It's not the name on the sticky note, so it's wrong. Besides, I want to hear you say it, Uraraka said with a sly grin, eager to hear him use her real name instead of the nickname. Nope, not doing it. I got it right, so I'm done, Bakugo insisted, refusing to participate further. Then I guess you're a loser. But you're probably used to that by now, aren't you? Uraraka taunted, trying to push him into saying her name by reminding him of his usual standing in their class. What did you just say to me, chapter end? However, Uraraka and Bakugo suddenly got up from their seats and squared off. Uraraka looked up at him, still a fair bit shorter, but that didn't intimidate her in the slightest. Please calm down, Deku pleaded, hoping to diffuse the situation. Say, name, she said sincerely, maintaining eye contact with Bakugo and refusing to back down. Oh, I'll spell it out for you, Bakugo replied with a grin. Uraraka gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, knowing what was coming. That's not my name. Say my real name. Or I'll call your mommy to put you in your place, Uraraka taunted. A few classmates made noises in response, some groaned, some snickered, and Kirishima simply exclaimed, "Oh no," as he added money to the swear jar. What did you call me? Bakugo asked, his grin replaced by an angry scowl. Struck a nerve, did I? Do you need to get mommy down here to tell the bad lady off for hurting your feelings? Uraraka continued her teasing. This is really cringy. It's playground insults at this point, Kaminari muttered to himself, clearly bored with their antics. Shut up or I'll, Bakugo started, but once again, Uraraka interrupted him. Or what? You won't do anything because... 10 minutes later. Once again, a dorm house was on fire, and Class 1A stood outside in the cold, observing the blaze in awkward silence as they waited for the firefighters. Mr. Aizawa approached them, disbelief evident on his face. Game night, he asked immediately. Game night, The whole class replied in unison. Eri was just happy she'd saved the swear jar before everything was set alight. Alright, no more game nights. Ever, Mr. Aizawa ordered, and unsurprisingly, nobody argued. As the sirens approached, the blaze lit up the night sky, and Deku couldn't help but wonder how much of his All Might merchandise would survive chapter end. Field trip. Ashido sang at the top of her lungs. Sit down, Mr. Aizawa ordered without turning his head. Without question, Ashido sat back down in her seat. When was the last time we actually got to leave school? Uraraka asked, looking at UA in the distance as the coach drove along the outskirts of the city. It's been a while. It probably doesn't help that every time we leave, Shigaraki or some other villains attack us, Deku reminded her. She chuckled slightly and returned her attention to her boyfriend, resting her head on his shoulder. Yeah, we have a tendency to get into trouble, don't we? She said as Deku leaned his head against hers, gently sliding his fingers between hers so they were holding hands. Ah, you guys? Ashido said, glancing over with Yaoyorozu. Oh, be quiet. Don't you two have your own boyfriends? Uraraka replied defensively. Deku smiled and tried to get some sleep before they arrived. It would be a few hours according to Mr. Aizawa. I wish, Ashido whined, slumping into her seat and crossing her arms. You guys still haven't got together yet? Yaoyorozu asked. Nope. Not officially anyway, Ashido said, slumping even further. Guys? I'm right here, you know, Kirishima said from the seat behind her, but she ignored him. I mean, we've been on a few dates, but he hasn't officially asked me out or anything like that, Ashido continued. Kirishima put on his headphones, realizing she wasn't going to listen. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka rolled their eyes. I'm sure he'll get around to it, Yaoyorozu said encouragingly, placing a hand of comfort on Ashido's shoulder. Thanks, Yaoyorozu. Anyway, who's excited to see Kami and the rest of the gang? Ashido asked, changing the subject. Suddenly, Deku bolted upright, making Uraraka jump. I am, he exclaimed in pure glee and excitement. However, he quickly realized his mistake when he saw the look on Uraraka's face. Oh, you are you? I didn't realize you were so excited to see Kami again, she said with a sincere tone. No, I didn't mean Kami specifically. I mean, I'm excited to see her again, but not because she's. You know, I meant more to see what she can do, and when I say see what she can do, I mean, Deku began to panic and ramble, trying to justify himself. Uraraka placed a finger on his lips, silencing him. Okay, I get it. You meant you're excited to see her and the other students from all the other schools in battle. Am I right? Deku nodded in agreement and relief. But, to be honest, I'm excited to see them too. It's been a while since we've seen them all. I can't wait to see what kind of matchups we'll get, Uraraka said excitedly. Her giddy thoughts were interrupted by a young girl running down the aisle and jumping into her lap. Mommy! Eri squealed, clinging onto Uraraka. Eri? Aren't you meant to be sitting at the front with Mr. Aizawa? Deku asked. He looked down the aisle to meet Mr. Aizawa's gaze. I am. But he wants to talk to you, so he sent me up here, Eri explained, snuggling up to Uraraka. Yeah, I see that, Deku said as Mr. Aizawa gestured for him to join him at the front of the bus. Better not keep him waiting. Go on, I'm sure it's fine, Uraraka said, nudging him to get out of his seat. Deku stood up, and they hit a bump in the road, causing him to catch himself and Ashido's chair. Sorry, he said, apologizing for almost falling on top of his pink friend. It's cool. Where are you going, though? Ashido asked, not really listening to their conversation. Mr. Aizawa wants to speak with me apparently, Deku said, nodding toward their teacher, who wasn't looking back at them anymore. Ashido raised her eyebrows. Oh, he looks serious. Good luck, she said with a teasing smile before putting on her headphones. Yaoyorozu gave him a thumbs up and a reassuring smile. What could Mr. Aizawa possibly want now? And what kind of responsible adult sends a child to fetch a student on a moving vehicle? He could have just gotten up and spoken to him himself. No point dwelling on that now. Midoriya, are you listening? Mr. Aizawa asked, snapping Deku out of his thoughts. He had walked to the front of the bus and stood before his teacher without realizing where he was. Sorry, no. I was, I don't know what I was. Can you tell me again? I'm listening this time, Deku said, trying to gather his thoughts. Mr. Aizawa shook his head. Chapter end. Midoriya? Did you not hear me again? Mr. Aizawa asked, losing his patience. No, I heard you. I'm just taking a moment to process it, Deku replied, trying to think about what he'd just heard. His main concern on this trip was that Shigaraki would strike again. He felt a mix of delight and suspicion about the timing of the news. You haven't heard the best part, Midoriya? You'll want to sit down for this, Mr. Aizawa informed him, patting the seat next to him. Deku joined him and sat down. He turned himself in, didn't he? Deku asked. Mr. Aizawa raised an eyebrow in surprise. How did you know? Mr. Aizawa asked, completely taken aback, though his expression remained neutral. Just a hunch. I get the feeling he's planning something bigger. That he wanted to be arrested. The raid seemed too easy, and now he turns himself in? It stinks of foul play, sir. I suspected he wanted to be taken in since the raids, and this confirms it. The question I can't figure out is why. Deku pondered aloud, verbalizing his thoughts. Have you considered the possibility that he knew he'd lose a fight against Endeavor and decided to surrender to save himself a few bruises? Mr. Aizawa suggested. Deku shook his head. Doesn't make sense. He always fights if he thinks he's got a chance, but most of the time he runs away. It's a complete change of character to stay and let himself be captured. Did the others fight? He asked, trying to get more details from his teacher. Yes. Only Shigaraki surrendered, Mr. Aizawa said, impressed with his students' insight. That's weird too. They could have just run to fight another day like they usually do. Something's very wrong, sir. I need more time to, Deku began, but he felt a hand placed on his shoulder. He looked up to see Mr. Aizawa comforting him. You, young man, need to relax. I told you he'd been arrested, hoping it would put your mind at ease a little. We'll discuss the details after the trip, but for now, focus on the trip and your training. Understand? Mr. Aizawa ordered, trying to steer Deku away from his worries. Deku knew better than to argue. Yes, sir. I'll try not to focus on the trip, he lied. He already had several ideas and theories playing through his mind, crossing them off one by one as he realized they didn't make sense or were unlikely. Now back to your seat and send Eri back up here. She was telling me about this swear jar of hers. I might have to get one in class, Mr. Aizawa said, sending him back to his seat. Deku nodded and got back up, making his way back to the girls. Well? Ashido asked, her curiosity evident. Eri, back to your seat. Mr. Aizawa wants to hear more about your swear jar, Deku told her. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately jumped from her seat. Okay, Daddy. Bye, Daddy. Love you, Daddy. Eri squealed excitedly as she bolted back to her seat at the front of the train before Deku could respond. Well, come on, Midoriya, tell us what he said, Yaoyorozu insisted, equally interested in the conversation. You already know, Deku said, sitting back in his seat. The girls pretended to be shocked. What are you talking about? We don't know anything. That's why we asked you, Ashido said dramatically. However, Deku raised an eyebrow at her. I could see Shoji listening in the driver's mirror, he told them, allowing himself to relax into his chair once again. Fine, we know a little. But all he heard was Shigaraki, something about Endeavor, and you said something about there being a bigger plan, Uraraka informed him. Deku looked at her and saw the look she was giving him. 9 times out of 10 he'd give in to that look. This was one of those times. They fight. Shigaraki and the League were all arrested. The League fought, but Shigaraki turned himself in, and it was Endeavor leading a bunch of heroes that captured them all. I think he's up to something because, let's be fair, when does Shigaraki just give up and let himself be arrested? I just can't figure out what yet, although I'm already thinking through the possibilities. Mr. Aizawa told me to drop it, though, and focus on the trip. He apparently only told me to ease my mind, but there's more to it than that. Why tell me and not everybody else? I get I'm the most involved, but the whole class has had run-ins with Shigaraki and the League. Could be nothing, I suppose. Either way, Shigaraki has something planned and wanted to be arrested. Now, if that's all you wanted to know, I'm going to get some sleep, Deku said, finally resting his head and closing his eyes. That didn't stop his mind from racing through theory after theory, trying to figure out Shigaraki's next move. The girls sat in chapter end. But she knew better than that. I imagine you're right. Look at it this way though. That hopefully means we can go on a school field trip without any villain attacks. Right? Yaoyorozu asked hopefully. The girls responded with awkward and nervous laughter, none of them truly believing what she was saying. With good reason too. Although they didn't know it, a few hundred miles away in a high-security prison, a very dangerous villain that Deku had crossed paths with before was finally making his escape after almost 2 years. While Shigaraki and the League were being transported to their new state-of-the-art prison, where All for One and the Nomus were waiting for them, another threat was emerging. The hero chapter end. How come they took our phones away? Kaminari asked as they disembarked the bus. Mr. Aizawa had demanded their phones, and while everyone complied willingly, it felt strange. They had never been asked to surrender their phones before. To keep us from being distracted? Ida suggested, though his tone indicated uncertainty. Everyone in the class was puzzled, except for one. It's for protection, Deku said suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Protection from who? You said Shigaraki was locked up, Yaoyorozu reminded him. Deku simply nodded. Uraraka studied him closely. Something had changed. He seemed more mature, his figure resembling that of a grown man rather than an 18-year-old. She couldn't tell if she had just overlooked his maturation or if the loss of his All Might merchandise had affected him in some way. I still can't believe how well he took that. He lost every piece of merch he had. Amazingly, the only things that survived were our clothes and school supplies. Everything else got replaced, except his merch. I don't understand why he turned down the insurance company's offer to replace it, she thought. So, are you going to explain or? Ashido prompted, waiting for Deku to elaborate. It's probably nothing, Deku began, but Uraraka was ready to remind him of his promise to share his thoughts. Anticipating her interruption, he placed a finger on her lips to silence her. But before I gave my phone up, I saw a news article that said Stain had escaped from prison, he explained. Todoroki tensed, and Ida flinched at the name, memories flooding back. Gasps and groans of annoyance rippled through the group. So one maniac stops being a problem only for another maniac to become a new problem. It never ends, Kirishima groaned, his expression glum. Others nodded in agreement, sharing his sentiment. Deku chose to remain silent, not wanting to add to their worries by reminding them that Shigaraki would always be a threat, regardless of his imprisonment. Is anyone else bothered by the timing of this? Does he plan on coming here? Ojiro asked, piecing things together. A wave of anxiety spread through the class. Uraraka noticed fear in their eyes, except for Deku, Ida, and Todoroki, who seemed more frustrated than afraid. Guys, you're not afraid of him, are you? We've faced worse than Stain. We've fought Shigaraki and his league countless times, All for One, and Nomus too. Besides, he'd have to be a complete idiot to come here. He's severely outnumbered. Pro-heroes and students in droves. There's no way he'd think of coming here, Uraraka said, trying to reassure them. She wanted her classmates to believe they could defeat him if he showed up. But she knew Stain wouldn't care about numbers. His ideology was to be killed by the greatest hero, which in his eyes was All Might. With All Might gone, that left two options, Endeavor or Deku. Stain had fought Deku and spared him, deeming him a true hero. Endeavor, however, had made it clear he only sought the number 1 spot, a quality Stain likely wouldn't value. That left only one option, Deku. Who knew how All Might's death had affected Stain? When he learned about everything Deku had accomplished since then, he would likely see him as an even bigger target. Stain didn't fear death, so facing off against heroes would probably be child's play for him. If he figured out where they were, he would come straight for them. She's right. If he shows up, we'll handle him, but right now it's purely hypothetical. We should focus on the trip and our training, Deku chimed in, placing a hand on Uraraka's shoulder for support. A quick glance between them confirmed their shared realization. Deku was Stain's target. Okay, but how does taking our phones away protect us? Mineta asked, confused. Social media. We're all teenagers who love to share where we are and what we're doing. It's a perfect way for a killer like Stain to track us, Yaoyorozu explained. Right? Like a tracking device, Kaminari said, now understanding the reasoning behind the phone confiscation. Exactly. But Stain is a highly trained killer. Surely he could just track the GPS on them? Yaoyorozu pondered aloud, still trying to figure it out. My guess is that they're going to put them somewhere that blocks the signal. There must be some way to contact the authorities if anything happens out here in the middle of nowhere. Now I get why there was no service on the way here. They were blocking our signal on the bus, so we didn't leave a trail for anyone to follow. Chapter end. Our parents can't exactly complain that they're not doing everything possible to ensure our safety now, can they? Deku said half-jokingly. Deep down, he knew that if Stain wanted to find them, he'd find them. It was just a matter of how long it would take. Wow. I thought by now your quick thinking wouldn't surprise me anymore, but even I'm impressed you came up with all that so quickly, Deku, Uraraka said in disbelief. A quick glance from Deku told her that he hadn't just started thinking about this. He had been considering it for a while. Whether it was before the trip even began or on the way here, she didn't know. All she knew was that Deku was 5 steps ahead of everybody else and was likely already thinking of tactics to beat Stain. Hey you! Come on, let's go. You're already late for our date. Oh hi everybody. Bye everybody. Cammy said as she appeared out of nowhere and took Bakugo by his arm, dragging him away before anyone had the chance to react. Did she say date? They're going on a date. Azui asked in surprise, not aware that Bakugo was capable of affection. She wasn't the only one taken aback. That's what she said, Todoroki confirmed, looking just as dumbfounded. It's a shame nobody got a picture. It could have gone up in a museum with the caption, "Today was the day that Katsuki Bakugo became capable of love, and the world would know his true colors," Kaminari joked. Laughter erupted, momentarily distracting them from the more serious conversation from before. Bets on how long it takes before one of them kills the other? Kirishima asked. An hour, Uraraka said with a sly smile. I don't think it'll even take that long. I think it'll be any minute. Now, Ashido added, cupping her ear as if listening for something. And as if on cue. No way. Bakugo's voice echoed from a distance, causing nearly the whole class to burst into laughter. There you are. It's good to see some friendly faces, a familiar voice called from behind Class 1A. Deku turned and his face lit up when he saw who it was. Yo Shindo! It's so good to see you, Deku said as he shook his hand in greeting. Good to see you too. It's been a while. How's your final year going? Shindo asked. Well, for once Deku hasn't been in a hospital bed every other week, and things are fairly quiet on the crazy evil villains attacking us at school front, so that's a bonus. Uraraka chimed in, nudging Deku to the side to shake Shindo's hand. Hey Uraraka. You two still a thing? Shindo asked, happy to see her and the rest of Class 1A. Of course, Deku couldn't get rid of me if he tried, she joked, giving Deku a cheeky look, to which he rolled his eyes. Well, Shindo can't get rid of me either. Although I can't say I haven't tried to get rid of him, Tatami Nakagame said, appearing behind Shindo and placing a hand on his shoulder with a big smile. This time it was Shindo who rolled his eyes, and the two boys shared a look of understanding. They loved their girlfriends, but that didn't stop them from driving them a little crazy sometimes. You're here too? Uraraka exclaimed in excitement as the two girls embraced in a hug. Hi, sorry, but when did you guys all get so close? Ashido asked, a little jealous of their friendship. Oh, right, we should explain. We all trained together a little while back before they graduated as pros. Speaking of which, you're pro heroes now. What are you guys doing here? Deku asked as it suddenly clicked in his mind. Oh, we're here working with the other pros. We're both working as sidekicks for a little while first, and both of the heroes that we're working with are here, so it was kind of impossible not to be here ourselves, Shindo explained. Deku nodded, keeping up the act. Either you're up to something, Deku, or you're just being polite. I suppose it's politeness. It would be a little creepy if he just said, oh hey, I know what's going on here, why you're here and who you're here with, because that sounds very much like stalking. And as far as I know, Deku hasn't been stalking them. Very good. It's smart to work as a sidekick for a while too. I imagine it helps to ease you into the world of professional heroes. I was going to sidekick myself with my broth, Ida said, trailing off into a sad silence that his classmates understood, as did Shindo and Nakagame. They knew full well who his brother was and the story behind it. Deku was very aware that Ida's brother was likely on the forefront of his mind with the news that Stain had escaped. He approached his friend and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Ida looked up, saw who it was, nodded in thanks, and then snapped himself back to it. Well, anyway, it's nice to see you both, Ida said, chapter end. Beyond the dense trees and foliage, they could just about make out what looked like an enormous training facility. It was clearly some sort of arena or complex, hidden away from prying eyes. The high-tech appearance suggested that all the schools had collaborated on its creation. Yeah, and we've got our first patrol coming up, so we better report back to our heroes. Good luck, you guys, and we'll see you around, Shindo said as he and Nakagame walked away, smiling and waving their goodbyes. Well, that was nice. It's been a while since we've seen those two, Uraraka said to Deku. They both smiled and waved back, but once Shindo and Nakagame were out of sight, Deku's expression turned serious again. Was all he replied. What is it? She asked, sensing something had changed in him. It felt deeper than mere maturity, and she wasn't sure she liked it. Deku glanced around, noticing the rest of the class had moved on to check in, leaving them to discuss privately. However, Uraraka soon wished she hadn't asked. It's Stain. I managed to find him and take a quick look inside his head. He knows, Deku said. Uraraka's stomach dropped, but she needed to confirm her dread. He knows what? She asked, swallowing hard before hearing his response. Everything. He knows All Might is gone, that I defeated Shigaraki and All for One, basically everything that's happened since he was in prison. But worst of all. Deku trailed off, taking a deep breath and locking eyes with Uraraka. He knows where we are. Chapter end. Chapter 39. And where did you get off to last night, young man? Kirishima asked with a sly grin when Bakugo entered the breakfast tent. He was 10 minutes late, unlike the rest of the class, who had all arrived on time. Bakugo scoffed. I was busy, he replied without hesitation. Uraraka almost choked on her cereal and quickly covered Eri's ears. She hadn't even noticed that Eri had headphones on and hadn't heard what Bakugo had said. Dude, you can't just show up at breakfast and make statements like that. There are little ones around, Kaminari pointed out, gesturing to Eri, who almost took her headphones off since Uraraka had essentially grabbed her head. However, before she could remove them, Uraraka managed to keep them on her head, still coughing. Eri shrugged her shoulders and left her headphones on, happily listening to her music. Yeah, because that's the problem with what he just said, Jiro said sarcastically. Kaminari looked at her, noting her unimpressed expression, and when he shrugged, she rolled her eyes. Whatever. We went on a date. I asked her to be my girlfriend. She said yes. We spent the night together. End of story, Bakugo said, taking his seat and starting on his breakfast. Oh sure, all night, he says, Ashido teased, rolling her eyes. Bakugo slammed a fist into the table. Yes, all night. And she loved it. She even told me so, he bragged, both defending himself and boasting at the same time. The girls scoffed at him, including Uraraka, who had finally recovered from choking on her cereal. Even Deku had a quiet grin on his face as he continued to munch on his breakfast. What? You don't believe me? I'm amazing, Bakugo taunted after receiving scoffs and giggles. Now hold on a minute, Bakugo. I think you're being a little bit, Kirishima tried to reason, but he was cut off. Every girl will tell you you're good, but her telling you you're good and you actually being good are two different things. Kami probably just didn't want to hurt your feelings, Ashido informed him. Bakugo was edging closer to his boiling point. Guys, I think we should leave it there. We don't want another game night situation, Ida tried to reason before things got out of hand. Shut up, Pinky. I'm amazing, and I challenge any of you to prove me wrong. I guarantee I'll win every time, Bakugo said, knocking his cereal over and standing defiantly on the table. Whatever, Bakugo. Deku is way better than you'll ever be, And he always makes sure that Uraraka began, but she was cut off by Deku's hand covering her mouth. We don't need to go there, Deku said, wiping the sweat from his brow. He didn't want his girlfriend airing out their personal life to their friends, especially with Eri sitting there. He knew she wasn't listening because of her headphones, but that didn't make it any less awkward for him. What's the matter, Deku? Afraid to face my challenge? Bakugo asked with a triumphant smirk. Deku couldn't help but chuckle at the challenge. I've never backed down from one of your challenges, Kaken. The problem is that there's no way to test who is better since it's all down to opinion and who your partner is, Deku informed him. Bakugo almost lost his temper but realized that Deku had a point. The truth was they would never know who was better. I have a suggestion, a voice said from the end of the table. Everyone turned to see who had spoken and immediately dreaded what it could be. What is it, Mineta? Kaminari asked out of genuine curiosity. The rest of the class shot him looks that said, why? Since they all knew it was going to be inappropriate. If we truly want a competition, the only way to do it is for the girls to go out with each of the guys and then decide who's best. What do you say, ladies? I might surprise you, Mineta said with a mischievous smile. Half of the class's jaws dropped in shock, and all of them wore expressions of disgust. Alright, that's it. I'm gonna kill him, Uraraka said, standing up from her seat, but Deku gently sat her back. What? She asked, giving Deku an angry scowl. I stopped you because I know you meant it. We can't have you hurting someone before your hero training, can we? Deku joked, though there was clear pain in his eyes. The memory of past events still clung to him, but he didn't let it show. Can we at least have him spayed? Or circumcised? I'll do it freehand with no anesthetic, Jiro offered, picking up a knife from the table. No need, we'll handle this guy, Todoroki said as he and Ito walked towards Mineta. When they reached him, they grabbed an arm each and dragged him out of the tent. No, please. I know what you're gonna do. Anything but that. Mineta begged as he desperately struggled chapter end. Well, that was the single most disgusting thing he's ever said, Bakugo admitted. That we can agree on, Deku replied with a nod. Tell me about it, Bakugo said, sharing a moment with Deku that left the rest of the tent watching in amazement. However, Bakugo quickly regained his composure. Anyway, I have an idea. It won't prove who's better in the bedroom, but it will prove I'm better than you, he said, a competitive grin returning to his face. Can we not? After that crazy suggestion, I think we should just leave it, Yaoyorozu interjected, unsure she could take much more of this. Relax, this is already a challenge of sorts. I'm just moving the date, Bakugo insisted. Deku felt uneasy about the wider grin on Bakugo's face, knowing what was coming. You ever heard of an? Bakugo asked. But it's not November, Kaminari reminded them. What's an? Uraraka asked, a bit confused. It stands for No Nut November, Jiro explained. Meaning? Uraraka asked, still not quite sure what that meant. The challenge is to not nut for the entirety of November, Kaminari added. Oh, I get it. But it's not November, and it won't be until after we finish our third year, Uraraka pointed out. Yes, I know. Which is why I'm changing it slightly. All the boys take part in the challenge. The winner is whoever lasts the longest, Bakugo declared. A few moments of silence passed before Kaminari said, I'm in. What? Great, what am I supposed to do if you're not allowed to do anything with me? Jiro asked, clearly frustrated. I can still do stuff. He just said we can't nut, Kaminari replied, trying to find a loophole. Nope. Can't nut, can't do anything to yourself or with your girl. Absolutely zero activity of any kind. The moment you engage, you lose. Things like kissing and hand-holding are permitted, Bakugo informed them. Oh. Well, I'm still in, Kaminari said, not backing down. Jiro rolled her eyes and stomped off. Me too, Kirishima said, standing up. Dang it, Ashido whined, crossing her arms in frustration. The rest of the boys at the table agreed, leaving their girlfriends disappointed. I suppose Todoroki will be taking part since everybody else is, so I guess I'm stuck without any action for a while too, Yaoyorozu ummed. The only person left to accept the challenge was Deku. Well, nerd? What'll it be? Bakugo asked, awaiting his rival's response. I accept, Deku said, shaking Bakugo's hand to close the deal. Seriously, Deku? Why? Uraraka asked, joining the disappointed girls. Because I'm not going to start backing down from a challenge now. Besides, Deku leaned in to whisper in her ear, I doubt I'll be able to resist you for too long. Uraraka blushed at his words, but a smile spread across her face. Smooth, real smooth. Well, this'll be easy, and I've got the toughest job since I've got the hottest girl out of anybody else here, Bakugo proclaimed proudly. While that may be so, Bakugo, it just makes it all the easier for us, Kaminari taunted. However, he stopped when he saw the look on Jiro's face. Oh, so you think Kami is hotter than me, do you? Jiro asked, crossing her arms. I didn't mean it like that. Not that you're not. But she's, way out of my league and I'm dating you, not her, so of course you're… Kaminari stumbled over his words, trying to defend himself. Whatever, man. If you're not more careful in the future, I'll make sure you're never able to nut again, whether it be with me or any other girl, Jiro threatened, clearly upset. I'm outta here. See you losers when I win, Bakugo snarled as he left the tent. The others finished their breakfast or made their way to leave. It was at that moment Deku and Uraraka realized Eri didn't have her headphones on, and neither of them wanted to answer her question. What's No Nut November? She asked curiously. Deku palmed his face. Here we go again. Meanwhile, in a nearby city. Please. Don't do it. I don't wanna, Peach. The hero cried out desperately before the sword pierced his chest, bringing a swift end to his life. His killer pulled the sword from his flesh and savored the taste of blood on the blade. It's been too long since I've tasted the blood of my victims, Stain said, relishing the moment. He sheathed his sword and grabbed the phone from the hero's pocket, loading up social media. He typed in a quick search and found exactly what he was looking for. There you are. You're not my target, but you're definitely in the same place. And now I know chapter end. It's not the end I had hoped for, but it will suffice. Prepare yourself, hero, because if you don't, I'll bring you and your friends face to face with All Might much sooner than chapter end. It was nighttime, and Shindo had just finished his patrol. Everything had gone smoothly, yet an uneasy feeling lingered in his gut. Ever since Midoriya informed us that Stain was on his way here, our efforts have somehow doubled. I didn't think we could increase our security, but somehow we managed. I'm exhausted, Shindo murmured to himself as he made his way back to his tent after being relieved by another hero. Nakagame was waiting for him with dinner, and the thought of a warm meal and being beside his girlfriend comforted him, easing some of his unease. However, the campsite was nearly pitch black, illuminated only by a few lights, making it difficult to see. The silence of the night, broken only by the wind rustling through the trees and the chirping of crickets, sent a shiver down his spine. Sheesh, it feels like a horror movie. I'm just waiting for something to jump out at me, he joked nervously, though his own unconvincing laugh only heightened his tension. Relax, Shindo. You're in the middle of nowhere, it's dark, and there's nobody around to help if something happens. No, stop it. As creepy as this is, I'll be fine. There are heroes all around, and the crickets are still chirping. They'll go quiet if there's danger, but until then I'm good, he reassured himself. Just then his phone rang. Hey, appealing, Shindo said, answering the call from Nakagame. Hey, handsome. Did you finish patrol? I've been waiting for you for over an hour. Your dinner is going to get cold, she replied eagerly. Relax, I'm halfway there. I just wish I hadn't been patrolling on the opposite side of the site. It's a long walk, he admitted with a sigh. I can come meet you if you're scared of walking alone in the dark? Nakagame teased. Shindo laughed. No, I'll be fine. I promise I'll be back soon, you can wait there. Look at you. I was going to hold your hand, but it seems my big brave boy is all grown up, she joked, laughing at her own comment. Hilarious. I'll see you soon. Bye, Shindo replied, and they exchanged goodbyes before hanging up. He placed his phone back in his pocket and felt the small, hard object in the other pocket. Its significance to him was immense. Just like this campsite. Why is my tent so far away? He wondered aloud. The campsite was divided into two areas: accommodation, where all the tents were set up for both heroes and students, and the training area, which featured running tracks, gym equipment, and a battle arena. The trip aimed to bring the schools together, allowing students to learn from one another and prepare for their upcoming pro license exams. They had been there for 2 weeks already, with only a few weeks left until the trip concluded. To prevent accidents, the training area was situated far from the accommodation. After all, there were many powerful students and heroes on site, and one mistake could have serious consequences. Shindo was currently walking the long, poorly lit path that separated the two areas. In the distance, he could see the tents and lanterns shining like beacons, but the path was long and dimly lit. They had tried various methods to illuminate it, but nothing provided a permanent solution. The solar-powered lights charged during the day, offering just enough visibility at night. This is frustrating. I can barely see the path and the trees beside it, but everything beyond that is just darkness. Come on, not much further until I'm out of this nightmare, Shindo said, trying to comfort himself. His hand returned to the object in his pocket as he quickened his pace, anxiety creeping in. What am I going to do if she says no? He asked himself, feeling the weight of his decision as he approached his goal. Chapter end. The darkness only heightened Shindo's sense of dread. He had been searching for something to distract himself from his true purpose. Seriously, this is either the worst idea I've ever had or it's going to be the best day of my life if this goes the way He stopped abruptly, his voice trailing off as he heard a stick snap under the weight of something, or someone. Who's there? He called out, bracing himself for a confrontation. He scanned his surroundings, surveying the path and the trees, squinting to make out any threats lurking in the shadows. His head turned in a full circle, but he saw nothing and heard only silence. Easing up, he looked down to find a stick he had stepped on, now broken in two. Oh, guess I'm my own worst enemy sometimes, he chuckled nervously. Just as he was about to continue on his way to achieve his goal, a chilling realization struck him. In his earlier observation, he had noted the eerie silence. The crickets have stopped. It's silent, which means somebody is here, and the only place I haven't looked is. Shindo's voice faltered as he turned his gaze upward, only to find his foe staring back at him. Before he could react, his attacker leaped down, unsheathing a blade and striking before Shindo could decide whether to flee or fight. The blade pierced his upper chest, exiting through his lower back, and he dropped to his knees, paralyzed by fear. In that moment, he felt the weight of his failure. He would never reach his goal or have the chance to tell Nakagame how he truly felt. The thought of leaving things unsaid terrified him more than the threat of death itself. Finally found you. You're going to tell me what I want, and then I'll let you die in peace, his attacker said, kneeling to meet Shindo's gaze. Shindo kept his head down, avoiding eye contact, but he refused to go out like a coward. If this was his end, he would show his killer that he wasn't afraid. He lifted his head, meeting his attacker's eyes and forcing a smile through the blood trickling from his mouth. Do your worst, he said defiantly. His attacker laughed. So unworthy. A true hero would never have been taken down this easily. He punched Shindo across the face. Shindo coughed, spitting blood, and managed a weak smile. Is that the best you can do? He taunted, even as the effort caused more blood to spill from his mouth. The villain grabbed Shindo by the hair, forcing him to look up. I was going to ask you the same thing. This might be my easiest kill yet. Now. He leaned in, inches from Shindo's face. Shindo, in a moment of defiance, spat blood at him. The villain wiped it away, relishing the moment. Your bravado is impressive compared to some of my other victims, but it won't matter. You'll die at my hands tonight. Before you do, I have just one question for you. If you don't tell me what I want before you bleed out, I'll ask that pretty girlfriend of yours, he threatened. Shindo gritted his teeth, staring down his foe, wondering what he could possibly want. Whatever it was, he would never give it up. He needed to stall for time, hoping someone would find him before it was too late. The excitement in the villain's eyes grew, and he liked his lips in anticipation. Where is Izuku Midoriya? The villain asked, his voice dripping with malice. Chapter end. Where is he? Stain bellowed, striking Shindo again. Mere moments had passed, but already Shindo was a bloody mess. The sword was still embedded in his body, and he now had knives in both his hands and knees. Despite the pain, Shindo laughed at the frustration on Stain's face. "Shoo, keep your voice down. Someone might hear you, and you'll miss your chance to find him," Shindo taunted, refusing to give up Deku's location. Stain growled, twisting one of the knives in Shindo's knee, causing him to cry out in pain. "I can make it all stop. All the pain. Tell me what I want, and I'll end it quickly. Or you can keep playing this game, and I'll inflict every possible nightmare on you until you bleed out. Remember, that's entirely up to me. I know exactly where to strike and torture you without you losing too much blood, meaning I can keep you alive for as long as I need," Stain threatened, desperation creeping into his voice. "You should have thought about that before you stabbed a sword through my vital organs. I'll bleed out in a few minutes, and then you'll have nothing but another corpse." Shindo spat, blood pooling on the floor away from Stain. Stain made a frustrated noise. "If you die, your girlfriend is next. If you're truly a hero, you'd actually save someone. Tell me where he is, and she gets spared all of this." "Save her, you fool," Stain said, trying to get into Shindo's head. Shindo laughed in his face. "Is that what you think a hero does? Sells someone out and trades their life for another? It's kind of stupid, considering your whole thing is to judge heroes and kill them because they're not worthy in your eyes. You don't even know what a true hero does." Stain twisted the other knife, popping Shindo's other knee. "I know exactly what a true hero does, you worthless piece of filth. A true hero saves lives. A true hero fights until the bitter end. A true hero always finds a way. A true hero always wins. A true hero is what All Might and Izuku Midoriya are, and only those two are worthy of that title. Unlike you, bleeding out, defenseless, weak, and alone, dying in the dirt like some gutted pig. You're a worthless swine, and soon your life will amount to nothing but becoming another bloody corpse on my list. That is all you will be remembered for," Stain ranted, furious. Shindo went silent, his head hung low, staring at the ground. Stain awaited a witty response, but then realized how still the young man was. "HM. He must have passed out," Stain said, grabbing Shindo's hair and pulling it back to confirm his suspicions. "Pathetic. Oh well, I guess I'd better wake you up," he said, releasing Shindo's head and grabbing it. Syringe of adrenaline from his belt. He stabbed it into Shindo and injected him. However, Shindo had been faking his unconsciousness. The adrenaline coursed through him, and he launched himself at Stain, tackling him to the floor, the needle still sticking out. "How did you?" Stain began, wrestling with Shindo, trying to get him off but failing. Rule 1 of torture: bring an adrenaline shot in case they pass out. "Figured a professional like you would come prepared," Shindo said, placing a hand on Stain's torso and vibrating it hard enough to cause serious injury but not enough to kill him. Stain cried out in pain. "What was that you said about me being just another bloody corpse? Because it looks like I'm going to be the guy that beats you when you had me at your mercy," Shindo exclaimed, moving his hand to Stain's head to vibrate that and hopefully knock him out. "Don't be so sure," Stain replied. Before Shindo could vibrate his hand, he felt his body freeze again. No, I had you," Shindo said, realizing that Stain had consumed his blood again. Stain removed his hand from Shindo's face, revealing an evil smile. "Not gonna lie, kid, you almost had me," Stain said, rolling the hero off of him. Both men grunted in pain. "You definitely broke a few ribs, though, that's for sure," Stain admitted, annoyed but respecting Shindo's bravery. "I really need to keep track of how long my opponents stay paralyzed." "You're not the first one to catch me off guard like that," Stain said, recalling his encounter with Deku fondly. "Whatever you BSTRD. I'll never give you what you want," Shindo said defiantly as Stain stood over him, Shindo's blood everywhere. He could feel himself fading, the adrenaline wearing off. "So either leave me to die or just finish me off already," Shindo said, trying to focus on memories with Nakagame and the feeling of the object in his pocket. That's when he realized it wasn't there. He looked around quickly and saw it just out of reach, a small box that had fallen out of his pocket during the struggle. It lay open on the ground, revealing a appealing silver ring. Chapter end. Shindo desperately tried to hold onto the future he envisioned with Nakagame, a future that now felt just out of reach. His body was paralyzed and he couldn't grasp it. If only he had more time. You were going to ask her to marry you. Either foolish or true love at your young age, Stain remarked, noticing Shindo's gaze. In an unexpected moment of kindness, Stain picked up the box, closed it, and placed it in Shindo's hand, wrapping his fingers around it. I won't lie to you, hero, you've earned my respect. I'll show you the mercy of a quick death. You're not a true hero, but you came close. That is the highest compliment I can give you. Despite Stain's words, Shindo felt no respect for the man before him. This was a killer, someone who would threaten his girlfriend after he was gone. He wanted a future with Nakagame, a future that Stain had stolen from him. In a final act of defiance, Shindo shouted, "You're more worthless than the supposed false heroes you kill. You're nothing, Stain. Just a killer and a coward. A true hero wouldn't use such cowardly tricks to defeat his enemy. He'd face them head-on and win the fight like All Might always did. Like Midoriya will do when he finds you. Now get it over with." "I'm ready." "Very well," Stain replied, grabbing the hilt of his sword, preparing to deliver the final blow. But just then, a hammer flew out of nowhere, striking Stain in the face and knocking him backward, creating distance between him and Shindo. Stain sat up, realizing the hammer had been thrown. He picked it up, ready to use it as a weapon, and took one of his knives in the other hand. As Stain rose to his feet, he looked down the path past Shindo's still body. He saw 6 silhouettes rushing to aid Shindo. "Turn back, or I'll kill the lot of you," Stain threatened, raising his weapons. As they approached, he recognized they were all girls. One was invisible, another hopped like a frog, and a third had long dark hair tied in a ponytail, creating a hammer in her hand. The fourth had pink skin and hair, seemingly gliding over a flood of some sort, while the fifth had short hair with earphone jacks on either side of her head. The sixth girl, leading the charge, had auburn hair, and Stain recognized her immediately. The girls stopped a few meters away from Shindo, aware that Stain was waiting to use him as bait. "Ashido, get help," Yaoyorozu ordered. "What? And leave you guys to fight him? We need as many of us as we can too," Ashido began, but Uraraka cut her off. "Look, you're the fastest with your acid. Azui is quick, but not as fast as you. Get help, we need everyone we can to stop him," Uraraka insisted. After a moment of hesitation, Ashido nodded. "All right, I'll do it. But when I get back, you all better be alive, got it?" The girls agreed, and Ashido quickly turned and skated away at rapid speeds back toward the tents. Stain, relishing the moment, taunted, "Perhaps you can tell me where your boyfriend is. This young man doesn't seem willing to share." Uraraka and the others got into fighting stances, ready to confront him. Before the fight began, Uraraka couldn't resist making a final jab. "I've got a better idea. How about I do what he did to you 2 years ago and kick your butt?" Chapter end. Yaoyorozu barely got out of the way in time as Stain quickly threw his knife in her direction. It had been aimed at her leg, but she managed to jump over it. The others hesitated for a moment, reconsidering their decision after witnessing his speed. "How does he watch out?" Hagakure warned. Stain had rapidly closed the distance due to their hesitation and swung the hammer at Uraraka's head. She reacted just in time, leaning back and feeling the rush of air as the hammer passed mere millimeters from her face. Stain aimed to follow up while she was off balance, ready to strike a blow that would draw blood. Azui launched her tongue towards him to protect her friend, but Stain anticipated it, leaping backward through the air, spinning, and throwing another knife. Before Azui could retract her tongue, the knife landed in it, pinning it to a tree. "Azui!" Yaoyorozu cried out in shock as Azui let out a cry of pain. Although this wasn't the first time Azui's tongue had been cut, it was the first time it had been pinned. Uraraka reacted first, seeing Stain closing in on Azui's tongue, ready to consume her blood. "Yaoyorozu! Weapon! Now!" Uraraka demanded. In the blink of an eye, Yaoyorozu created a small spear and threw it to Uraraka. She caught it, made it weightless with her hand, spun, and hurled it towards Stain in one smooth movement. The lack of weight made it soar through the air. Stain jumped back to avoid the spear, but it caught his thigh, making a small cut. He paused for a moment, admiring the precision and speed of the throw. "Nice throw," Stain said with a slight grin. In his momentary pause, Uraraka and the rest of the girls charged in, distracting him. He didn't notice Azui had hopped over to the tree to pull the knife out of her own tongue. "Oh, ribbit," she said as she pulled the blade out, blood beginning to run down her tongue. "There's no need to fight. Just tell me where your boyfriend is, and I'll let you all live," Stain said, wanting to save his energy for the fight with Deku. The girls weren't going to back down though. Uraraka knew just what to say to make herself a target and force him to fight. "Not a chance in hell, hero killer. And just so you know, I only want to become a hero for the money and to beat up bastards like you," Uraraka taunted. Stain's eyes narrowed, focusing on her as he gritted his teeth. "Die, false hero," he screamed, forgetting all about Azui behind him. Before he could move, he found himself wrapped up in Azui's tongue. She picked him up and slammed him into a nearby tree face first. There was a loud crack as Stain's nose broke, followed by a scream of anger. She quickly lifted him into the air and slammed him into the ground, hoping to knock him unconscious. However, Stain was only slightly disoriented and very much conscious. "Can't hold at him much longer," Azui warned the others as Stain struggled against her grip. "Just a little longer, we got him," Uraraka said as the rest of them caught up. Azui held Stain upright while Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Hagakure surrounded him. "I swear I'll gut each and every last one of yo," Stain cried out as Uraraka's fist struck his cheek. He attempted to speak again, but Hagakure struck him, then Yaoyorozu, then Jiro, and they continued to strike his head, hoping to end the fight quickly. Despite how bloody Stain's face was getting, he managed to stay conscious. "Almost there. Keep him restrained just a little longer," Yaoyorozu called out to Azui, who was desperately holding onto the villain. "But then, die!" Stain screamed as he broke free from Azui's grasp. He swung the hammer at Uraraka, who was caught off guard. It struck her in the ribs with a loud cracking sound. As her body hunched to the side, she coughed up blood. Stain aimed to swing again, this time for her face, but she leaned back just in time. However, while she was off balance, Stain kicked her stomach, launching her backward into the tree behind her. "Uraraka!" The girls cried out in terror as she didn't get up at first, and when she did, she only coughed up more blood. They quickly tried to attack Stain while his focus was on her, but he was too fast. Yaoyorozu created a metal staff and swung it at his head. Stain ducked under it and blocked Jiro's follow-up kick with his forearm, raising it to protect his head. He then swung the hammer at Hagakure, who cancelled her attack just in time. Azui hopped in to join them, surrounding him to protect their friend. Chapter end. Stain chuckled and stood upright, spitting blood from his mouth and wiping his hand to gauge the extent of his injuries. "You know, I'd consider swallowing your blood right now, but I'm afraid my mouth is too full of my own. I have no idea if I'd paralyze myself or not," he said, glancing at the blood on the ground. "Why don't you give it a shot and see what happens?" Jiro suggested, taking a risk. There was a chance it could incapacitate her friends, but Stain didn't dare take that chance himself. "Nice try. But I'm not that foolish. You girls, however, might be some of the biggest fools I've ever seen to face me in the woods like this. You're all so unprepared. So green. So scared. None of you are ready to face me," Stain taunted, dropping the hammer he had been wielding. "You sure about that? We've taken on more villains than you can count," Hagakure said, trying to mask her fear as she made herself invisible. "Not to mention all the times we've faced Shigaraki and his League of Villains," Jiro added. Stain let out a sinister laugh at the mention of Shigaraki. "That fool? All he wants to do is play mind games, humiliate you, and pull off some grand scheme. I'm unlike anything you've ever seen before or will again. All those other villains were either weak, untrained, or incompetent. I'm a trained, cold-blooded killer. Unlike Shigaraki, I don't have some grand plan that will never work. All I want to do is eliminate you," Stain said, pulling 2 knives from his belt. The girls hid their fear well, but they knew that Stain could easily overpower them if they weren't careful. Let's fight! Stain exclaimed, launching himself at Jiro. He aimed to bring both knives down on her shoulders, but she grabbed his wrists, holding them aloft to keep the blades from piercing her skin. Take this! Yaoyorozu shouted as she swung her staff at him. Stain smiled at Jiro, whose eyes widened in realization. He kneed her in the stomach, forcing her to release his wrists, then stabbed one of the knives into her back while she was hunched over. He swung her around, causing her to take the brunt of Yaoyorozu's attack. As the staff struck Jiro's head, a sickening sound echoed as she crashed to the ground, the knife still embedded in her back. Jiro! Yaoyorozu screamed, her voice breaking as shock washed over her. Stain seized the moment and stabbed the other knife into the back of Yaoyorozu's knee, forcing her to drop down in pain. She cried out and slammed her staff into the ground, trying to use it for balance. Stain capitalized on her moment of vulnerability, swinging the staff and using the momentum to kick her in the face. The strike made Yaoyorozu stumble backward, hobbling from the injury. Stain now had her staff since she had let go of it when he kicked her. He spun it behind his back and swung it at Azui, who had launched her tongue at him in an attempt to catch him off guard. He struck her tongue at the exact spot of her previous injury, causing her to cry out in pain. Do you see it yet? The futility of your decision to fight me? Already 2 of you are out of the fight, and of the 3 of you left, I've wounded 2. Surrender now, tell me where Izuku Midoriya is, and I'll let you live. Last chance, Stain warned. Yaoyorozu fashioned another staff, this time with metal ball on either end, using it to pull herself back up. Azui retracted her tongue and raised her fists. Neither of them spoke. Very well. I gave you every chance to. Stain was cut off by a sudden strike to his stomach. He looked around and saw that Yaoyorozu and Azui hadn't moved. Immediately he realized it was Hagakure, but he couldn't pinpoint her location. Stop hiding and face me like a hero would, you coward, all you. Stain cried out as he was struck again. This time, a blow to his stomach made him hunch over, followed by a strike to his face that knocked his head back and made him stumble. He panicked and swung the staff wildly, hitting nothing but air. Demenit. Show yourself. One way or another I'll. Stain was interrupted by the sound of twigs snapping behind him. He spun around, guessing where Hagakure had aimed her punch. To everyone's surprise, the sound of a fist connecting with Stain's hand echoed, and he gripped it tightly. No. How did you? Hagakure began to panic as Stain held her fist. But he interrupted her by spitting blood all over her hand. EW. Get off me. Hagakure wailed, desperately trying to pull her hand away but failing. Azui and Yaoyorozu rushed to aid her, but they weren't fast enough. There you are, Stain said with a sinister smile, now able to see one of her hands and making chapter end. Hagakure screamed in horror as someone spat blood in her face, and further panic set in when she realized some of it was in her mouth from her cries. With a gut-wrenching crack, Stain placed the staff behind her elbow and yanked her arm with all his strength, bending it at an unnatural angle. Hagakure collapsed to her knees, screaming in both pain and terror. Hagakure! No! Yaoyorozu and Azui shouted as Stain struck Hagakure in the temple with the staff, knocking her unconscious. She lay limp on the floor, and the situation grew dire. Uraraka remained slumped against a tree, while Jiro lay face down in the dirt, injured. Hagakure was losing blood from her broken arm, and the only 2 left to confront Stain were also hurt. Azui's main weapon, her tongue, was bleeding and sore, while Yaoyorozu limped with a knife still embedded in her knee. What do we do? Azui asked Yaoyorozu, desperation in her voice. Yaoyorozu glanced at their fallen friends, particularly Jiro, feeling heartbroken over her condition. Gritting her teeth, she used her quirk to create bandages, pulled the knife from her knee, and wrapped her wound. Standing defiantly, she declared, "We fight. The whole camp will come down on him soon, and he's already tired. Look at him." Azui observed Stain, who was indeed breathing and waiting, conserving energy for their next move. Astute observation. It's a shame it won't save you, Stain said, a sickening smile on his face as he spat more blood from his mouth. Then let's take him. The others should be here soon. He won't get away, and there's no way he can defeat anyone else in his state and with the numbers he'll face. We just have to delay him, Azui said, realizing she might die trying to save one life. You realize I'll kill you. Both of you. And then the rest of this pitiful rescue party that tried to save that pro-hero over there, although he's probably already dead, Stain taunted, pointing to Shindo's lifeless body. Both Azui and Yaoyorozu gritted their teeth and readied themselves, determined to go down fighting without showing fear. We know. But Midoriya would be safe. We'll have saved his life, Yaoyorozu said, raising her staff into a fighting stance. But why do you keep fighting? You'll lose, Stain said, baffled by their refusal to accept defeat. A few reasons. Number 1. Yaoyorozu began as the two girls circled Stain. A hero never gives up. Azui exclaimed, throwing a punch. Stain swatted it away with his staff, but before he could counter, Yaoyorozu struck the back of his leg with her staff, dropping him to one knee. Number 2. Azui continued, picking up the hammer Stain had dropped and striking him in the chin, making him stumble back. It's better to die a hero than live long enough to become the villain, Yaoyorozu added from behind Stain. He swung the staff at her, but she blocked it. Stain unleashed a flurry of attacks, spinning and moving his staff, but Yaoyorozu parried each strike, the metal clanging as they fought. Eventually, Stain swung down at her head, but Yaoyorozu jabbed her staff into his stomach, forcing him to stumble back toward Azui, who struck him again, echoing the sound of breaking ribs. Number 3. When you help someone. Yaoyorozu began, pausing to exchange a look with Azui for reassurance. You help everyone, Azui finished, and the two girls nodded at each other, ready to face Stain together. So, if our deaths mean that our friends live because we sacrificed ourselves to wear you down or stop you from harming them, then we'll happily die for that, Yaoyorozu declared defiantly as they prepared for the final confrontation. How very sweet. But this is over. I can't taste any more blood in my mouth, Stain said, a chilling smile on his face as he dropped the staff and revealed two knives, both stained with blood. Realizing too late whose blood it was, Yaoyorozu and Azui felt their bodies freeze up as Stain liked the knives and swallowed the blood. He approached them and simply pushed them both to the ground, causing them to hit the floor hard and grunt in pain. Chapter end. Stain stood over the two of them triumphantly. Well, this was fun, girls, but I'm afraid I told you this would happen. I win. So I'm going to end this now, and when I'm done, I'm going to walk down to that camp and take care of your friends. Meaning your efforts will all be for nothing. Suddenly, Stain cried out in pain. He looked down to see a knife in each foot. On his left was Jiro, who had regained consciousness and crawled over to him. She had also removed the knife from her back and stabbed it into Stain's toes on his left foot, pinning him in place. And on his right was... How are you even alive? Stain exclaimed. Shindo had survived after all and had crawled over to Stain as well, stealing one of his knives from his belt and stabbing it into his toes on his right foot to help Jiro pin him down. Shindo simply smiled at him and managed to say, "You lose," before going limp. Stain almost responded but then realized they had pinned him in place when they could have brought him down. That's when he heard it, the sound of a tree being uprooted. He glanced to his right and saw Uraraka standing tall, holding a massive tree like a baseball bat. "Batter up," Uraraka called before swinging the tree with all her might. It connected with his torso, sending him flying backward. His toes, however, remained pinned down, and the force of Uraraka's strike ripped them clean from his body. Stain screamed in agony as he flew through the air for a brief moment before crashing into a tree on the opposite side of the path. His head struck the bark, and his body went limp as he fell to the ground, unconscious. "It's out of the park!" Uraraka exclaimed in triumph before dropping the tree and collapsing to her knees, clutching her ribs. She looked up to see Jiro cradling Shindo in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Their eyes locked, and Jiro simply shook her head. Shindo was gone. "Agagai!" Uraraka cried out in frustration, slamming a fist into the ground. "We should have saved him. I'll mourn him later. I need to check on the others." She forced herself to her feet and checked on Hagakure. She was still breathing but unconscious. Uraraka could hear the sound of footsteps approaching. She looked up to see hundreds of silhouettes making their way toward her. She stood up and began walking toward them. "Hey! Over here!" she cried, waving her arms. "We need a doctor. We've got wounded." She knew they had heard her as she could faintly hear a few of them repeating what she had said. That's when she saw Deku running slightly ahead of the others, using his quirk to move faster. She smiled in relief and joy at seeing his face, something she feared she might never get to do again just moments ago. "No!" Jiro called from behind her. Uraraka's joy was quickly overshadowed by the realization that Jiro hadn't called out in frustration or grief, she had called out in fear. Uraraka turned, but it was too late. The moment she spun around, she was met with Stain's face. He had managed to stand on the few toes he had left and placed his hand on her shoulder for balance. The moment their gazes met, the breath left her body, and her eyes widened in fear. She looked down to see Stain had impaled her through the stomach with his sword. He had regained consciousness, crawled over to Shindo, removed the sword from his body, and dealt the final blow to Uraraka. "I told you. I got you. Now die." "False hero," Stain said as he yanked the sword out of her, causing blood to rush from her body. "Uraraka!" Deku screamed at the top of his lungs as he finally got close enough to see what was happening. She dropped to her knees, feeling herself faint. As her head fell to the ground, the last thing she saw was the smile on Stain's face and a flash of green rushing past, as her eyes closed, leaving her to wonder if that truly was the last time she would see Deku's face at chapter end. Uraraka gasped and bolted upright as she suddenly awoke. A million thoughts raced through her mind. "Where am I? Am I dead? Is this heaven? Who's crying?" She looked beside her bed to see Deku with his face buried in the sheets, sobbing. "It's about time this was the other way around and I made you cry over my near-death experience for a change," Uraraka joked. Deku lifted his head, and the sight of her smile made his eyes well up again. "Uraraka!" he sobbed as he hugged her tightly, catching her off guard. She steadied herself and returned the embrace. "Okay, big guy. Be gentle with me, I got stabbed." Uraraka trailed off, realizing she couldn't feel any pain. Deku let go and wiped his tears. "Go ahead, take a look," he said as she placed a hand over her stomach where she'd been injured. "Nothing. No pain, no bandages, nothing at all." "No way," she said, lifting her gown to reveal her torso. "No scars, no cuts." It was as if she had never been hurt. She even noticed her ribs felt fine, despite having been broken. Never mind. Eri did it, didn't she?" Uraraka recalled that Eri was with them on the field trip. "I don't know what we would have done without her. There's no way we would have gotten you back here in time unless she," Deku began, but Uraraka cut him off. "Yeah, I'm going to stop you there before you tell me how uncomfortably close I was to dying," she said, not wanting to dwell on it. She was just happy to be alive. "Sorry," Deku said, wiping the last of his tears away. "So where are we?" "Still on the field trip." Deku nodded. "We're in the med bay, which is just a really big tent with hospital beds in it." Uraraka looked around, and then something clicked in her mind. "Where are the others? Did they make it?" "Did Stain," she began, but Deku grabbed her shoulders to calm her. "Hey, calm down. They're all okay. You're the last one here. The rest of them got dismissed a while ago. Eri helped them all too. None of you have any lasting injuries." "I can't say the same for Stain, unfortunately," Deku said, his gaze shifting away from hers. "What do you mean? Did you do something to him?" Uraraka asked, realizing Deku might have acted out. "Me? No, I just tackled him and knocked him out after he stabbed you. You're the one that—" "Well, you know," Deku reminded her. Uraraka couldn't help but chuckle. "Only 6, she joked. Deku chuckled a little. "Are we really going to make a habit of dismembering villains and joking about it?" he asked with a smile. "I think we're just so numb to the craziness of it all by now. Joking about it helps us cope," Uraraka said, laying back in her bed. She was still amazed they had all managed to come out of that fight without serious injuries, thanks to Eri. Then she remembered. "Deku. Is Shindo?" She couldn't bring herself to finish the question, already knowing the answer. Deku simply shook his head. "He's gone. We tried, but he'd already lost too much blood by the time we found you, Deku explained. Uraraka rolled onto her side, avoiding his gaze. Hey, Deku said, placing a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. You did everything you could. And he knew that. I know that's not how you feel. I've been there too many times myself, he said, trying to provide some comfort. He understood that right now his words might not mean much to her, but in the long run, they would hold weight. She didn't roll back over to look at him. The survivor's guilt was too heavy. I get it. Look, Shindo's funeral is tonight. His family is here. Apparently, they have a tradition of burning the body on a pyre in the woods, so they wanted to do it here, surrounded by friends and colleagues. Take your time and join us when you're ready, but just know that there was nothing more you could have done. And I'm proud of you, Deku said before planting a gentle kiss on her head. Okay, well, I'm going to go grab lunch with the others. I'll let them know you're awake and bring Eri back to see you. I love you, Ochako, Deku said, making his way to leave, but she called after him. Deku, wait, she said. He stopped and turned around. What is it? He asked, returning to her side. She sat up, unable to hide her tears. I'll go with you. And she trailed off, crying another tear for Shindo. Deku wiped it from her face and smiled at her with kindness and love. Thank you, she said, leaning in to give him a kiss. No problem. You've done the same for me countless times, Deku replied, standing up to help her out of bed. Just then, a police detective walked in. Chapter end. Detective. It's good to see you, Uraraka said, a little surprised to see him. More importantly, it's good to see you awake. You had us worried there for a minute, he replied with a smile. Is everything all right? Deku asked, knowing the detective had come for a reason. Yes, everything's fine. I just need a statement from Uraraka about her encounter. There's no rush, though, she only just woke up. I don't want to, he began, but Uraraka cut him off. It's fine, I can give you my statement, Uraraka said. Are you sure? The detective asked, not wanting to pry. Absolutely, she insisted. Deku looked at her, but she gave him a nod of reassurance. Gongo. I'll catch up with you, Uraraka said, giving him a final encouraging smile before he left. I'll see you soon, Deku said, feeling satisfied that she was okay. He left her with the detective and made his way out of the tent, heading to meet the chapter end. You ready, Ochako? Deku asked, adjusting his suit and tie. Yaoyorozu had made formal attire for everyone in their class since nobody had brought any on the trip. The boys wore simple black suits with white shirts, while the girls had matching black dresses. Yeah, I'm ready, Uraraka replied as she stepped out of her tent, adjusting her dress. You look great, Deku said, fiddling with his tie, clearly uncomfortable with it. Uraraka smiled at both the compliment and his struggle. Come here, handsome, she said, pulling his hands away to fix his tie. Thanks, Deku said, a bit embarrassed. Uraraka finished tying it and noticed his guitar leaning against him. You sure you're ready to do that? It was such short notice, and he only just died yesterday, Uraraka reminded him. Deku's expression turned solemn. Yeah, I'm fine. They wanted someone to sing a song, so I thought. He trailed off, unsure of how to express himself. Deku? Uraraka asked, placing her hands on his shoulders. I'm ready, he said, forcing a smile. Uraraka could see through his facade but chose to believe in him. Okay, she said, not wanting to push further. Hey, you guys coming? Kirishima called from behind them. The two exchanged smiles and nodded. Yeah, we're coming, Uraraka replied. She kissed Deku and took his arm. Let's go, she said as Deku picked up his guitar. They walked together, arms linked, toward the rest of the group who were waiting for them. When they arrived, Eri ran over and hugged them. Everybody's so sad, she said, fighting back tears. I know. Are you sad? Deku asked, kneeling to her level. As Eri pulled back, she stared at the floor, avoiding eye contact. It's my fault he's dead. I couldn't rewind him far enough. My powers are still too weak. Her words broke both Deku and Uraraka's hearts. Uraraka immediately clasped her hand over her mouth, tears spilling out, while Deku held back his own emotions to comfort Eri. "Hey, look at me," he said gently, cupping her chin to lift her gaze. "None of this is your fault, Eri. You saved lives, and he was already gone by the time you got there. Death isn't reversible, it's permanent, as much as we'd like it not to be. He died to save people, especially those he loved. That's all any of us can ask for, to die. A hero, loved by those around us." He gestured to the crowd of students, pros, teachers, and Shindo's family and friends. I understand," Eri said, finding comfort in the support surrounding them. "It never gets any easier, but death is how it ends for all of us. What matters is how we greet it when it comes and that we leave nothing undone, nothing unsaid before that day arrives," Deku continued, trying to help her. "But he never got the chance to propose to Nakagame," Eri pointed out, catching Deku off guard. Uraraka stepped in. "I know, Eri. That's incredibly sad, but whether they were married or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is that they loved each other, and Nakagame knew he loved her very much. That's what's important." Eri pondered this. Is that why she's crying so much? Partly. She's feeling a lot of different emotions, and it can be overwhelming. I can't imagine how long her grief will last. But then again. Uraraka paused, looking at Deku with a smile. What is grief, if not love persevering? Eri smiled at the sentiment, comforted by it. Deku raised an eyebrow, but Eri seemed satisfied and ran over to Mr. Aizawa to join him. "You stole that from," Deku began, but Uraraka cut him off. "Yes, I know. But it's such a good line," she replied, wiping away a single tear. Deku nodded in agreement. "Good point," he said, adjusting his tie again. "You don't have to do this, you know? If it's too much," Uraraka said, noticing the nervous look on his face. "It's not that. I don't want to say. It makes me feel like I'm a bad friend or like something is wrong with me," Deku admitted, looking down. Uraraka gently squeezed his hand, encouraging him. "You can tell me. Whatever it is, I won't judge you." Chapter end. "Ever," she said, giving his hand an even tighter yet gentle squeeze. Deku smiled, thinking to himself that he would never know what he did to deserve a girl like her. "I don't feel anything about Shindo's death at all. I don't feel sad that Shindo died. I don't feel angry at Stain for killing him. I don't feel guilty for not saving him. I just feel nervous about singing in front of everybody. That's it. It's like I'm numb to the fact that he died," Deku admitted, feeling a bit foolish for saying it out loud. Uraraka considered his words for a moment. "Maybe you're still in the denial stage?" she suggested. Deku shook his head. "No, it's not that. I know what that feels like, and this isn't it. It seriously feels like it just doesn't bother me. And that seems wrong. Shouldn't I be upset? Angry? My friend was killed, and yet I'm standing here, feeling nothing. Like some kind of machine," he confessed, ashamed of his lack of grief. "If there's one thing I know, it's that you are most definitely not a machine. Besides, I get what you're saying. The more people we lose, the more I feel. What was it you said? Numb to it? Like I'm just used to the idea that people close to me die. I don't want it to be that way, but that's how it feels. That's what you're saying, right?" Uraraka asked, locking eyes with him. He didn't have to respond, she already knew the answer. "Thought so. We can address this later when we do our mandatory counseling. For now, let's pay our respects," Uraraka said, leading Deku up the hill. The enormous crowd had already begun to make their way up the hill towards the pyre, Shindo's family at the front. Deku remained silent, allowing Uraraka to guide him. An eerie silence enveloped them as hundreds of people walked along the path. After a few short minutes, they reached the pyre at the top of the hill. Shindo's body was laid on top, cleaned up as best as possible and dressed in a suit and tie. His hero uniform was being used for evidence against Stain. "He looks so peaceful. Like he's sleeping," Ashido whispered under her breath. Kirishima gently elbowed her in the arm to remind her to keep quiet, and she flashed him a look of disapproval but understood and fell silent. Once everyone had gathered around, Nakagame and Shindo's parents stepped forward to address the crowd. "Thank you, all of you, for being here today," Shindo's mother said, struggling to keep her composure. "Your presence here gives us comfort, for it tells us that our son was loved, appreciated, and cared for by all of those around him. I'm sure you would all agree that my sweet boy was kind, empathetic, and embodied what it meant to be a hero, like his idol, All Might," she continued, pausing to clear her throat. He died. Like a true," she faltered, unable to finish, and began to break down, covering her face with her hands as she sobbed. Her husband stepped in, stroking her back to comfort her while keeping his own emotions in check. He died the way he lived. As a hero. He used his final moments to help defeat Stain and save the group of students who bravely stepped up to try and save him. Not only were they his comrades in battle but his friends too. The only regret is that he never got the chance to propose to his wonderful girlfriend. He paused to gather himself before continuing. "And although Nakagame will never get the chance to say yes or no, I want you to know, Nakagame, that whether you married our son or not, you will always be a part of this family. If you ever need anything, we are here for you. And I'm sure that everyone here today would second that," he said, unable to hold back the tears that streamed down his face. Nakagame embraced them both, grateful for their support. After a few quiet thank yous, she stepped forward to address the crowd. Before we lay Shindo to rest, I just want it to be said that I loved you, Shindo. And if you're watching from above, I just need you to know that I know how much you loved me too. And I'll miss you," Nakagame said, her voice breaking as tears flowed. She couldn't finish her speech, overwhelmed by the pain. Shindo's parents comforted her, and her father opened the floor for others to honor Shindo. "Before we light the pyre and send our boy into the next life, would anybody like to say a few words?" he asked. One by one, pro-heroes, ex-classmates, teachers, friends, and family members stepped forward to share their thoughts. However, as the moments passed, Uraraka became increasingly aware that everyone was looking at her. "I think they want you to make a speech," Deku whispered, trying to keep his voice down. "Yeah, I know. What do I say, though?" she replied, feeling anxious about speaking to such a large crowd. Deku shrugged. "I don't even know what song I'm going to play yet," he admitted. "What? You are chapter end." Deku shrugged his shoulders again. "I'm sure it'll come to me. Look, just speak from the heart, and you can never go wrong," he said with an encouraging smile. Uraraka nodded in acknowledgement and took a deep breath. The rest of the girls had all spoken. She couldn't be the only one who didn't. She'd never forgive herself. "Anybody else?" Nakagame asked, making direct eye contact with Uraraka and holding it. Uraraka got the message. Without a word, she made her way through the crowd, and a few moments later, she stood before hundreds of people, all waiting in silence for her words. "Speak from the heart." "I can do that. First of all, I just want to say that I'm sorry we didn't find him sooner, and that we couldn't save him in time. It was by pure coincidence that we found him because we were headed for some late-night training, and when I saw him..." Uraraka's voice wavered as the memory of Shindo's condition overwhelmed her. That's when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Turning around, she met Nakagame's gaze and smiled. Even in what must be the worst time of her life, she was still there to comfort a friend. "Thank you," Uraraka whispered before turning to address the crowd again. "When I saw him there, I knew we were already too late to save him. But that doesn't mean we didn't fight like hell trying to bring him home safe and sound." Uraraka paused to wipe away a few tears and clear her throat. "You know, we often get told as students, and I'm sure pro-heroes hear this a lot too, that we can't save everybody. But it still hurts when we can't save someone. Especially when there are friends or loved ones. Shindo was a great hero, saving us with his dying breath. But he was an even better friend. When we lose these people, all we can do is try to remember who they were and keep fighting to honor their memory. Which is why..." Uraraka turned to face Nakagame and Shindo's parents. "I want to swear right here and now that I will do everything in my power to honor your son's memory. Every person I save, every villain I defeat will be in his honor. I did my best to save him, and it wasn't enough. So I hope that by striving to improve myself and be the best hero I can possibly be, I can provide some small comfort to you and make sure he didn't sacrifice himself for nothing. I think that's all I wanted to say, so thank you for letting me speak and I'm sorry for your loss." Uraraka concluded. There was a brief pause of silence before an eruption of noise. Half of the crowd burst into tears, while the other half offered subdued applause. As they did, Nakagame embraced Uraraka. "Thank you, Uraraka. We'll both do what we can to make sure his death meant something," she said, and Uraraka couldn't hold back her tears anymore, returning Nakagame's embrace. They held tightly to one another before eventually letting go, and Uraraka returned to Deku's side. "That was great," Deku said with a smile. "Thank you. I think you're up though," Uraraka said, gesturing to the front as nobody else had stepped forward to speak. "I think you're right," he said, picking up his guitar and taking a breath. "You know what you're going to sing yet?" Uraraka asked. "Nope. I have a few ideas, but I can't decide which one to play," he admitted. Before Uraraka could respond, Deku began walking up to the pyre as Shindo's parents and Nakagame lit it, causing it to gradually build up and erupt into flames. The moment Deku saw the fire, he knew exactly what to sing. He stood before the pyre, adjusted the guitar strings, and took a deep breath. "Here we go." Deku began to strum on the strings, practicing the notes, and immediately he felt himself drifting away into the song, focusing solely on the music. "Oh, misty eye of the mountain below, keep careful watch of my brothers' souls. And should the sky be filled with fire and smoke, keep watching over Durin's sons. If this is to end in fire, then we should all burn together. Watch the flames climb high into the night, calling out for the rope. Stand by and we will. Watch the flames burn on and on. The mountainside." Deku felt tears welling up and shut his eyes, going by the feel of his guitar. As he played, the fire rose higher into the night sky, crackling in the background while Deku drowned it out with his singing. "And if we should die tonight, then we should all die together. Raise a glass of wine for the last time, calling out for the rope. Prepare as we will. Watch the flames burn on and on. The mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. Now I see fire. Inside the mountain. And I see fire. Burning the trees. And I see fire. Hollowing souls. And I see fire. Blood in the breeze. And I hope that you remember me." Suddenly, Deku heard the violin being played. He opened his eyes to see Jiro beside him, playing along and helping him with the song as tears fell down her face. She gave him an encouraging smile and joined in with his voice, the two of them now singing together. "Oh, should my people fall? Then surely I'll do the same. Confined in mountain halls, we got too close to the flame. Calling out for the rope. Hold fast and we will. Watch the flames burn on and on. The mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. Now I see fire. Inside the mountain. And I see fire. Burning the trees. And I see fire. Hollowing souls. And I see fire. Blood in the breeze. And I hope that you remember me." As the song continued, Deku and Jiro kept the ending calm and respectful, playing the notes louder but with a slow and steady rhythm. Chapter end. Nobody spoke a word as Deku and Jiro turned around to view the pyre. It illuminated the valley below, the flames climbing high into the night sky. The scene was a magnificent blaze, everyone watching in silence as Shindo's body was consumed by the fire, turning to ashes. Deku and Jiro wiped their eyes and returned to the crowd to watch the flames burn on. "You really hit the nail on the head with that one, didn't you?" Uraraka whispered as Deku returned to her side, embracing her in a hug. Deku remained silent, the reality of Shindo's death weighing heavily on him. The sight of the flames reminded him of how fortunate he was to be alive and with Uraraka. It could easily have been him on that pyre, and if it weren't for Eri, Uraraka might have been up there with Shindo. Not something I want to dwell on. I'm here, and I'll do what I can to honor your memory, Shindo. If there's anything I should learn from this, when I ask Ochako to marry me, I can't hesitate, or I might miss my chance. I'm so sorry you never got yours, Shindo. Rest in peace, my friend. I'll see you again someday." The two of them held each other tightly, watching as the flames continued to burn. They tried to focus on the happy memories they had of Shindo and rationalize his death. However, it dawned on both of them that tomorrow they would return to UA, and their exams wouldn't be far away. Everyone in Class 1A shared the same thought, and right then and there, they all vowed to themselves that they wouldn't let Shindo down. They were determined to give their all to ensure they passed their pro licensing exam. Each of them vowed that they would earn their place as pro heroes. Chapter end. Ochako! Deku nudged her gently, trying to pull her out of her daydream. She blinked, slightly startled. HM? What? She replied, her voice distant. I asked if you were okay. You looked like you were lost in thought, Deku said, concern etched on his face. The recent events had clearly shaken her, even if she tried to hide it. I'm fine, she lied, leaning against the bus window, her gaze drifting outside. They were on their way home from the field trip, which had been a mix of learning and growth for everyone, except for the tragic loss of Shindo. His death cast a long shadow over their achievements. After all, what was the point of becoming better heroes if they couldn't save their friends? Right? Deku said, unconvinced. Sensing the heaviness in the air, Uraraka quickly shifted the topic. So, who's still in the competition between the boys? She asked, eager for a distraction. What competition? That competition. I forgot about that. Well, my net is out, Deku replied, causing Uraraka to chuckle. Of course he is. I doubt that little creep could keep it together for long, she said, glancing around to ensure he wasn't nearby. Good point. Kaminari is out too, but I think most of us are still in the competition, Deku informed her. She nodded, suddenly losing interest in the topic as troubling images flooded her mind. Help me. The thought echoed, and she shook her head, trying to dispel the memories. Deku noticed her distress. Do you want to talk about it? He asked gently. Uraraka pulled her hood over her head and tucked her knees to her chest, hiding her face. No, yes. I don't want to remember it, she admitted, shame creeping into her voice. I know it's not what you want to hear, but you'll never really forget it, Deku said, attempting to be supportive. When she lifted her face slightly, he saw the turmoil in her eyes and quickly changed his approach. Sorry, Tsusuma. I won't push you to talk about it right now, but at some point, you need to share. I promised not to keep things from you, so it's only fair you do the same, he said, wanting to give her space. She remained silent, and he continued, That's okay. I'll wait until you're ready, but you have to talk about it, otherwise. I could have saved him, she interrupted, her voice muffled. What was that? Deku asked, leaning closer. She lifted her head, revealing not tears, but a fierce determination. Save him, she repeated, her voice trembling despite her anger. Deku, we all feel that way. You said it yourself at his funeral. You did your best to save him, he tried to reason, but she cut him off again. I lied, she exclaimed, her voice rising. The bus fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Uraraka's expression was a mix of anger, confusion, sadness, and guilt. I lied, okay? I didn't do my best, and I didn't do everything I could to save him, she confessed, her voice cracking. Is everything okay? Ida asked, suddenly standing beside Deku. He wasn't alone. The whole class had gathered, concerned about the commotion. Deku opened his mouth to speak, but Uraraka beat him to it. We're fine. I'm fine. I need time. I'm not ready to talk about it, she said, the memories flooding back. Uraraka. Help me. Please. Before I lose too much blood, Shindo had begged. She had been paralyzed by fear, knowing that if she got up to fight, Stain would finish her off. But if she helped Shindo, he could be in danger too. The weight of the decision had been overwhelming. Panic set in as she gasped for breath, struggling to think clearly. What do? She breathed, unable to form coherent thoughts. Then she spotted the knife on the floor beside her. She looked at it and then at Shindo, who nodded in understanding. They were both thinking the same thing. She picked up the knife and slid it over to him, hoping Stain wouldn't notice. Pin him in place when he gets close so I can strike. I'll do the same with Jiro, Uraraka instructed, determination replacing her fear. Chapter end. Shindo nodded and did his best to stay conscious. I'll do what I can, he managed to say, mustering a few brave words. Uraraka returned his nod and discreetly made her way over to the second knife, sliding it over to Jiro, who grabbed hold of it. Uraraka's plan unfolded as Jiro and Shindo stabbed their knives into Stain's feet, and Uraraka struck him with the tree she had made float. However, the sensation of victory quickly turned to guilt and doubt as she saw Shindo's lifeless body in Jiro's arms. "Wake up!" Eri exclaimed, giving Uraraka a gentle shove to rouse her. Uraraka bolted upright, lifting her head from Deku's lap. What happened?" "We're dashed," she said in a panic, thinking she was still trapped in that horrible moment but quickly realizing she had been asleep. "You kind of spaced out for a while after Ida and the others came to check on you. I convinced them you were okay and that you just needed some rest to recover from everything that happened. After that, you fell asleep with your head on my lap. I'm guessing you had a nightmare?" Deku asked, making an educated guess based on her reaction. "Yeah. Something like that," she replied, the image of a bloodied and desperate Shindo begging for her help flashing through her mind once more. She winced at the memory. "How long was I asleep?" she asked before Deku could inquire about her reaction. "An hour or so." "We're back at UA," Deku informed her. Uraraka looked out the window to see the dorm houses right in front of her. "So we are." "Deku, I'm sorry I yelled at you earlier. I'll talk about it. Just give me some time to process it all," she said, feeling guilty for how she had spoken to him. "It's okay. I understand. Whenever you're ready, all right? But for now, I think Mr. Aizawa is about to say something," Deku said, gesturing to the front of the bus where Mr. Aizawa stood. Uraraka thought to herself, "I just hope that you'll forgive me when I tell you the truth. I know a lot has happened in the last 48 hours. It leaves a rather sour taste in my mouth, especially after how successful the trip was. But if any of you needed more motivation to get your pro license, Shindo's death is exactly that. That rage, that sadness, that hole you feel inside of you right now? Use that to fuel you over the next few weeks and make sure you do everything you can to become the heroes you want to be. The heroes that I've trained you to be. Don't let the last 3 years be for nothing. Don't let Shindo's death be for nothing," Mr. Aizawa said, faltering slightly and pausing to compose himself. A few moments of silence passed, and eventually, Mr. Aizawa took a deep breath before addressing his students again. "You're on the home stretch now. The next few weeks need to be the best weeks of training you've ever had if you want to pass your pro license exam. Finish strong. Remember what you're here for and why you wanted to be heroes in the first place, and all the people who have helped you along the way. Because some of them have sacrificed to give you the opportunity to become heroes yourselves. To honor those people, you had better pay that forward, students." "Am I understood?" he asked. Nobody spoke, but everyone nodded in agreement and acceptance of his words. Shindo's death would serve as a catalyst for all of them to push themselves and give their all for the final weeks they had left at UA to earn their places as professional heroes. Satisfied, Mr. Aizawa nodded. "Good. Now then, let's get to work." Chapter end. The weeks passed by, and the days seemed to blur for Uraraka. Shindo's death weighed heavily on her, compounded by her own near-death experience. Stain's attack wasn't the first time she had faced danger, but the accumulation of these experiences made her feel like it was only a matter of time before one would lead to her actual demise. The thought was unsettling. If she were to die, who would provide for her parents and ensure they could live a peaceful life? Business was going well, but that wouldn't last forever. "Uraraka. Focus." Mr. Aizawa's voice cut through her thoughts as Ojiro's strike landed, snapping her back to the present. "Yes, sir," she called back, raising her hands despite feeling her legs buckle slightly. "Are you okay?" Ojiro asked quietly, concerned that Mr. Aizawa wouldn't hear him. He could see she was distracted and not fully engaged in the fight. "No, I'm not." "Now shut up and fight," Uraraka said, gesturing for him to charge her. Ojiro raised an eyebrow, still worried, but he complied. Uraraka feigned a block, allowing Ojiro to strike. His tail hit her face, causing her to stumble. "Uraraka, I know you could have blocked that. Why are you letting me hit you?" Ojiro questioned, but Uraraka was lost in her thoughts. She lowered her hands, trying to stay upright, feeling blood trickle from her split lip. "Again, she demanded, Shindo's image flashing through her mind. Ojiro glanced at Mr. Aizawa, unsure if he should continue. But Uraraka noticed and took the opportunity to kick him in the stomach, not hard enough to hurt but enough to provoke a response. Ojiro retaliated, punching her stomach, followed by an elbow to her face as she hunched over, then sweeping her leg and slamming her to the ground. He stood over her, concern etched on his face. Her nose was bleeding, and she felt barely conscious. "Hit me again," she urged. Part of her screamed to fight back, but she felt she needed to punish herself. She couldn't shake the feeling that if she had acted differently, Shindo might still be alive. What if he had enough strength to hold on until help arrived? What if he could have escaped with her assistance? But it didn't matter now. Shindo was gone, and so was All Might. She felt responsible for both. Why isn't he attacking? Ojiro was still standing over her, speaking, but she couldn't hear him. The ringing in her ears drowned out everything, and the memories of Stain's attack replayed in her mind. "Ojiro, shut up and fight," she ordered, annoyance creeping into her voice. Ojiro shook his head, saddened by her state. "No. You're beaten, Uraraka. I'm not going to strike you anymore." "It's over," he said, but she still couldn't hear him. "Uraraka. On your feet." Mr. Aizawa's voice suddenly appeared beside her. She didn't respond, still dazed. "What? You want some too?" she retorted, the threat somewhat amusing given her position on the floor. "Now," Mr. Aizawa commanded. This time, his gesture made it clear, and Uraraka rolled her eyes but complied, standing up. "Midoriya," Mr. Aizawa called. "Yes, sir?" Deku replied. "Take Uraraka to Recovery Girl's office. After that, she needs to see the school counselor," Mr. Aizawa instructed. Suddenly, the ringing in her ears stopped, and Uraraka heard him clearly. "I'm fine. I don't need to go to either of them," she protested. Mr. Aizawa glared at her, instilling a sense of dread despite her defiance. "At minimum, you're going to Recovery Girl's office. And unless you start concentrating in your classes, you will see the counselor until you do. Am I understood?" Uraraka met his gaze for a moment, but the comforting touch of Deku's hand on her shoulder relaxed her resolve. "Yes, sir," she conceded. With that, Deku led her to Recovery Girl's office. The atmosphere was silent and awkward as they walked down the corridor, and Uraraka deliberately dragged her feet, contemplating whether to share her feelings. "Now's my chance. I could tell him everything. But would he ever forgive me? I have to tell him eventually, though, otherwise." "I know, by the way," Deku said suddenly, catching her off guard. Chapter end. "Why you know?" "Know what exactly?" she asked, stuttering a little out of sheer terror. She was convinced that she was in for it and that Deku was going to be enraged with her, but quite the opposite happened. "I know that you asked Shindo to fight in his dying moments. And that you feel guilty about it because there's that doubt in the back of your mind telling you that if you had done something differently, he'd still be alive. I also know that you're scared to tell me because you think I won't forgive you," Deku explained. Uraraka didn't know what to say. She was stunned that he knew all this. "How did you?" she began to ask after a few more awkward moments of silence. However, Deku had clearly anticipated this and cut her off. "I used insight. When you were fighting Stain, Ashido told us all that Stain was here and you were all fighting him. So, I kept using it to see through your perspective to check on you and make sure you were alive. I saw the whole thing happen. A few seconds later, I got there in time to see Stain stab you with..." Deku trailed off, the image of Stain's sword being driven through Uraraka's body too painful to continue. "Knowing you and how much we both blame ourselves for these types of things, I kind of figured the rest of it out on my own," he explained. Uraraka stopped walking, and Deku abruptly halted with her, a little surprised by the sudden stop. "I them." Uraraka tried to speak but couldn't form the words. She wanted to tell him how sorry she was and beg him for forgiveness for allowing his friend to die rather than trying to save him. However, before she knew what was happening, Deku embraced her in a hug. "It's okay. I don't blame you for what happened. And with those wounds, there was no way you could have saved him in time. You made sure that he had an honorable death. That it meant something. He died bringing down one of the worst villains out there. Not to mention, after all of his injuries, what he did was pretty incredible to hold on for as long as he did and make sure you could land the final blow," Deku said, finding the light wherever he could, doing his best to focus on the positive. Uraraka didn't know what to do. Deku's arms were tightly around her, and hers were still stuck by her side. That's when she realized that her hair was slightly wet. Deku was crying and doing his best to hide it. I'm just so glad that you were there with him. In his final moments, Deku said through his sobbing. Finally, it clicked, and Uraraka joined him in his crying, clutching onto him. I'm so sorry, Deku. I'm so sorry. I keep getting everyone you care about hurt, she wailed, finally letting all the guilt go as her tears soaked Deku's hero uniform. It's okay, Ochako. You have nothing to be sorry for. All Might wasn't your fault, and neither was Shindo. You need to stop worrying about my forgiveness and start forgiving yourself. Okay? Deku told her, tears falling down his face, but he was smiling, happy to hear her finally let her emotions out. She didn't speak, but Deku felt her head nodding in agreement. Good. That's good. There is one thing I can't forgive you for yet, though, Deku said, and immediately Uraraka felt dread in her chest as she waited for something horrible to come. You have to stop punishing yourself like this. No more letting yourself get beaten up in training. You have to start fighting back and concentrating in training again, Deku said. Uraraka breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the tears from her eyes. Yes. You're right, I'll stop taking a beating, she said, agreeing with Deku. After a few more bittersweet moments holding onto each other, they finally let go. But you can't be the hero I know you can be unless you go back to the fighter you are, Deku said, giving her some words of encouragement, but as he said it, the look on her face became glum. What's wrong? He asked. That I'm afraid, Deku, was all she said in response. Before he could ask what she was afraid of, she continued. I thought it didn't bother me, but after how close I got, I'm so afraid. And if it wasn't for Eri, I wouldn't be here. I'm scared of dying, Deku. I'm scared that one day I'll be out in the field and I'll be killed, and that's it. My life would be over, my dreams never fulfilled, my parents left to bury their child, you and Eri left with the grief of my death along with all of our friends, she explained, admitting to Deku what else had been bothering her since that night. How do you do it? You've nearly died more times than I can count, and yet you keep going. Shindo knew he was going to die, and yet he fought to the end to make sure we'd make it home. And even then, I almost failed because I dropped my guard and gave Stain the chance to strike a killing blow, which it would have been if not for Eri. Even still, the more times I'm almost killed, the more I chapter end. She couldn't live like that. Deku thought about her question for a moment before giving a very simple answer. "Ooh," he said. Uraraka blinked in confusion. What about me? She asked. You're how I do it. I keep fighting and I keep going because of you. When I'm in my darkest moments during a fight, I can hear all my friends, All Might, my mom, and you, telling me to keep going. Telling me not to quit. To keep fighting until I've won. That's how I do it. It's not about me or anything I do. It's about those I care about and fighting for something bigger than myself, Deku explained. Uraraka thought about this for a moment before a smile slowly grew on her face. Thank you, Deku. For everything, she said, pulling him in for a kiss. Naturally, her fear of dying was still there, and it always would be, but Deku's words provided comfort and helped ease the torment of her hypothetical death that she'd conjured up. Besides, having a little fear is healthy. This reminded Uraraka of something her father told her before her entrance exam to UA when she'd expressed her worries about not getting in. Fear isn't a bad thing, kiddo. Don't let anyone tell you that you shouldn't be afraid because the truth is, fear is a natural instinct. It's something that can never go away no matter what you do. Just remember that without fear, we cannot be brave, and the best heroes are always brave. Just like you. My brave little girl. The memory widened her smile even further until Deku reminded her of what they were supposed to be doing. We should get going to Recovery Girl's office. Mr. Aizawa will probably be coming by to check on you sooner or later, Deku said. You're right. Let's get going. Hopefully, I can get back on track with my training in time for the pro license exams, Uraraka replied as they continued down the hall. Yeah, it's only a few weeks away. You think you're ready? Deku asked. Uraraka grinned at him, her confidence shining through. There's definitely some work to be done, but chapter end. It was the night before the pro license exam. The class had traveled alongside Class 1B a few days prior, spending the days leading up to the exam either honing their last bits of training or preparing themselves mentally. Physically, none of them had ever been in such great shape. Their strength, speed, stamina, power, and overall conditioning had improved far beyond what they were capable of in their first year. However, mentally, they were all trying to keep it together. All the students of both classes lay awake in their beds when they should have been fast asleep, trying to get plenty of rest for tomorrow. Yet, sleep eluded them. For some, it was nerves. Others spent the time strategizing likely scenarios in their heads. Some were reminding themselves of their vow to honor Shindo and pass the exam, or reflecting on why they became heroes in the first place. Deku and Uraraka were caught in a whirlwind of these thoughts simultaneously. They hadn't spoken a word to each other despite both being wide awake until finally, Deku broke the silence. "You awake?" he asked. Uraraka rolled over to face him. "Yeah, can't sleep." "I take it you're having the same problem?" she replied, letting out a frustrated sigh. "Yeah. Too much on my mind," Deku admitted, looking up at the ceiling and trying his best not to think about the exam. He couldn't help it. One thought led to another, and he'd end up thinking about the exam, Shindo, or something else related to it. This SCKS. "We need our rest for tomorrow," Deku complained, to which Uraraka giggled a little. "What is it?" Deku asked, confused by her reaction. "You seem really nervous about the exam," she said, as if that explained everything. "And that's funny to you?" Deku raised an eyebrow, which only made her laughter grow. "Yes." Izuku Midoriya, the teenager who defeated Overhaul, Shigaraki, and his league of villains on several occasions, is nervous about an exam, she said, still laughing at the idea. Deku couldn't help but join in. "I suppose when you put it like that, it does sound like I shouldn't be afraid of anything. And the same goes for you. You were there for pretty much all of those battles. Heck, you're the girl who cut off one of Shigaraki's hands." Uraraka laughed even harder, rolling around in bed, clutching her stomach. "I still don't know how I did that. Don't forget I took some of Stain's toes too," she said, wiping away a tear from laughing. "Yeah, there's that too. We've done some crazy things, haven't we?" Deku reflected, thinking back on everything he'd experienced over the last 3 years. "We certainly have. Do you think we're crazy?" "I mean, we've just been laughing hysterically about me chopping a guy's hand off," Uraraka pointed out. Deku shrugged. "I don't know. Possibly. Haven't we had this conversation before?" "Probably. At least talking with you has taken my mind off the exam for a moment," Uraraka said. Deku face-bombed. "Why did you have to remind me?" "I'd finally managed to avoid thinking about it," he said in frustration, grabbing the sheets to vent his annoyance. "Sorry. I know something that could take your mind off the exam. And it'll also help me make it up to you," Uraraka said playfully, and Deku removed his hands from his face. "Oh yeah? What's that?" he asked. Suddenly, she jumped on top of him and kissed him. However, when her hand started sliding down, Deku gently grabbed it and stopped her. "Oh come on. Please, It's been over a month and a half. I'm desperate," she whined, pouting a little. Deku chuckled at her childishness. "The competition is still going, and there's only me and Kaken left," he reminded her. "Ugh," Uraraka groaned, rolling off him and back onto her side of the bed, frustrated by the situation. "Can't you just forfeit?" she asked, hopeful. "And let Kaken win? No way. He challenged me to a no-nonsense competition, and sooner or later he'll," Deku tried to explain, but then a loud bang echoed outside their room. "What was that?" Uraraka asked, startled. Deku jumped out of bed and quickly put on a pair of breathes, then unlocked the door and peeked through the gap. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, although he hadn't looked down the hall yet. The hallway appeared clear as far as he could tell. He turned back to Uraraka and shrugged. Just then, another bang sounded. This time, Uraraka jumped out of bed, putting on a sports bra and shorts before joining Deku at the door. "Ready?" Deku asked as another bang echoed. "Ready. On 3, she replied. 1. Deku said. Another bang. 2. Uraraka said. Yet another bang, the loudest this time. How nobody else had heard this, they did not know. 3. They both exclaimed as they burst out of their room to confront the source of the noise chapter and However, as soon as they saw what was happening, they immediately covered their eyes. "Oh my god!" Cammy squealed. "Too late," Uraraka replied, knowing that she was already scarred for life. This was not something she ever wanted to see. Deku was exactly the same way, covering his eyes and wishing he could forget the image he had just seen. "Why would you do that here?" Deku asked in complete shock and confusion. "Because I wanted to show you how much better I am than you. Now get out." Bakugo yelled back, keeping his back to them and trying to cover up both himself and Cammy but failing miserably. "I told you to keep it down," Cammy said, as Bakugo's veins twitched in anger and embarrassment. The pair were in a compromising situation, and Deku and Uraraka had caught them right outside their room. "Keep your voices down before somebody else comes out here," Bakugo whisper-shouted, as if he hadn't been the one making all the noise. "Sorry. Well, you guys saw and you're here now, I guess. Do you want to join us?" Cammy asked. The other three reacted in unison. "No," they replied, equally embarrassed. Before Cammy could say anything else, Uraraka grabbed Deku's hand and pulled him back into the bedroom. "Go back to your own rooms and do your thing somewhere else. Or at least keep it down," Uraraka said as she slammed the door shut. When she saw Deku's face, he was as red as a lobster, and if she could have seen her own, hers would have been the same. However, Uraraka's jealousy kicked in as she realized that Deku had just seen Cammy completely NDE and she'd offered him the chance to join. "You wanted to join in, didn't you?" she accused him. Deku started sweating and flailing his hands. No. I didn't. I promise I did not want to join in." "You heard me. I said no. Wait a minute, did you want to join in?" Deku asked, suddenly suspicious. "What? It's Bakugo. I wouldn't even think about it. That's so gross." Uraraka defended, genuinely offended by the suggestion. "That might just be the worst thing you've ever said," she said, slumping down against the door. Deku shook his head. "Well, at least we're not under attack. Although I don't think I'll ever get that image out of my brain," he said, falling backward onto the bed. The two of them composed themselves for a moment, trying to comprehend what had just happened. "I guess that means you won the competition," Uraraka said half-jokingly. Deku didn't laugh. He was still too in shock. "I guess so," was all he could muster. A few minutes of awkward silence passed before they finally got back into bed, facing each other. "I'm sorry for accusing you of wanting to be with Cammy. I wouldn't blame you if you did. She's very attractive," Uraraka said, her face turning red. "I don't care about that. You have nothing to worry about. I love you, Ochako, and that's all there is to it. I understand why you got defensive, though, and I'm sorry I reacted the same way," Deku said. Uraraka was going to say something sincere or warn him not to ever suggest she wanted to be with Bakugo again, but she decided to let it go, especially since Deku had been so understanding. "Thank you. And it's okay, don't worry about it. There is one thing, though," Uraraka said, pausing for a moment. "What's that?" Deku asked. She smiled and looked him straight in the eyes. "I do care about size, and yours is definitely bigger," she said, giving a cheeky wink. Deku blushed immediately, not quite knowing what to say, which caused Uraraka to burst into laughter. "Ah, even after all this time, you're still so sweet," she said, finding his embarrassment both amusing and adorable. "Thanks, I guess. So, I've won the competition. So if you still want to, we could." "You know," Deku said, trying to flirt through his embarrassment. "As much as I'd love to say yes after what I just saw. That was a real mood killer for me," she said, turning down the offer. "Yeah, of course. Another time then," Deku said, a little disappointed. Uraraka smiled and kissed him once again. "I love you too, by the way. Anyway, we should try to get some sleep. Tomorrow is the big day," Uraraka reminded him. Deku smiled and cuddled up to her before closing his eyes, trying to sleep once more. "Yeah, you're right. Time to earn our place." Chapter end. That was Data Beach, Uraraka said as she collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion. The exams had finished, and the class had changed out of their hero outfits before returning to their hotel, opting to sit in the lobby and wait for the results. They would receive a phone call to inform them if they had passed or not, and the anticipation hung heavily in the air. Which part? Ashido asked as she slumped down next to her, equally drained. All of it. The psyche evaluation, the practical exams, and the theory. Oh God, the theory, Uraraka whined, relieved it was finally over. It had been an exhausting experience, but she felt a strange gratitude for Mr. Aizawa and his rigorous training. Without it, they might not have made it through. Tell me about it. I thought my hand was going to fall off. I could barely move it by the time we got to the practical stuff. I don't think I've ever written so much in my life, Kaminari, resting his head on Jiro's shoulder, who was slumped on the other sofa. Everyone else was similarly slouched, trying to rest their sore bodies, everyone except one. I feel fine, Deku said, standing in the middle of the room, the only one not tired. Seriously? Come on. Bakugo said, chuckling slightly despite himself. Deku raised an eyebrow, surprised by Bakugo's lightheartedness. Do you really want to be saying that after what happened last night? Deku asked. Uraraka, the only other person who knew what he was referring to, laughed out loud. This'll be good, she said, eager to see Bakugo's reaction. She hoped they wouldn't end up in another chaotic situation. This was a public hotel, after all. You better shut your demon mouth, Bakugo warned, not amused. What happened last night? Ida asked, confused. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Bakugo yelled, trying to defend himself, but it was futile. Everything. Absolutely everything. Uraraka taunted, earning a death glare from Bakugo. They both knew he was too tired to retaliate. Oh, I'm interested. Do tell, Midoriya, Ashido said, suddenly full of energy. Nerd, you better not, Bakugo threatened, but Deku simply smirked. He knew he was safe from Bakugo's wrath and decided to keep the details vague. Let's just say I won our little competition. Out of respect for Kakin and Kami, I won't say what happened, but I won, Deku said, much to Bakugo's relief. Uraraka seemed a bit disappointed, as did the rest of the class, who had hoped for some juicy gossip. When Ashido shot Uraraka a disappointed look, she shrugged. I'll tell you later, she whispered. Ashido smiled, satisfied with that promise. Well, congratulations to Midoriya then, I guess, Kirishima said, his enthusiasm dampened by fatigue. At that moment, Todoroki's phone rang. Everyone froze, and the tension in the room instantly heightened. Todoroki took the phone out of his pocket and looked at it, unsure if he wanted to answer. Yaoyorozu, sitting next to him, pressed the answer button and put the phone on speaker. Hello? A woman's voice said through the phone. Hello, Todoroki replied, still scowling at Yaoyorozu for answering before he was ready. Is that Shoto Todoroki? She asked. Yes. That's me, he replied, his face remaining blank while a tidal wave of emotions surged inside him. Hi Todoroki. I've been asked to inform you of your exam results for your pro licensing exam. Let me just get your results up on my screen here, she said. Todoroki remained silent, too nervous, as was everyone else, knowing they were all next. The clicking of a mouse and some keys being entered on a keyboard filled the silence. Okay, here we go, here's your results, she said before pausing. The pause made most of the room wince. Why did she pause? It's never good when they pause, Ashido whispered, but Uraraka gave her a nudge to shush. Congratulations, Todoroki. You're now a professional hero. Your license will be sent to your school, and you'll be able to collect it from your teacher in about a week's time. Thank you for your time, Todoroki, and good luck with your career. Have a nice day, she said before hanging up. The moment the call ended, the whole room erupted into cheers and applause. Well done, Todoroki. They collectively cheered, offering their congratulations. The fire and ice user couldn't help but smile. Seeing all of his friends so happy for him felt wonderful. Thank you, he managed to say, knowing that words could never truly capture everything he was feeling right now. Chapter end. They had all worked so hard for this. If any of them failed now, it would break their hearts. They could always try again next year, but that would mean another year of preparation, and after everything they had been through, all they wanted was to become professional licensed heroes at last. Cheers erupted for Todoroki, but soon Ida's phone started to ring, followed by Ojiro's, and then Yaoyorozu's. One by one, their phones rang, and one by one, they learned that they had passed their pro license exam. Some cried, some couldn't stop smiling, and others were too overwhelmed with emotion to react. Uraraka was still sobbing with joy after finding out that she had passed. Finally, after a few more years, her parents could take it easy. Congratulations, Uraraka. I'm sure your parents will be so happy when they find out, Azui said, embracing her friend in a hug. And you too. I'm so proud of everyone, Uraraka replied, beaming with joy and pride. However, she noticed something. While everyone else was celebrating, there was one person who wasn't joining in. Deku had finally sat down, keeping to himself. Uraraka couldn't tell why he was withdrawn. Hey, I'll be back in a second, okay? I need to check on Deku, Uraraka said as Azui released her from their hug. The frog girl looked back at Deku and understood, allowing her friend to go. Uraraka walked over to Deku and placed a hand on his shoulder. He didn't look up, he didn't even flinch. Hey, you okay? She asked. Deku simply nodded and gestured to the table in front of him. Uraraka sat down beside him and saw what he was staring at, his phone, which he was fixated on. You haven't been called yet? She asked. Deku shook his head gently. You want me to wait with you? She offered, noticing the look on his face. He was trying to keep it together, but she could tell he was on the verge of breaking. He had hinged everything on becoming a hero. His whole life had led to this moment, and the last 3 years had tested him time and again. She wasn't sure how he would react if he failed this exam. He could always take it next year, but that probably wouldn't be his first thought. Deku remained silent, battling his nerves. The cheers and celebrations behind him only intensified his anxiety. Part of him wanted to run away and hide from the answer, but he stayed. He had invested everything into this moment. He had lost friends and loved ones to get here. Failing this exam would feel like dishonoring their sacrifices and everything they had done to give him this chance. I've fought beings of unimaginable strength and power and won. But somehow, waiting for a phone call is the single most terrifying thing I've ever experienced, he thought. Uraraka sat beside him, resting her head on his shoulder and holding his hand. Deku, whatever happens, I'm here. And I'll love you more than anything, no matter what happens when that phone rings. As will your mother, Eri, and all your friends. And you should know that everyone who didn't make it here with us today, Shindo, All Might, they'd be so proud of you. Not just of how far you've come, but of the person you've become. Her voice cracked as she struggled to keep her emotions in check. Deku remained still, his gaze fixed on the phone, tears streaming down his face. All he could manage was a small squeeze of Uraraka's hand to show his gratitude for her kind words. Don't forget how good of a friend you are too, Ida said, sitting down next to Deku on his other side, leaving him between his girlfriend and one of his best friends. Or of the leader you've become, Todoroki added, standing behind him and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, which Deku grasped with his free hand. Not to mention how brave you are. Ribbit, Azui chimed in, joining them on the sofa as they waited for the call. Deku couldn't speak. The emotions were paralyzing him as he squeezed Todoroki's and Uraraka's hands tighter. Or how caring, Yaoyorozu said, joining Azui. Or how badass you are, Bakugo added, standing beside Todoroki and giving Deku a gentle but friendly punch on the shoulder. Many were surprised by Bakugo's friendly demeanor towards Deku but chose to remain silent. Chapter end. And how you never leave anybody behind, you always give your all to save everybody you can, Ojiro added, sitting down on one of the other sofas. Just like that, the rest of his classmates joined the group, each contributing to the growing list of traits they admired in Deku. Whether it was his patience, maturity, fierceness, understanding, thoughtfulness, empathy, or strength, they all mentioned a quality that made him special. Deku was at a loss for words as his classmates surrounded him, waiting for his phone call. They were there to comfort him if the news was bad or to continue the celebrations they had paused. All of them had set aside their personal achievements just to sit and wait with him. He felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. I don't know what I did to deserve friends like these, but I appreciate every single one of them. He wanted to thank them, but the emotions were so overwhelming that he struggled to speak. Deku stammered, still focused on the phone. Uraraka stepped in to help him express his feelings. What he's trying to say is thank you. Deku gave her a small squeeze to show his appreciation. It's no problem, Midoriya. That's what friends are for, Ida said, a big smile on his face. Yeah. We'll sit here and wait with you for as long as it takes, Kirishima added, also smiling brightly. And so they did. What felt like hours passed, but in reality, it was only a few minutes before Deku's phone started ringing. Everyone froze, except for Deku. For the first time in 5 minutes, he finally moved, picking up the phone but hesitating to answer. Uraraka smiled at him as their eyes locked. It's okay. Whatever they say, we're here for you, she said, giving his hand a reassuring squeeze. Deku nodded and answered the call. Hello. Hi. Is that Izuku Midoriya? The lady on the other end asked. Deku had put the phone on speaker so everyone could hear. It is, he replied, trying to hold it together. His foot was tapping, and his hands were shaking. I've got your exam results here for your pro licensing exam. You're the last one it seems, she said, followed by some clicks and keyboard noises. Okay, I've got your results here, Midoriya. Congratulations, you passed. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye. As soon as the call ended, the room erupted into cheers and applause. Elation washed over them all. They had done it. Everyone had passed the exam. While the others jumped up and down, hugged, cried, and high-fived each other, Deku simply dropped to his knees, letting tears of joy fall down his face. Despite that, he couldn't stop smiling. He had done it. He was a hero. You did it. Uraraka screamed as she launched herself at him, tackling him to the floor. You really did it, Deku. You got what you wanted since you were a kid. You're going to be a hero. Inko is going to be so proud of you. Deku returned her embrace. Correction, we did it. All of us. He wanted to share the spotlight with his friends. We have to celebrate. Uraraka exclaimed, suddenly standing up and offering Deku a hand to help him off the floor. He took it, and she lifted him up before standing on top of the sofa. Everybody listen up. We did it. We're all going to be pro-heroes. So I say we have a party and celebrate. Uraraka announced, causing the whole class to cheer in agreement once again. Let's celebrate. Bakugo shouted, which earned a cheer, more out of respect for his enthusiasm than anything else. With that, the class began preparing plans for a party, discussing who they would invite. But Deku was too happy to focus on the details. I did it, All Might. I really did it. And it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't believed in me or given me that chance on the day we met, I wouldn't be here right now. I know you're watching from somewhere, so thank you for everything. Until we meet again. Midoriya, come on. Let's go. Uraraka called as the others had already left to prepare for the party. She was waiting at the door, holding out her hand for him. Deku smiled. For once in his life, he didn't know what was coming next or what he wanted to do next. All he knew was that tonight, he was going to enjoy this moment with the people he loved. He took Uraraka's hand, and together they bolted away to join their friends and celebrate their achievement. Chapter end. That was amazing, Uraraka said, chuckling slightly as she rolled onto her back, catching her breath. Tell me about it, Deku replied, still trying to regain his composure. It was so annoying having to wait this long for that. But it was worth it, she said, laughing to herself before snuggling up to him, enjoying the warmth of his body against hers. I still can't believe we actually did it, Deku said, marveling at the fact that they were now professional heroes. Uraraka smiled at the thought. I know. I keep thinking about where we go from here. We both got what we wanted, but now what? She asked, contemplating the future. Let's not worry too much about that. For now, let's just enjoy the fact that we did it, Deku suggested, appreciating the moment without the usual weight of his responsibilities. It was refreshing for him to focus on their success and the happiness of being with Uraraka. You're right. Let's not ruin the moment, Uraraka said, leaning in for a kiss. Just before their lips met, there was a knock on their hotel room door. Hey, you guys in there? The party is about to start. We're just waiting on you too. Ashido called from outside. We'll be right there. We're just getting changed, Uraraka replied, rolling her eyes in disappointment that they had to leave the moment. They both climbed out of bed and started to get dressed. You want to go again after the party? Deku asked playfully. That depends on how sober we are. I'm not sure we'll even make it back to our room, Uraraka joked, laughing lightly. Let's not get too drunk. I really don't want a hangover. They're the worst, Deku said, which made Uraraka laugh again. Okay, we'll limit ourselves, she agreed. However, tonight they were celebrating and they planned to enjoy themselves fully, even if it meant waking up the next day with a hangover. They hadn't fully grasped that their time at UA was coming to an end. In fact, they only had 3 weeks left, most of which would be spent trying to secure positions in hero agencies or as sidekicks to established heroes. After that, there was only one event left before they graduated, the school festival where the entire class was expected to perform. Yet there was one final twist in store for them, something no one could have predicted before they left UA for good. Chapter end. Hey, hurry up already, would you? We're on in a few minutes. Ishido called to Uraraka. Why, just give me a minute, Uraraka replied from the stall. The two girls were currently in the girls' bathroom backstage. I'd love to, but we need to go, Ishido insisted, not wanting to be late for their class performance. However, Uraraka was in no rush. Her mind was preoccupied with something else. Fine. I'll be out in a second, Uraraka said to buy herself a little more time. Is it a number 2 or something? Ishido asked, wondering what could possibly be taking so long. Something like that, Uraraka said, her voice tinged with nervousness. Ishido noted it but passed it off as nerves or stage fright. After about a minute, she heard the toilet flush. Finally, Ishido said as the door unlocked and Uraraka exited the stall. She looked incredibly pale, clearly having been upset, and the look on her face suggested she had seen a ghost. Oh my God, are you okay? Ishido asked the moment she saw her friend. I'll be fine. A little under the weather, Uraraka said, pulling herself together. Ishido noticed her hands were behind her back but couldn't tell if she was hiding something or just embarrassed. Rough month? Because I've got some spare pads or painkillers if you need them, Ishido offered, assuming Uraraka was embarrassed and that her sickly appearance was due to typical girl problems. Uraraka paused for a moment, blinking a few times as she processed Ishido's words. Rough month. The cramps I'm getting are insane. I just didn't want to tell anybody in case they got worried about me being able to do the show. I feel like death, Uraraka admitted, relieved to share her pain. Ishido rolled her eyes. You should have said something. Especially when it's girl stuff, she said, a little disappointed that Uraraka hadn't mentioned it sooner but relieved to know now. Sorry. I'll be okay. I think I just need some painkillers like you said, Uraraka replied, hoping for some relief. Sure, they're in my bag. Let's get you cleaned up before the show, shall we? 10 minutes later. Okay, is everyone ready? Yaoyorozu asked, making sure that everybody was prepared before they went on stage in front of the whole school. Ready? They all replied in unison. Deku was a little worried about Uraraka, though. He could tell something was bothering her, but she seemed eager to perform, so he tried not to dwell on it. All right then, let's do this, Yaoyorozu exclaimed. With that, they ran out onto the stage as the whole festival erupted into screams and cheers. Jiro and a few others grabbed musical instruments to play. A few nods signaled that they were ready, and before they knew it, Jiro and the others began playing. Moments later, Jiro started to sing, and the enormous screen behind them lit up with a video showcasing training footage from their first year, sparring, rescuing civilians, clearing debris, and more. I'm checking my vital signs, drawing my battle lines, going to war again. Feeling the rhythm inside of my chest, all I need is just a pen. I know I was born for this, I know I was born for this. The video transitioned to their second year, again showing training footage and highlights from the previous year's sports festival. Throughout this, the others participated in a dance routine or used their quirks to enhance the performance. Don't care for the critics, my words are like physics, a force that they can't stop. They just don't get it, I think they forget I'm not done till I'm on top. I know I was born for this, I know I was born for this. I believe we can write our story. I believe we can be an army. As the next verse began, The video showcased their third-year training footage. I've struggled for years, and through all of the tears, I've faced the doubts I hide. I never gave in to my fears deep within, 'cause I heard my voice inside. I know I was born for this, I know I was born for this. I will never lose my voice if I cut out all the noise. I know I was born for this, I know I was born for this. I believe we can write our story. I believe we can be an army. The footage shifted to their battles with villains, highlighting Deku's confrontation with All for One and Uraraka's recent battle with the Nomu. We are the warriors who learned to love the pain. We come from different places but have the same name. 'Cause we were born for this. We are the broken ones who chose to spark a flame. Watch as our fire rages, our hearts are never tame. 'Cause we were born for this. We were born for this. The video touched once again, showcasing a variety of moments from their journey. Chapter end. It showed them crying when things had gotten tough, pictures of them in their dorm houses that they'd taken themselves and used for this video, pictures of them as children that their parents had provided, and pictures of them with their families, showing brief flashes and glimpses of their journeys and how they'd gotten here. These words that I write are for someone like me to know you're not alone. The moves that you make, yeah, they come with mistakes. Don't ever lose your hope. Just know, you were born for this. Just know, you were born for this. One final drop, and this time the video stopped playing. The entirety of the class came together to sing the last part of the song with Jiro. We are the warriors, who learned to love the pain. We come from different places but have the same name, 'cause we were born for this. We are the broken ones, who chose to spark a flame. Watch as our fire rages, our hearts are never tame, 'cause we were born for this. We were born for this. The music played out, and the screen lit up one final time to show a picture of the whole class in their hero costumes in front of All Might's statue in their courtyard. The whole school roared with applause, whistles, and cheers as fireworks lit up the night sky, coloring the festival. Thank you and good night, Jiro exclaimed as the stage lights switched off, plunging the area into darkness as the class left the stage. Once backstage, they hugged each other and jumped with glee, adrenaline still pumping through them. That was amazing, Ashido proclaimed at the top of her lungs. I know, right? And by the way, whoever made that video deserves a raise, Kirishima said, pointing out how well edited it was. Tell me about it. It was so good. The whole thing was. Jiro squealed in excitement. Deku's smile quickly faded when he saw Uraraka sitting in her seat, hands on her head and clearly upset. Hey, what's wrong? Deku asked, kneeling slightly to hug her, which she immediately accepted. It's just so sad to think that might be the last time we ever do anything as a class. What if we never see each other again? She asked, her voice trembling. It seemed she was the only one who had let the reality of this being the end of their time as Class 1A hit her. The whole room paused to consider her words. I'll be dead if I let that happen. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not going to let this be the end, Kaminari said. A few nods and approving noises followed. I agree. We can't let this be the last time we see each other. I'd miss you guys too much, Azui added, holding back tears. See? Nobody's going anywhere, Shako. We'll all see each other again, Deku reassured her. She didn't seem to hear him as her crying continued, and she clung to him tightly. His legs were starting to hurt from the awkward position, but he didn't care. Uraraka needed him, and he would stay there for as long as she needed. We should all enjoy the festival together before it's over, Yaoyorozu suggested. That sounds like a good idea. Tomorrow we all have to pack our things and go back to our homes. Which makes tonight our last night at UA, so I think we should all enjoy it together, as a class. As friends, Ida added. That sounds wonderful, Uraraka managed to say through her tears, which had calmed to occasional sniffles. All right then, we'll give you two a moment, but we'll wait right outside, Ashido said as the rest of the class left the room, leaving only Uraraka and Deku. As soon as they were alone, Uraraka finally released him but couldn't look him in the eyes. You're not upset about this being the last time we see each other, are you? Deku asked, confirming his suspicions. She shook her head. Then what's really bothering you? He pressed gently. She still wouldn't meet his gaze. Not now, I'm not ready, Uraraka said, and she truly wasn't. She had no idea how to tell him or what to say. She knew she'd have to before they went home, but she felt lost. Ochako, come on. Last time you said that, you let yourself get hurt in training, Deku began, a bit frustrated, but when she finally looked up at him, he understood that whatever it was serious, and she wasn't ready to talk yet. I'm sorry I started to lose it for a moment there. You tell me when you're ready, alright? No rush, Deku said, feeling guilty. Uraraka felt guilty too for not saying anything. Deku, I don't even know where to begin or how or why. Well, I know why, but I don't know what to say or how to tell you, and I want to tell you I really do, but Uraraka started, but Deku gently interrupted her with a kiss. Chapter end. Then tell me what it is when you figure out what you want to say and how you want to say it, okay? Deku said, waiting for a response from her. Everything inside her screamed to say no, that she needed to tell him now, but she didn't want to ruin the evening. He had clearly accepted that this was a difficult topic to discuss. She needed time to think about how to express her feelings. Tomorrow. I'll tell him tomorrow. Before we leave. Okay, she said very reluctantly, to which Deku let out a sigh of relief. Good. For now, we can enjoy tonight and not let whatever this is ruin the fun, he said, unaware of how impossible it would be for her to push her thoughts aside. You're right. Let's enjoy this time with our friends, Uraraka replied, doing her best to set her worries aside for now so she could enjoy herself. Deku nodded and took her hand, leading her to the doorway. Just before stepping outside, he stopped and turned to her. Whatever it is, we'll get through it together. Okay? He said, a beaming smile on his face. She cursed herself once again for not having the courage to speak up. If only chapter end. Uraraka stood alone in the spare room of her dorm house, taking in the scenery one last time. The room hadn't changed since Ishido and Kirishima had turned it into a nursery. She stood over the baby cot placed in the center of the room, twiddling a small object in her hands. I have to tell him. Today. Before we leave, she whispered to herself for what must have been the 10th time that morning. She knew she should help Deku finish packing, but he'd told her he could handle it if she wanted to take a break. Naturally, she accepted the offer, thinking it would give her time to think alone. However, she'd ended up in this room, which she hadn't planned on visiting, but here she was, waiting for Deku to come find her. Figured this would be as good a place as any to share her news. In truth, she was excited to tell Deku, but she was equally terrified. Best way to do it is just say it. Just say, hey Deku, I'm... There you are, a voice said from behind her, making her jump in surprise. You scared me, she replied, her heart racing. Sorry. I was looking everywhere for you. I didn't think you'd be in here since we never come in here after Ishido and Kirishima's prank. If you'd even call that a prank, Deku said, recalling that day. Uraraka remembered the fake PR'NSui test and how she'd used it to trick him the following day. Ishido and Kirishima had even convinced her for a brief moment that she was actually PR'Nt. Realizing she was still holding the test, she quickly hid it behind her back. As she did, she glanced at the cot, recalling Deku's reaction in this very room, and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, hindsight's a tricky thing. Who would have known that a silly prank would foreshadow her life so accurately? What's so funny? Deku asked, a bit confused. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought of something and it made me laugh, she said, not wanting to share the details. Probably not the best way to tell him anyway. Okay? Is everything okay, Ochako? You're hiding in here, and you seemed lost in thought when I walked in. Plus, I noticed you hide something behind your back. So what's going on? Is it about what you wanted to tell me? Deku asked. Just like him, he noticed everything and reached conclusions before she even had a chance to speak. It is, she managed to say, trying to muster the courage to continue. Her chest was pounding, and it felt like a nightmare, but she knew it wasn't, which made it all the worse. It's okay, you can tell me later if you want. I've finished packing, so if you want, we can start throwing all this stuff away since we're not going to need it anytime soon, Deku said, walking toward the cot to begin dismantling it. Uraraka held up one hand, gesturing for him to stop. We are, was all she could say. Deku blinked a couple of times, raising an eyebrow in confusion. We are? We are what? We are going to need it, she managed to say. Immediately, her chest felt slightly lighter, and the pounding faded a little. Going to need what, Ochako? He asked, still visibly confused. Typical. One moment he noticed everything, and the next he seemed oblivious. The stuff in this room. We're going to need it, Uraraka said, feeling the weight lift from her chest and shoulders. She'd been dying to share this news, but she still wasn't ready. What are you talking about? Eri is way too old for this stuff, and we don't have kids, so unless you're... Deku trailed off, beginning to realize what she was trying to tell him. His stunned silence gave Uraraka the confidence she needed. Without warning, she handed Deku what she'd been hiding behind her back. He took it and simply stared at it for what felt like an eternity. He was holding a positive PRGN-CY test. You're joking, right? I'm not falling for this again. Uraraka, did you really think I would? Deku stopped when he looked up and saw the look on her face that confirmed this was no joke. The next two words out of her mouth solidified the reality. I'm PRGN-T. The end. Chapter end. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Chapter end.